The ability to think, develop ideas, and form mental concepts is a tremendously important part.
Yo, peace, Gary. You dig? I was contemplating to go live or not. I know it's pretty late, but I said, you know what, man, I'll go live. You dig? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Now, I didn't watch. I was, you know what I mean? I was busy all day, so I didn't really watch Sonetta with Kansu and Joshua King at all. I missed everything. So I didn't catch any second of it. So if you guys know about that, you guys can bring it up. But I didn't catch any second of Sanetta's live stream today. I was pretty busy. Yeah, you did. As you can see, my hair is crazy. You dig? But let me see who is texting me right now. Oh yeah, yeah. So man, y'all gotta fill me in the discussion. You dig? I want to know. I mean, I got an idea what the topic is about, but I know nothing that was being said. I know zero, 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 zero. Again, for everybody who's joining right now, I missed Sonetta all day long. I had no idea. I just seen who was on the panel. I had no idea of the subject. I have no idea of the content. I'm clueless what happened on Sonetta TV tonight. Clueless, clueless, clueless. I'm going to repeat that as more people join because they're going to think I actually watched it. I did not watch it. I was busy all day today. I'm going to watch it tomorrow morning. I was trying to get a game of Monopoly in with my crew, but that ain't happening. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sonetta chat is it's a mixed chat. So you gotta understand Sonetta's chat has he has abos, he has a mixture of abos, he got a mixture of Nation of Islam, Sunni Islam, he got a mixture of Christian, he got a mixture of atheists, he got a mixture of Kemites, you dig? He got a mixture of conspiracy theorists on all forms, you know, major conspiracy theorists, minor conspiracy theorists. So he got a mixture of everybody. Yeah, so the chat will be wild on average on Sunday TV, you dig? And that's what you want. You want a diverse, you want diverse viewership. Yeah, so anyway, Yes. And so Gary Hart, what was the discussion actually about? What was the topic on Sunday TV today? I don't know it. Yeah, yeah. I definitely Sonetta when he was in the street. I don't know if I knew him when he was hustling the street. I don't know if I knew of him then, but I definitely knew of him before he hit YouTube. So maybe I came in contact with him because I got a lot of his DVDs when he was hustling the street. You dig? But I think when I came across Sonetta, I think he was done with the street ministry. I think he might at that point. I think he might have fell back and just sold DVDs. Yeah, I don't think he was like an activist at that point any longer. Peace, Tone G. Yeah, so I've been a supporter for a long, long while. Actually, actually, if you guys know, if you guys watch Brother Jabari's, um, one of his videos with some Jetty, peace, Ricardo Robinson. Hey yo, if y'all remember one of the recordings of Jabari's Temple, right, with Sanjetti, he had like a dark skinned dude talking that you guys don't know at all. Like you guys know Sanjetti, you know Bill Jabari, you know his wife, but there's one guy, this one dark skinned dude talking. Well, that dark skinned dude, he's from my city, by the way. I know his brothers, you dig, and everything like that. He knows me. I used to buy DVDs from his mom's restaurant. His mom's, she sold DVDs and she sold food. The food's very, very good. Um, good food. His mom passed away at that time. So this is about this is about 2000 and maybe if I could just randomly guess, this is about 2004. You dig? So he they were selling DVDs. They had access to like a lot of DVDs, and I remember I used to recommend Dr. York DVDs at that time. Like he had Dr. Claude Anderson, he had people like that there, but he didn't have any, like Dr. York DVDs or Dr. Khalid Muhammad. So I used to ask him, could he get Dr. Khalid and Dr. York DVDs? And then he said produce them too, and I said buy them from him. Oh, okay, Gary Hart. That's crazy. Yeah, we are a sick nation and we don't deal with rational, you know, just like we don't know how to rationalize. You dig? We're not logical. We respond based off emotion. That's like the worst way to respond. We respond off emotion. And as long as we keep doing that, we will never, ever, ever be anything in life as far as a nation. Like you could forget, you could kiss that goodbye. We have to be able to respond with sound logic. That's the only way we can compete. We got to look at things for what it is and not for what we want it to be. So when we got colonized, when we got defeated by Europeans, like they didn't look at it, from an unrationalized perspective. They seen it for what it was. They knew what they had to do to subdue us and conquer us and colonize us. You dig? And they did just that. They wasn't worried about emotions and personal preferences. They collectively knew what had to be done. We refused to do that amongst ourselves. And this is why we would never be shit as a people until we realize and respect the ultimate goal. As a matter of fact, here, hold this right here. Yeah. So what do you think about the critique? So they were critiquing Asar Lumatet's book in 2016, that came out in 2016. So what do you think about the critique? Peace, Amber, Saru. So I'm fishing to see who watched Sanetta's live stream today, featuring Asar. No, I'm sorry. You know I'm sleepy. Featuring Kansu and Joshua King. I didn't get a chance to watch 1 second of it. Well, I'm lying. I caught the ending of it. I didn't hear anything. And when I caught it, it was on mute because I was on the phone. I was on an important phone call. So I missed the entire live stream that Sanetta had. I'm gonna check it out in the morning and catch up. But right now, I don't know anything, any major points. I don't know any claims. I don't know the subject, nothing. And that's why I wasn't going to go live today, because I'm so like, I don't know what's going on with the live. So I'm like, if y'all want to talk about it, I'm going to be clueless. So I was like, all right, last minute decision. I said, all right, I'll go live anyway. You dig? Yeah, I mean, I stay digging. So I got my camera on. You're able to see my nappy head. You dig? This right here, I would have been caught this by now. So this is growing via coronavirus. You dig? Amber, did you catch the Sanetta live? Yeah, y'all always, what is this? Oh my God. Peace, Mika. Yeah, so y'all catching my nappy head in action, but I'm not afraid to cut the camera on. Sometimes I get, you know what I mean? When you go live, it's just like, it's very um it's very convenient to like cut your camera off. Peace, Rosie Rose. It's very convenient to cut your camera off. Um, but sometimes you gotta understand, like, it's hard to grow a channel when you're not showing your face. So sometimes you gotta say, well, let me show my face, because people want to relate to an actual human being, not a logo. So I gotta show my face sometimes, especially with the new viewers. Well, Amber, then you and I are going to be lost on today's topic, because I didn't watch any of the major points. I when I did catch it, I was on mute. I had it on mute because I was on an important phone call. So I have no idea. I just seen Kansu and I seen Joshua Kane on there. You dig? But you're looking at my nappy head right now, you dig, that I'm proud of. I don't know if y'all know, but I had the long braid before I cut my hair. I cut my hair because I didn't want to be a dude with gray. I was afraid my hair was going to turn gray. And I didn't want to be caught with gray cornrows. So, I seen guys with gray cornrows, and I didn't think it looked good. So I said, I don't want to be looking like them. So I cut my hair ASAP. I think Joshua King cut his hair too. From the video I was looking at, he had like long locks, and it looked like his hair was cut. Every time I need somebody to take over the show, nobody wants the link. But when I want to like talk, whatever, and hold it down, everybody get the link and come in. I need somebody to take the link and take control while I answer this phone call. Tone G said, you're gonna have a head of hair. Now I'm not complaining about going gray, Amber. I'm not complaining about that. I said I didn't want to have a head full of gray cornrows. I didn't think that sounded attractive, so I got kind of scared. So as you see right now, my hair is still predominantly dark black. I got like gray areas here and there, but you see my hair, it's predominantly black. So I still have more life. I cut my hair like 2 years ago, so I still have more life in my hair. You dig? So I can still have cornrows right now. Majority be jet black. You're looking right now, there's no chemicals to my hair. This is my natural hair right here. Yeah, oh my God, Tone. Oh my God. I'm 42 right now. So yeah, so genetics work different. You dig? So some things you might be hoping you have my hair, but I guarantee you there's some genetics that favor you in aspects I wish I could have that. Because because when it comes to hair, you could cut it off. I hate to have gray in my beard. So I would probably trade my beard and let that be jet black and my hair be gray, then my beard be gray and my hair be black. I would probably trade that. Peace, Melvin. Hey man, somebody got to grab that link and talk because I gotta hop on this phone, but I can't do it right now because I'm the sole speaker right now. That's gonna mess my whole live up. So I need Melvin and Amber to hold it down while I take this phone call.
I'm on here. You can quit crying now.
Okay, can you take over while I hop on this phone, please?
Yeah, I ain't got shit to talk about either, but I'll let the chat guide me on through.
Yeah, I'm saying talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
All right, so give me a second. I'm gonna go on mute real fast. It's gonna be a quick phone call. I gotta return the phone call before I get to it. I sent the link out too, so maybe Melvin could come on and help, guide the discussion because Melvin, I know he watched it live tonight because it was Team Osiris, so maybe he can like add, the context of what was being said, and he could fill you in while I go on my phone call. So Melvin, bro, we need you, Melvin.
Yeah, hop on. I know he was in the building. I was actually in Osiris live because he was live.
At the same time Sarnetta was live?
Yeah, I think I assume it was the same time because people was coming in the chat saying that Sarnetta was talking about his book, like right now. And they was, I guess, trying to get him to click the link for a little while. So it was mentioned during his live in the chat that Sarnetta was live. I'm not really sure when he went live.
Yeah, so
when Sarnetta went live.
Yeah, like the people who was trying to tell him to click the link, like at what point are they going to humble themselves and say, well, maybe Asar already knows the opposing argument? Like, I mean, at some point you got to ask yourself, is it possible he already knows the argument on the other side? You dig? So maybe.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is, we already know that he's heard. It's not a new thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know based off of different comments he's made that he's heard different videos and he just chooses not to address it. And
yeah.
It's kind of messy to me to keep bringing it up, like especially when he in the live. So now you're gonna try. People may potentially run from his live that didn't know Sarnetta was live.
Right. So
it's just kind of disrespectful to me.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't like. It's for those who are saying that, like those people need to be blocked. You did because like you have to know that the person is aware of the opposition. You did because the book was written in 2016. He's aware of the other side and what they got to say. You dig? He's aware of it. Trust me. He knows what the other side is saying. So for those who come in there and say Sarnetta is talking about his book, like they are purposely trying to take away his audience and redirect them to Sarnetta TV. Like that was
I'm not gonna say that. I think the person was genuinely concerned because I commented back like, well, whatever they talking about over there, let them talk. Like he over here building. That's what we on over here. So like why would he leave a live stream that he's running to run over there to see what the fuck Sinetta talking about? Like, first off, that ain't even no boss move. Like, why would I leave my shit to go run and see what the hell this is? Especially if I consider that it's probably 9 out of 10 negative. Like,
right.
That's weird. So, but the person just pretty much dropped it. A couple people kind of said some other stuff in the chat, but they didn't like harp on it, or it wasn't like repetitive comment, like go watch. I think they was genuinely trying to get him to see some of what was being said. Maybe they didn't know that he knew. They might be unaware, and that he knows already. So
Right. So look. So again. So Consu's in the building. Melvin's in the building. Again, I didn't get a chance to watch any of the live that Sinetta had that was featuring Consu and Joshua King. Joshua King, he caught me off guard because I caught the end of the live and he cut his hair. So that caught me off guard. He cut his hair, or it appeared he cut his hair. So what I want to say is I didn't catch I didn't hear one word of the live. It was on mute when I actually caught the telling of it. I was on an important phone call. I got to return the phone call right now. So I got Melvin in the building. I want Consu to come on. I want Consu to come on, but I don't want y'all to talk too much about it because I'm going to miss it again. You dig? But so y'all can like beat around the bush a little bit for me and talk about whatever else. Let me take this phone call and I'll come back and we could get into it.
All right.
So I'm gonna put y'all on hold.
What's going on, Amber?
Not too much. What's going on?
No, not much. Another day, another hustle.
Another day, another dollar.
Yes, sir.
Indeed. So what was like the overall gist
of Sinetta show?
Don't spill the beans too much, Amber.
I know you said beat around the bush.
I mean, the title is kind of self-explanatory. Again, I don't want to give everything out because I'm biased. Is not trying to miss it, but
well, what was the title? Because I don't even know what the title was.
Oh wow. Okay, so the title. Let me pull that up real quick. So it says here. It says Consu and Team Osiris. Why are scholars plagiarizing books? That's basically the title.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, so basically we just went over the act of plagiarism, defining it, why is it important, ways to identify it, ways to prevent, or at least make yourself knowledgeable about it. Just cover the general topic of that, as well as showing some examples.
Okay.
And we just got to work from there.
Oh, okay. So kind of like the show that they did before, was it more in depth than that?
Well, no, it was more condensed. With Sinetta, you don't want to be too long-winded, just because a lot of times the audience won't catch it. Most humans have a short attention span, like 15 minutes. So you want to kind of condense it, but make it so that way it's easy to understand, easy to digest. And so that's kind of what we did.
Okay, because I know I had seen before when I think it was Team Osiris did a video before about it. It wasn't too long ago. Actually, I ended up getting blocked on the part 2. But I remember they touched on that. So was it a different book that they went that you all went over, or was it the same book?
It to us, like, we could say it's the same set of books. It's not just one book, it's several. It's just that a lot of stuff that was left out of the original presentation we got into on tonight's show. Again, just trying to really catch people up to speed.
Oh.
Yep. Most people they won't watch our shows because they're 2-3 hours long. But they'll watch Sinetta and get it. So.
Hey, Melvin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, do you know I will not watch? See, I'm the reverse. I will not watch a show if it's not at least 2 hours long.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I don't watch anything 50 minutes and less. I do not watch it.
I mean, I got a limit. Like I be seeing some camps do 8-hour, 15-hour
Yeah,
shows.
that's what I want. I want the 4 hours to 8 hour videos.
Bro, I can't do that.
So
Well,
I used to love
mean,
when Dagger
it
Squad had the
depends to
8
me,
hour
like,
shows. I used to love that, man.
if you have like a title that I know is like comprehensive, it's gonna take some real thorough, discussion, then I don't want to see no 1 hour video because I feel like you didn't really cover anything.
Right.
But I mean, you can do that, but don't make it a live video. Make it a recorded video. That way you can show the
that's
narrative.
true. But I think if you have a live audience that's interested in engaging, because I've come to find that now I'm a little more I'm spoiled to being able to engage in so many live streams. So I'm almost discouraged when somebody pre-records a video and the only engagement I can do is just comment, and then maybe somebody will comment an hour or two later. Like I prefer it to be kind of like right in the moment, being a part of the conversation versus kind of watching the video. And if you have questions for the person, or if you want to, a more thorough explanation, you don't really have access to them.
Right, but at the same time, thinking of it from the person who's presenting, when they have a live show, there's a lot they have to leave out for the sake of time. So yes, it's good to have people to be able to formulate ideas and questions on the spot. But if you're trying to present something, they're not going to be able to get all of it, which in this community is not necessary because, again, most of us have a shared attention span.
Yeah.
So it's fine. But if you're really trying to learn something, you want all the information you can get. And unfortunately, if you do a live show, you're really not going to be able to do that. Those who do live shows, they really like ignore the audience until after the presentation.
Yeah. Melvin, the reason why that's my standard is because I'm involved in so much stuff while I'm at home right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm washing dishes, I'm cleaning up, I'm doing this. I need something in the background.
Podcast.
Right. So, and I'm in the shower. Even in the shower, bro, I listen to stuff. So I don't want my house to be quiet at all.
Oh no, I love that, man. That peace, man, that's priceless, bro.
Man.
I don't ever want a quiet house.
No, I'm like,
you step outside your house, it's just chaos. You come home, it's a nice, good temperature, and it's just quiet.
I'll start having anxiety attacks.
I literally ride in a car with no music. Like,
come on.
No, it takes other people to be in the car with me because I don't even notice it. I be so deep in my thoughts. It takes other people to be in the car with me, like, oh, so we just not listening to music, and I'm like, oh shit, I turn something on for you. But I'm like, most times, like when I'm at home, just on a normal day, if I'm not on the phone, most people will be like, are your kids home? Like yeah, they home. Because they don't, my house be quiet. My kids, they know they're not loud and rambunctious because I got them out of that at an early age. I just can't deal with the extra noise.
Right,
so, and if you're going to be noisy, you got to be kind of somewhere where I can't hear it. Like, I just can't do it. It make my nerves bad. I like peace and quiet.
Yeah, not me. Like, again, Amber and Melvin, if it's too quiet, I will literally have an anxiety attack. I start bugging out. I'll be like, damn, is the world dead? Is this heaven? Like, where I'm at? Is this hell? I need noise to verify that I'm still living.
I cannot. Yeah, I don't know what you be smoking. I smoked some good weed one time that had me feeling like that. But outside, no, I'm dead ass. It was funny because I had left my homegirl house and I had smoked. And it was like one of them nights where it had rained. You know how sometimes it rain and the sky be looking real weird? So I was driving home and the sky was looking so weird. And it was like not a car on the street, not a single car on the street. And I felt like I was sitting at the light for a long time. And for some reason, I was like, damn, is this the apocalypse? Like, God damn, is this the rapture? Did I miss it? Like, did I not get caught up in that number?
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, I don't like quietness. I don't like it. I need some type of noise in the background.
Now, I appreciate it. I appreciate it as I get older. Like when I was younger, definitely, but as I get older, I'm like, man, you can't really buy peace. You get it, you earn it. You you respect that moment in time. So
Hey Melvin, if I turn my camera around right now, in the background right now, I'm literally watching a video on critical thinking, bro.
mhm,
In the background, if I turn it up, you'll hear it, but I will get flagged. I'm literally
right,
watching a video on critical thinking. Every time I go live, it's always a video playing in the background. Always, bro. Always.
right. Okay.
That's in the background playing. I got it on low, so I
I
don't
mean,
get flagged.
like me, like when I'm doing things like I can do podcasts because I don't really have to sit back and focus. But then like when they say something, it'll grab my attention. So podcasts work for me, not necessarily YouTube videos, just because I may have to look at the screen, and that'll stop me from whatever I'm doing.
Yeah, that's very funny. Now the phone call, it ain't go through. The dude who called me, my family member, I be hating that. You call them, they don't answer, and then they
Now
gonna
y'all
call you.
playing
I
phone
mean,
tag.
dude, I don't want to talk later.
Oh, you petty.
Now I got my brother texting me. Somebody always want to know something. Oh shit, he's calling. All right, so I'm gonna go on pause for a second.
Hmm.
Hello?
Mute your goddamn. Oh, so mute your goddamn mic. So you quarantining, Melvin? Still?
Yeah, still quarantining. Unfortunately, I can't do any work. I wanted to work at home, but they felt like it would be too much to bring out of the system and protect the network in a way. So they just felt like they just give us leave and stay safe. So
Mhm.
yep.
Yeah, hey, I don't argue. I don't argue with money without the work.
Definitely, but you get a little bored.
Yeah, make something, build something, and start a little project or something. Where are you at anyway? What state
I'm
you in?
I'm in the state of Virginia.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Well, that's what's up. I've passed through.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Okay.
yeah, not like I don't even remember really my time there. I went in high school on a college tour,
Okay.
but I can't even remember what school I visited. I went for the turn up. That's what I went for. Then my friend, she did a couple weddings out there when I was living in Maryland, so I helped her with a couple of those. But
Hmm.
yeah, I don't recall too much about Virginia.
Yeah, it's very similar to DC, not necessarily Maryland, but more so DC.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's certain parts like I'm in the Hampton Road section, so where Virginia Beach is, and then there's the Richmond section, Petersburg area. That's city, and then um, up in northern Virginia, there's other parts of city similar to DC, but everything else, especially like on the west side, is country.
Yeah, I think that's probably the west side would be closer to what area? So like, because the weddings I did, they were like right outside of DC. They weren't too far. Um, they weren't too far into Virginia. They was right outside of DC. But
Okay, yeah, so that's probably Northern Virginia, but that's not the West Side. The West Side is like Tennessee, near Western Virginia. That's considered the West Side. The Appalachian, pretty much anything on the Appalachian mountainside is considered
okay,
the West. Yeah.
okay.
Hey, Melvin and
Yep.
Amber, I want to say this: people are gonna be in big trouble because I have access to MDs, MS, not MDs, but BS, PhDs, MS, ED on public speaking and critical thinking. So I'm learning the arguments, deductive reasoning,
Hmm.
public speaking, a thesis statement. I'm learning. So yeah, it's going to be a problem. Hold on.
He always trying to threaten somebody. I know he can hear me. I always trying to threaten somebody. D Oasis says 757 in the building.
Yep. That's our area code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back. No, but not seriously, because I understand sometimes I will make a statement and it has nothing to do with my overall point. And people might hold on to that to avoid from me going to the overall point. So they'll argue that little mistake I did. Like I learned that you can't say all, stuff like that. So I'm like, okay, all right, I got it. So I'm learning now. I'm learning the game of conversation and how to express your thoughts and stay. Sometimes I might even segue somewhere else and make a bad analogy, but people hold on to that analogy, and that's the justification for me not get back to my point. So I'm learning right now how to have a thesis statement. You dig? I'm learning all how to keep people focused on what I want to say, my exact thoughts. It's going to be a problem because I've been watching stuff all day, and I'm going to catch people out there too. So, for example, they said when you throw out statistics, it should be a source along with statistics. It shouldn't be statistics alone. This is somebody who has a MS in communications. You dig? Saying you throw out statistics, there should be a source always tied to that.
Yeah, that's true.
And then they said that it shouldn't be too much statistics anyway. You dig? It should be just for your point only, because you'll lose people with too much numbers and stuff. So I'm over here really digesting a lot of this stuff, and man, it's gonna be a problem.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, you really shouldn't talk about anything that is not foundational to your point. And for everything, now you don't necessarily have to have a quote unquote source that states exactly what you're saying, and people make that mistake. But if you lay the foundation right and you set your argument up in a way that what you're saying would necessarily follow from what you presented, then you presented a pretty good argument. I don't have to say, my source doesn't have to say that the cat is orange. But if my source can definitively say that the cat is not these colors, one could reasonably conclude that the cat must be orange, But
and last thing, Amber, in public speaking, anecdotal experiences are welcome. That's considered primary source, by the way.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that's not a thing.
Now,
that's why
I'm not saying I didn't say you said that. I'm just saying sometimes when I give an anecdotal experience, it gets thrown out as, hey, that's anecdotal. But according to public speaking, that's welcome. It's a primary source. So hold on one second. Peace to my brother Consul. Hold on.
Peace.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
But
what's going on, bro?
The issue is, and if he can hear me, the problem is not that you use personal experience. It's when you try to use that in place of scientific evidence. If you're just making an argument, then okay, cool. But you can't use that as like evidence on a large scale that this must be how it is because this is my experience. That's just not the way that goes.
Yeah, I think
I don't know why I thought he had a haircut. Did you have a hat on yesterday, Consul? Okay, maybe that's why. I'm like, where did he get this curly hair from?
me and Unbiased, we got the same.
Yeah, y'all got the same barber. I got that same S curl. Shit.
Yeah.
But what were you saying, Melvin?
I was gonna say, another thing to watch out for critical thinking is bad analogies, and I think we rely on those way too much. A lot of times they can weaken your argument.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of times it's critical reading too. You reading is fundamental to how you express things. Being able to comprehend what you're reading.
Yep,
is really important.
But that's the thing. People don't understand that comprehension is something separate. Just because you can read the words does not mean you comprehended what they were actually saying. Right. And like he thinks I'm nitpicky. I think when I say you got to read that, if it says sometimes, or if he says well all, or nobody, or never, like these are definitive statements. Like you just can't do that. And if you are going to do that, then I want a source. Yes, I do, because you have to be careful about that. Words mean something. You can't just make these blanket statements and think that, somebody's just being nitpicky because they say, well, hold on, you said all. Well, you know what I mean? No, you said all. So I'm gonna take you at face value that you mean all.
Well, I taught research at a collegiate level, and it doesn't mean much in the real world, but at the collegiate level, it teaches you how to research. And it's like top 5 things that we look for that makes consistent research. The first thing is survey. You have to survey whatever book you're reading or whatever article. And what I mean is you have to know what you're looking for before you crack the book open. You want to take a few minutes. I don't know why people do this all the time. Do not skip the preface and the introduction. Yep. Unless one of them are missing. Read the preface, read the introduction, because that sets the overall premise of the entire book. And then you want to browse through the table of contents and the index to understand the scope of what is written so that you have the proper prose. Then you formulate questions. Then you read actively after you've done that to answer those questions. And then you respond to your own questions, whether you're debunked or not. And then you record key concepts that you get when you're reading a body of work or reading an article. And critical reading is something that helps you understand something, because somebody can be intelligent but be ignorant to the fact of the matter. Intelligence has nothing to do with being incorrect. I know a lot of smart people that are incorrect.
Yep.
So critical reading is a precursor to critical thinking. And unfortunately, we get offended when someone else does it to us, but we don't mind doing it to somebody else.
Yep.
So Amber, I'm like you. If I see shall, to, be, possibly, I automatically say, nope, they didn't say this is not primary. This is an opinion. This is subjective. I'm going to take it just like that. I'm looking at the words. If I don't see a comma, if I don't see a semicolon, if I don't see a colon, then I'm going to assume this is the context.
Right.
I don't see brackets. I'm not going to take it any other way.
Those key words. People think they don't mean anything, but of all the things they could have put in that place, why did they choose that one? It tells you something.
Yes. That's what makes the Bible so tough, because the majority of us, we're not trained to give exegesis of the Bible. We'll give eisegesis. We can give our own personal interpretation, but the way that a biblical book is written, it's not even written. The Quran is written even differently. There's no structure. It's a bunch of verses that are compiled on a basis. Like, okay, this is the book of something. But then as you get into the verses, it's a world of its own, because the verses don't have punctuation and diction. So you can really only assume what those words mean and what values they carry. Because not only that, you're taking those words and then you're morphing them neurolinguistically to today's understanding, which makes it even more ambiguous.
Yeah, it's a big mistake.
Yeah, but you don't have any working model of ancient Hebrews walking around talking. I mean, you don't. You don't have people walking around speaking meta. You just don't.
Nope.
So it is what it is.
But I don't know why people take it as an attack. Like, when you're not trying to be like malicious, I mean, I just listen, and if I feel like there's a problem with your argument or even your statements, then I may ask for clarity, or I may say, well, I wouldn't say that necessarily means that. And for some reason, it's like perceived as an attack, and that's not like, it's not my intention. I don't come out here to just attack people. I'm not really that person. Now, I don't mind getting with it if somebody, takes it to that level. But I mean, I just like to talk to people that are talking about something other than, shaking ass and rapping, and it's just a nice little escape from the, day in, day out BS that most people like to talk about.
I agree. When y'all talking about a show on Sunday earlier?
Yeah, we Unbiased don't want to miss the recap, but we were trying to. I didn't see the show, so I don't know. So, but I understand that it was a show about Asar. So,
Oh
we
yeah.
wanted a recap, but he don't want to miss it, and since he's currently still on the phone, I mean, as much as you could tell without telling too much, I guess that would be okay, but he don't want to miss out on anything.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's really anything we could say that would not give away the show. I think it's crucial that he just watches it, and at least through the presentation part, and then he'll get a good gist of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, layman's terms, it's just about, personality worship at the end of the day. What can I say? Exploitation of pseudo information.
But not just that. I think the biggest thing that at least I want people to understand from this, and I'm sure the team wants this as well, is that the community needs to be responsible for what information they're subjected to. And I think that's the biggest problem in this community, is that we're just used to anybody saying anything and taking their word for it.
But see, I don't really want to be that nice about it. I don't really want to be that nice. Because I've even been on this platform. I'll be getting like pot shots and disrespected.
Yeah, I mean that happens. That happens everywhere. That's expected. It comes with the game.
Yeah, but it's only so much you want to take.
That's true.
Wait, you said what happened? I missed that.
Well, you've been in panels I've been on now, but we on this channel, on this platform, with Unbiased, and certain cats, they be talking shit. And then when you met your match, then you want to resort to name calling, and you can't comprehend, not knowing that the person you're talking to got more degrees than you wish you had. But it's not a ego fest, you know what I'm saying? It's not supposed to be that. And so I take plagiarism very seriously, me personally, because I'm still paying off my student loans and I'm 49. So I don't appreciate that. And if you Black going to college, you always wrong when you Black going to college.
Yeah,
you expected to succeed.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's like, and I don't want to be like, I'm not saying all people do this, but I think a majority of the people, they feel like they missed their opportunity to go. Right. But instead of saying, I really wish I would have gotten that education, they just try to diminish the entire institution and the system altogether. Like, and try to discount you and your effort. Oh, that's the white man's this, that's the white man's that. Like, since when have they had a monopoly on education? Like, quit being weird. But it makes them feel better. To me, I look at it as a coping mechanism. Whenever I hear that you're too afraid to go out there and try, or you don't think you'll be successful, in that type of environment. So instead of just saying that and owning it as your own insecurity, you're going to try to make it like the people that did go are somehow wrong or, whitewashed because they went and got the white man's education. It's very ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, I would, like, some people are fascinated with like Africa, Kemet, all that stuff. But how about just take time to study the last 500 years? That's particularly the last, 300 here in America. We went through a lot to be able to read a book in public. Like we went through a lot.
Mhm.
To be able to even like talking like this, I mean, we would be hung for talking like this.
Yeah.
And showing any semblance of the ability to organize and mobilize will cause severe penalty. So this is a privilege that our ancestors died for. And I think it's very self-centered to believe that you have the right to critique your peer.
Or even the ancestors, hell, it done got to the point where they'll say that they really didn't do anything. And it's like the nerve of you. The reason why you're able to sit on this panel or this, platform and say that they didn't do shit is because they did some shit. Like
Yep.
it's really weird. I don't understand the disconnect with reality. And that's the thing, that's the danger to me. And I can't blame any one platform for that. Like the reality is these people have been uneducated, and it's evident in the fact that they think that a lot of the stuff that's floating around this community is education. So, I mean, if they truly had any idea or any real respect for it, they would know that this ain't it. This ain't it.
That's true. I mean, when you think about some of the accomplishments, like, the Malcolm, the Martins, Martin Delaney, and Kwame Ture, these kind of people, how in the world, in this day, in their day and time, were they able to speak to the world like that? I mean, we got the internet, They didn't have that. They didn't have that luxury. So to be able to like play a major role in society like that is just amazing. And to be consistent in the climate that was going on at that time, because at that time it was normal to use open forms of racism. It was just normal to do certain things. Like tell a black person, no, you need to sit back there. Call an adult woman gal. A grown man couldn't look a white man in the eye if he was walking past him,
Yep. You even have meetings, like they didn't have social media, but they would have gatherings and shut down the
gatherings. They got to travel for miles.
secret and public. They would shut them down.
Yep. Man, it's really ridiculous. It just speaks to where we are today. Like, and the crazy thing is we can identify white entitlement, right? We can identify, that white privilege, but we don't, and people say black privilege isn't a thing. And to a degree, as far as society overall, no, we don't really have any privilege. But in our culture, our generation, your newer generations are very privileged in the fact that they think that they can sit back and criticize, those that came before them that paved the way in ways that they can only imagine. Niggas is in their feelings over somebody, not liking them on a Facebook post or a YouTube. Like the fact that you can have these type of trivial problems, it's so ridiculous.
It's childish.
Extremely. And that's my thing. Like people talking about leadership and what we need to do. You couldn't lead me to my front door. Like, I'm sorry.
What was the discussion before I came on? What was Bias talking about?
What was he talking about? I think pretty much he was talking about how he didn't get a chance to see it, so he just kind of lost. Like he wants to review the show, I guess, because it's fresh, but he hadn't seen it, so we were just kind of chit-chatting in the chat. And then when I got on about, because I haven't seen it either, so he was just like, well, dang, we kind of need somebody to be on here that's seen it, so at least they can kind of guide the conversation a little bit. But so I do have a question, because I know in the previous video that I actually did see before I was blocked, It's not so much that it wasn't plagiarism, right? That was kind of evident, but to me, I kind of wanted to see more comparisons of people in the field, because although, you know, you have a standard, right? You know, the scholarly standard is, you know, you shouldn't plagiarize. Plagiarizing is wrong. But then you also have quote unquote norms in certain, you know, fields and certain areas of interest.
Mhm.
So when I seen that it was compared to like maybe another book, but I was like, okay, well, for me, I would feel better if there was maybe 5, 6 books and you compare it, and at least I can see that these people don't have any correlation to this book and this book. So they're building their body of work strictly off of their knowledge, their research, their evidence, whatever the case. So this is not a norm where people borrow from certain sources of information or borrow from certain text. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like, so I just wanted it to be kind of more of a larger sample so that I could really get an idea of, you know, where he kind of stood. Is he truly on the fringe, or is he kind of in line with some of the other scholars and people that publish in the same area?
Right. So he is technically on the fringe, but it's still considered a hypothesis. It's still considered a possibility, but there has to be some consistency with his argument. And you know, in the field of linguistics, it's very, very new, and about 90% of linguistics is all hypothetical. There's no guarantees with linguistics, just because a lot of the languages that are dealt with, if they're no longer alive to speak it, the chances are you're probably going to be inaccurate anyway. So that's a big problem. And then as far as his text, there are several textbooks where he did get his information from, and we do pinpoint that there's more. It's just that we didn't want to kind of overdo it, but there's several textbooks where it's like his argument is formed from, whether they agree with him or disagree with him. And so to us, that was the problem. Uh, Plagiarism is a big deal, but what's worse is not being able to come up with your own thoughts. And so when you write as if this is your thought, and then you know we have some of these other textbooks that the plagiarism was done from, and it's like, hold up, I've heard this before. And then you go back and you look up, oh, okay, now this African guy says this. Oh, okay, here's this thesis from this doctor who says this. And then it just gets, you know, suspect, because it's like, okay, these definitely aren't your own words. And it becomes pattern. It's like, okay, this isn't just accident. You know, it's habitual.
So there was no kind of like there was no sourcing of the text where he comes to, like, he may use this, a comparison between two texts, and then draw different conclusions or draw a conclusion based on. So it was more so just kind of relying on the work that was already done and just regurgitating it.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's the problem. When you write a text, we're trying to hear your thoughts. We're trying to hear, you know, your opinions, your thoughts, your studies, your research, your frame of mind. And so when it's not that, it's like, okay, well then we need to look into why that's not the case. So like for me, from like my own experience, when I was in college, I committed plagiarism once. And fortunately my school teacher caught eye on, my instructor caught eye on that. And they explained to me, they was like, look, this is not in your own words. Like, I need to know how Melvin thinks about the subject. And so I had to really like kind of start from scratch. And it took time. But when I started from scratch and put it in my own words, you know, I was able to successfully pass that course and graduate. So I think that's the biggest problem, is that it's a loss of academic integrity, in my opinion. And then, you know, fortunately, I was given a second chance. In most schools, they don't give you a second chance. And a lot of times you can get sued by the publication company because that's an infringement on their intellectual, property. So that could be another issue that happens as well. So it's bigger than just copying word for words. It's an entire situation that takes place.
Yeah. I mean, to me, that's it's kind of pointless to read a text if you're not able to analyze it and put it into your own words.
Correct.
Or pick apart. Like,
correct. And that's really what we're saying. Like the community needs to do that. Like it's fine that you support other people's work or their books or whatever. That's fine, but make sure you actually look at it. Make sure you actually read it. Most people don't. Like they'll buy the book, it sits on the shelf and collects dust. Pages are still brand new. Like they don't touch it.
I'm not a proponent of just buying shit for the sake of buying it. First, I don't buy stuff that I don't intend to use.
Correct.
I mean, like, and that's the thing. Like the Black community, to be conscious and quote unquote aware, and to organize our money and be smarter, more financially and scientifically literate. Like it's kind of counterproductive to say, well, just buy my shit because I'm Black and I'm, just support me, even if you don't need it, even if you're not going to use it. Just like that's waste. That's waste. Right. That's what you call that. Wasteful spending.
And honestly, we wouldn't have bought the text if the subject wasn't interesting. That's the first part. Like the subject has to be something that you're interested in. If you're not interested in it, why are you purchasing it? Like what do you get out of it?
Right.
So if there's no interest, there's no, no potential, questions that you may have. You need to kind of check yourself as, why am I giving this? Other than, okay, you're Black, I'm Black, let me support you.
Oh, well, whole time, this is a little bit of a lane change, but it's kind of in the same vein. So I take it nobody's seen Polite's live. He might still be live.
No, I haven't
on
seen.
IG. I know he was saying something about, I think he's opening his bookstore again. He's opening a bookstore again. And he was talking about, he's getting back into writing. He kind of got away from it because he felt like his books were becoming redundant.
It was
kind of reflective of where he was at in his life. So he said he had to stop and, live some more so he could be kind of inspired to write again. Or, he didn't want to be, writing the same chapters in a different book.
Right.
So,
okay. Yeah. I just hope he takes his time with it. Like people don't realize, and I'll use this fiction book just for example. It took, the author of Harry Potter, it took her 6 years to come up with the first book. 6 years. Like that's a lot of time and thought and processing and editing and correction and to put that body of work together. So it takes even longer than a few months or a few years to put together a book, especially a book, with, over 500 pages. It takes time because you have to collect your thoughts. You have to organize them.
Some require research depending on, like if you're talking about, being in different countries. Like I know a lot of the, I want to say it's not James Patterson, Eric Jerome Dickey. A lot of his books, they take place in, other countries. They, they cross different continents. So it requires research so that you can be accurate when you recount these different,
he's very, very, like, that's why he's like one of the best at what he does, is because he's very descriptive. It's almost as if you're actually in that country. So that takes, on hand research. He probably had to live there for a few weeks, to make that connection. So it takes, time, and it's not something you can rush. And I think that's something that people don't necessarily understand.
Yep. Even telling your own story. Like I know I do plan to eventually write a book, and initially it was just going to be me, but because my story is so kind of in depth and kind of complex, and it involves other people, I didn't want to just, you know, tell it from my lens alone, you know. So my sisters agreed, you know, to be a part of it and to kind of, so eventually it'll probably end up being kind of spin-off, started at one central story and then spin-off as we kind of grow into adulthood and individuality.
Mhm.
But I mean, I'm the type of person, I do a lot of planning in my mind before I ever even start. You know, and to a degree, it's a form of procrastination, but I just don't like to. I'm not the person to just jump off the bridge. You know, I be wanting stuff to be in order. I want to know that, because once I get started, I feel like I have to see it through to the end. You know.
Right, right, right. Yeah, it's definitely gonna take time to properly tell your story, get all the details correct. You may have to follow up with somebody, you know, family member and such that knows that story that can give you finer details that you might have left out, things like that.
Yep.
But I think that's like our biggest point is just making sure the community knows that, hey, you gotta kind of be responsible of what you're subjected to, no matter who it is. Even if it's us, you need to be responsible of what you're being subjected to.
Yep. I definitely agree. You know, that was kind of the theme last night. Um, responsibility and kind of like who it falls on, and of course, you know, you got to be responsible for, you know, the things that come out of your mouth
Hmm.
and what you promote. But at the same time, you know, people cannot forget that they have a responsibility to filter what they take in and what they consume, you know.
Correct.
So it's just not forgetting that other part. You know, you can't rely solely on people to filter it out, and you can't rely solely on the person to just to give you the right information. Everybody got to do their part.
Correct. Correct.
He on that phone long ass time.
Yeah, he is.
Shoot. I see he got his Fiji water. Shit. Fiji water in the screen. Where Watcher at? Yeah, where the rest of the crew?
I don't know. They probably sleep. It is 12 on the East Coast.
You know they are not asleep.
You never know.
So, drunk. If they sleep, they fell out drunk. Shit. They got started earlier than normal. So 11:23. So you're in IT too?
Yeah, I am. Hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a popular field in this community. Everybody in IT.
Yeah, I'm shocked that it is pretty popular, but yeah, it's popular.
Hmm. I'm trying to convince my son. He not feeling it. I'm
Right.
trying to
That's
convince
fine.
him.
I mean, it's not really meant for everybody, but in this age, you definitely want to make sure that you do have somebody to kind of manage, you know, or at least help secure, you know, what you're using. Since we all use, you know, the internet and all these different services, you want to make sure you're still protected while you're using them. So.
Hmm. Yeah, he's kind of taking some introductory classes on a high school level, and
Mhm.
I mean, he did very well. And I'm like, well, if it's a natural kind of like you got a gift for it, then why not just stick with it? And
Right.
he like, I mean, he wants to do engineering, but he's like, I'm not really sure if I want to be in IT. And he's like, I prefer engineering. And I'm like, well, do something still in the field. I was like, I mean, just look currently at what's going on. Like, for the most part, people are surviving through technology.
Right.
Like, we're dependent on it. If this would have happened 20 years ago, we'd have been fucked.
Right.
Like,
Not only that, businesses have completely changed the way that they conduct business. You know, so they have to also secure their method of business. So they use technology. They rely on it for financial reasons. So they had to adapt and adjust. So yeah, that's really where this field really gets the most of its support from is from businesses that have adopted the new, I guess you could say culture of internet culture.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they had to if they was gonna survive.
True.
Yeah, that's part of the reason. I know Blockbuster and a lot of libraries, they started going out of business because they just were late. Late to react.
Yeah, but the problem with Blockbuster, like many other older companies, they invested more in real estate instead of, you know, forming their own internet brand. And so when Netflix came out, like that should have been an immediate goal was to, let's start a streaming service online. And that way they could recoup some of the money they lost from that competition. But they decided to be stagnant, stubborn, and all that real estate eventually came at a price, and so they had to go out of business. Sold all the real estate, got any leftover money that they could get, and closed shop.
Yeah, I know Kmart. When Walmart came out, they had a real hard problem because they had instead of leasing their buildings like they did initially, they took steps to actually just own the property outright. So a lot of their money was tied up in real estate. They couldn't adjust.
Correct. That's the problem with a lot of companies now is that they fully adapted into real estate, and so when you have companies like Amazon and many others that are thriving without specific real estate, but just maybe a warehouse here and there, they're going to suffer. So they have to find a way to adapt. Otherwise, they find themselves out of business.
Yep, and that is exactly what they're doing. Most of the Kmart's around where I'm initially from, they were already closed.
Mm-hmm.
They got like one or two hanging on out here in Minnesota, but like when you go in there, it's just so ugh.
Yeah, that they were going. The company itself was going bankrupt for a while, and I guess they figured sell some real estate and then they could be fine. But unfortunately, it's not the case.
Yeah, nope, too late. And that's the thing, you waited too late to make your move. Now it's a wrap.
Yep.
And then it's just so raunchy because I remember back in the day, and it may be that way at some Walmarts. So I remember back in the day, I really used to despise going into Walmart for several reasons. But I hate messy stores. So I would go to Target just because it was a cleaner feel and like I don't like messy shit, like shit everywhere. Y'all got boxes all in the aisle. Y'all always restocking at the worst possible time. Like it's just weird. You got carts where you zone in and like it was a mess. So I just couldn't deal with it. And then I worked there for not quite some time. I worked there for 3 months and I just didn't like the way they operated as a business.
Right.
They were very fucked up, pretty much.
That's pretty much the best way to put
it. Yeah. So I was just like, yeah. So I actually stopped shopping at Walmart for like 5 years. I just couldn't do it. But I feel like they're finally making a change. But the one thing they had going for them was that their prices were so low that people shopped with them anyway. And some of the stuff, it wasn't really that low, but overall, you was getting a better deal. So a lot of people, they had that low, they had that low price strategy. So people was messing with them no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
The HVAC is underappreciated.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about HVAC becoming certified, and I know a few people who actually are, I guess, technicians, if that's what you call it.
Mm-hmm.
But I never knew what HVAC was until a few years ago. I'm like, what the hell is that?
The thing about the HVAC is you want to make sure that that's like a private business of yours. You don't really want to rely too much on the third party just because a lot of times their connections would cause them to want to take a cut out of whatever the job is. So most smart people, they become like independent contractors.
Yep. Roz said it was the one-stop shopping technique. Yeah, that helped, but even where they had just like the market stores, or even where they had the Walmarts that didn't necessarily have a grocery, they still outperformed Kmart. And I know in my area they had a super Kmart, where they also offered grocery, and I actually like their groceries better. I don't know. Walmart,
Right.
they've come up over the years. It was certain stuff I just wouldn't even buy.
Yeah, I think what people fail to realize, Walmart was in business to compete with the other brands that they sell. Like that was their whole purpose, is to have their signature select brand and compete with all the other brands.
Mm-hmm.
I think eventually, I think if they're smart enough, they're gonna close down all the physical stores, recoup all their money from the real estate, and just build a warehouse like Amazon.
Mm-hmm. I noticed that their online, they're kind of like moving to that, because I noticed that they have a lot of vendors that are not necessarily Walmart, brands. They're kind of like
Correct. Yep.
shipping shit through Walmart, selling stuff on their way. And I can't say it wasn't Amazon. I really don't know who did it first, but I know when I got on to like Alibaba and AliExpress, because that's what Amazon kind of puts me in the mind of. But I'm not sure really who did what first.
Right.
I know Amazon. I remember Amazon being like a book, kind of like a book thing,
Yeah.
And then they kind of transitioned over time into something else. But even when Amazon started kind of popping a little bit when I was in college, I still wasn't on it. I don't know. I was like, ain't nobody finna do all of that. I was still kind of reluctant to do online shopping too, though.
Right. A lot of people are, but like banks have gotten smarter. Like that's the thing. Like with the age of internet, these other companies have to adapt and adjust. And so banks have gotten smarter, so they're willing to work with you to make sure that your integrity and your identity doesn't get stolen, and that that's you making the transaction. They have ways of verifying that. So they for a bank, they don't want your identity to be stolen, because that also affects them. So they try to do their best to adjust and look after you, so therefore you remain a customer.
Yeah, to the point it's irritating. No, they finna actually lose me as a customer. Wells Fargo is, because I'm serious. I get annoyed when I'm not at my daily limit yet, and I'm getting declined, and then I get a message that says decline, and then I gotta call the line. They're like, "Oh, well, let's ask you about a recent purchase. Did you make this purchase?" "Yes." "Okay, now you can make the purchase." But now I'm seeing multiple transactions in my online statement that you may go back and correct. Yeah, but all of that is irritating to me. I'm
Yeah,
not
that's
in my.
extra.
What's the point of having a daily limit if you're gonna stop me before I reach my daily limit? Like,
Right. How long have you been with them?
about a year.
Okay. Yeah, I had a really bad experience at BB&T. I was with them for over 7 years, and so I recently, within the past year, switched to Bank of America, and I'm really having like the best banking experience that I've had in a long time. So you might have to
I fuck with
switch.
Bank of America, and a lot of people. I've heard they had some lawsuits in the past, but when I was with Bank of America, I absolutely enjoyed my experience. I actually did have an instance of fraud on my account one time, and they was like, "Oh, get that girl back her money. We're gonna do our investigation." And they just
Yep.
made it like, if we find that it was a legitimate purchase, then obviously we're gonna take the money back. But for now, versus other places, they want to send you through hoops and shit. Like,
Right. Yeah, they've gotten better compared to how they used to be. and they're working like they're even having like like these little like they invite you to little meetings that they have, so that way they can get your like opinion as a customer about the
Like the
company.
focus groups.
Yeah, they have those. And so like I'm a part of their focus group. So if there's anything that you feel like maybe they should work on or something that you're not satisfied with, like they're all ears. And I think like that's dope for a company to just say, especially a bank, because most banks don't necessarily care.
Yep. I was with First Bank of Texas for a few years, and I closed my account. That's why I ended up with Wells Fargo, because I was just gonna keep that account, but I moved out of state. Um, but it had never been a problem before. But it came to time I wanted to, prior to my direct deposit being set up when I got my job at the post office.
Mhm.
Of course you're gonna get a check for a couple of weeks. So I got tired. I tried to do the Walmart card, so make it simple on myself. Just put the download the funds on the Walmart card. Then it got to the point where Walmart, they wanted me to verify my identity, and then when they told me my passport wasn't good enough, I needed a state ID. I'm like, since when a government ID is not good enough? Like, it was just weird. So I was just like, never mind. I'm gonna just deposit it into my bank account using mobile check deposit. So they like, oh well, we couldn't verify the bank that the check is written on. Now it's written on a Chase Bank. I'm like, the fuck you mean you can't verify the bank it's written on? So I
Yeah,
called.
yeah. BB&T used to give me trouble with that. It's to piss me off. I'm like, this is my money. Like, just
My
give it
money,
to
and then
me.
it's a post office check. Like it's like, quit playing with me. Like,
Right.
so when
They be
I
like,
call them,
it take 2 3 days, no 3 or 4 days to clear. Like what?
but
So
they wouldn't even accept it. So initially the girl told me, oh well, we couldn't verify that the institution that the check was written on. So I'm like, you can verify the check that it's written on a Chase Bank in Eagan, Minnesota. Like, so then she contacts them, and, well, quote unquote, contacts them, said that they
mhm.
didn't answer. So she gets back on the line. Oh, well, they didn't answer. I said, okay, well, can I speak with a supervisor, because I'm just trying to figure out, why is it this hard for me to deposit money into
Right.
my goddamn account? If you have an issue with it, the check number is there. You can verify. You can get, all of that. So she was like, oh, well, so the supervisor get on the phone, and she said, we never received the check. So now I know y'all full of shit.
Right.
So pause. So she said that the check couldn't be verified. Now you're saying y'all never received a mobile deposit? Oh, send it again. I said, and then once I send it again, what's that gonna do? What's the wait time on that? Oh, well, because it's after this time, it probably won't get. Y'all playing with me. I said, close out my account right now. Just close it out. Send me my money, and I'm gonna keep it moving.
Man. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I hated that, and I immediately switched. But like, if Bank of America starts acting up again, I'll definitely leave and go somewhere else. My loyalty isn't to any bank, so
Right. But that's my thing. Like, I understand you want to be secure and all of that, but what you're not finna do is fucking play with me and my coin. That's
right.
what we're not
Definitely, definitely.
doing. And yeah, she was like, oh, unfortunately, I hate to hear that. You can always bring the check in and deposit it, bitch. Listen, if it was that easy, don't you think I'd have done that by now, girl? Bye. Yeah, I know, Nandi. I know. Nandi said the very people behind our enslavement own these banks, the very people who created fiat and took our land and go own these banks, BOA, JP Morgan, Chase, etc. Yeah, I know, Nandi, but I mean, what are you gonna do? You ain't gonna get away from it. It's just the way the cookie crumbles at this point in life.
Yep.
Saru said, where do you bank? Not no damn bank, boo.
Not
So what you
90 got a shoebox.
so what you use, Nandi? I mean, and if that's what you want to do, then that's cool. I mean, truth be told, truth be told, I mean, at the end of the day, of course, any money you deposit, they making money off your money while it's sitting in there. But at the end of the day, I mean, what can you do? Shit. She said a secret
Take a
location.
location.
Oh no, I'm not filling out no withdrawal slips either. I'm not doing none of that. Now, truth be told, Wells Fargo was good with that. You don't have to do all that paperwork and shit. You slide your card, ask them, boo, boo, boo. They real good about the deposits and the withdrawals. They don't really press you about shit like that.
Yeah, Bank of America doesn't do that. If I deposit something, I don't need that.
Yeah, they not with all of that.
0.03%. It's nothing.
Yeah, credit unions are a good way to bank. I actually plan to take some of my money out and do a credit union. I might take it all out depending on how because I told them they need to extend my daily limit because I don't have time. I'm trying to buy large items and I don't have time to be running to the bank, pulling money out. I don't have time for that. What's up, Watcher? We ain't doing shit. We waiting on you, buddy. Bias on the phone, running his mouth. Me and Melvin just shooting the shit, talking about nothing really.
Yep. So Zen says he doesn't bank. So where do you stash your money? You got a shoebox? Like, what do you got a safe at home?
Do you have any type of retirement account?
I don't think so at his age.
He might do. I think he's a engineer.
Yeah, but at his age, I don't think he's even interested in it.
Well, he might just automatically have one through his employer.
Oh yeah, you're right. She said under the bed.
Yeah, you're right, Saru. They do work for us. You said under the bed. Oh, you holding your bread under the bed, bro? Sheesh, that's throwback. You too young for the shoebox under the bed. He said, "Fuck retirement, white man can't fool me." Cut it out. He blowing all types of smoke. Cut it out. What happened to the guy from Sonetta show? I think he got disconnected or clicked off because we wasn't ready to get to the nitty gritty yet, maybe.
Well, no, I think he had a phone call. We're talking.
Yeah. Now, why would we answer those questions, y'all, on live, really? Answer what question? You don't gotta tell me the exact location you bank at, but just a general facility of who you bank with, or
Yeah, and even if I do tell you who I bank with, it's up to them to protect the integrity of my account, not me.
Right.
So, it's not something I should necessarily be worried
out
about.
Socials and no debit card numbers, no account numbers.
I'm not giving no account number. Nah, that's extra.
Yeah, we're not doing none of that. Now everybody knows. Everybody know what, Mika? You said, "Fuck retirement, white man can't fool me." I'm too through with Zen. West Star Credit Union. I hear that. Yeah, I'm gonna get into a credit union. I don't know. I need to make up my mind. I know I'm gonna be here for a couple more years, but if they treat me right, I don't want to leave. And then credit unions can be kind of tricky when you leave the area. Melvin Jefferson, tell Unbiased, let me in. He just dropped the link, so I know he's somewhere around this piece.
Yeah, he's still on the phone, so I guess when we come back,
maybe he can hear us. Lex Zen in, unbiased. He trying to get in. He's stuck at security. He held up. He got his pistol.
There you go.
They won't let him in. The watcher said, "What's the router number?" The router number really don't make a difference. Those are kind of generic, based off of, you know, kind of a region or institution. Like,
What's going on, Watcher?
trying to get in. He's stuck at security. He held up. He got his pistol.
There you go.
Yeah, he had to leave that shit in the car. Yeah. What we doing? Y'all niggas talking banks, Federal Reserve, Lynn on the panel? What the hell y'all niggas talking about?
No, Lynn ain't on the damn panel. We ain't talking about fiat.
Federal Reserve, fractional banking.
You said, huh?
That's the International Monetary Fund. What are we talking about?
Man, we just shooting the shit. What you want to talk about? First off, what you been sipping on? I know, depending on what you've been sipping on, I know what kind of night we finna have.
I ain't even started sipping yet. You know my curfew 10 o'clock.
Damn.
14 minutes.
Oh, what time is it? What time is it there? Where you? Oh, you in Arizona?
Yeah, 9:46. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's still early your way. Oh, that's why you be having us up all hours out of the night, and it be early as hell. Where you at?
Hey, don't let me hold you.
I ain't gonna let you hold me. I ain't gonna let you hold me.
Shit. Hey. I be nice and
Man, I thought you was trying to get in. You mean to tell me you ain't sneak in with Watcher?
I told him to hold the pistol.
He couldn't get past security.
You was
he had to show his ID and he couldn't make it past security.
You was supposed to roll on in. You can't be there with that fake ID. You know,
Yes,
looking
sir.
all nervous and shit. You gotta own it. Thinking it's me. Let them drag you from the bar.
To try to go to the homies and get into the frat parties. He's like, just use my ID. Every time I get caught. Nigga, this ain't you.
You used to get caught?
Every time out here in Tempe and Arizona, they don't play that shit.
Man, I used to use my
Yeah.
I used to use my sister's military ID. I was cold-blooded. They always be, oh, thank you for your service. Oh, thank you, baby. Keep it on moving.
Well, you're a female. They always gonna let a female in.
And it's good too, because the birth date is on the back. The birth date is on the back, the picture is on the front. For y'all, they always had to flip it over to see if I was old enough. They never really paid much attention to the picture. We favor, but we don't look that much alike. So, and they wouldn't even care. Oh, you military? Yeah. Drinks on you? Oh, thank you, baby. Sure. I'll be in that thing.
How long y'all been on?
I'll probably say maybe an hour, if that.
Unbiased been gone the whole damn time?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
God damn.
Yep, pretty much. He ended up running his mouth, playing Monopoly and shit on the side.
They're making love on the phone.
What the hell going on in here? Hey, babe, what you doing, Truth?
Uh-oh. Oh, he in the chat.
Yeah.
So y'all been on here how long? Let me see for sure.
Probably close to an hour. We supposed to be recapping the show. If that.
It should say 94 minutes.
Yep. About an hour and a half.
God damn. I hear me in the background. Who that?
He ended up running his mouth, playing Monopoly and shit on the side.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, you gotta mute that YouTube.
Who was that, Watcher?
Yeah.
My YouTube is muted. That ain't me. Well, shit, I guess it ain't y'all. Why did your username sound like you were peeping Tom? If that's what you hear, emo. Shit. Oh. Like
Did you catch the show with Sanada?
I saw
the last maybe 40 minutes when y'all was doing I saw some plagiarized. It was the what part? The Britannica. So I know I missed a good portion of it. I figured I'd just catch up here.
I mean, if you saw our show already on our platform, like you pretty much caught up. This is more so for people who didn't have the the time to sit there and watch a 2-hour show. So we kind of tried to condense everything. So
how long was Sunday's presentation?
right, it wasn't that long. Again, we started at 8, so maybe an hour.
Oh wow! So who was all on the panel? The same group?
Just Senator Kasu, Joshua, and me. That's it. Oh, and then Gozi came on later.
Oh shit! I ain't seen Gozi in a minute. I seen him on Facebook until I got off that shit, but yeah, he was on there. Wait, Melvin got some Sonetta airtime? Oh shit!
Yeah, just wait. The hate coming your way, Melvin.
Oh shit!
I'm ready for all this smoke.
Oh shit!
I love Melvin smoking. He bring the intellectual smoke. He an old Cuban cigar.
Talk some shit. Everyone talk some shit. Uh-oh. Oh shit! I gotta see that part. Did you present?
No, I didn't present. I helped Joshua with the whole thing, but no, he presented.
Boo! They had you on the sidelines.
I mean, I don't mind being on the sidelines. I was there when we were putting in all the hard work, so I ain't tripping. Like,
Then,
hey! I was a second string running back. Got in there on second down. You know what I mean? Got in there on third down. Catch
I was blocking. I was the O-line, man. You know, somebody gonna block.
Right on. Keep the quarterback up. Get the first down.
You know,
I got you.
in a minute, I'm gonna make an executive decision to move on. Unbiased is playing us.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
He ain't coming back.
Go ahead. Yeah, he probably not.
He ain't coming back. He left his Fiji water and everything. That nigga ain't even at home.
He ain't come back.
He left us unattended.
Oh shit! Water getting warm, and that's a fucking violation in that house. That's Fiji water. Oh shit! How many people in that chat?
He said he only drink the finest water.
The finest of the finest.
I only drink the finest.
Pour out that room temperature water. He ain't gonna drink that.
It's breast milk from a Cambodian immigrant.
Damn, Chappelle was a fool for that.
Boy.
Damn, boy.
That nigga ain't
breast milk.
I only drink the finest breast milks.
That nigga said, sugar cookie, man. He on another line. I know, right? Shit, you in the VIP line?
That's all, but I'm trying to figure out how he ain't make it through that back door when you came in. Like, man.
When did he get in here?
Whenever Unbiased let you in, I'm trying to figure out how he didn't make it in the door with you.
Oh shit.
Because he was in the chat too talking about being let in, and then all of a sudden I thought he was
He on another line. I know, right? Shit, you in the VIP line?
But I'm trying to figure out how he ain't make it through that back door when you came in. Like, man.
When did he get in here?
Oh, is he finally in the building? He finally here. Okay, turn up.
Who is that?
Zen. Zen here now.
I
just seen him kicked out.
He must have left.
So I heard, who was the echoing? Because I went on mute and I still heard that shit echoing.
That was Zen coming in. I just seen his name on the screen.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
So that was probably him earlier, huh?
Must have
been.
Yeah,
it might have been.
Oh, okay.
He said, I'm still on the startup screen. Oh.
I got you. Okay.
Damn, yeah, the government's tracking your ass, bro.
But it's weird because you're actually coming in. I seen you on the Zoom screen. When I heard that, I went back to see who was making the noise, and it says Zen Rashu.
Oh shit.
But for some reason, I don't know. They might be sending your ass back to. They keep turning you around. They say you ain't coming in. You ain't coming in here with them gym shoes on, bro.
No hat. No gym shoes.
All right. You know the dress code, nigga.
God
Hey,
damn, man.
go
They
get
don't
your
play that
slip and slides and return in a few minutes. He said, I just redid it.
Yeah, you gotta wait for him bias.
God damn.
Man.
See, if I was in the chat, I'd at least be 30 jokes in right now. I got 4 more minutes.
Imhotep said, bias paid for the girlfriend experience.
He trying to get every minute.
Every minute. Oh, that nigga
What is
lying
that
talking
shit?
about he had to take a phone call. Shit.
He got 2 more tokens.
That nigga back there getting him some teddy.
Quality time. Oh shit. He clicked his glitter shoes on. God damn. Just stay on the
Somebody
glitter
said,
box.
oh, what Zen said he said he got on them land shoes on. He got them land shoes on tonight. Oh, you got your slip and slides on? Well, come on in, bro. Take the baseball cap off. Take the baseball cap off, though.
See the pennies? You see the penny loafers?
Yeah, he said he got on his land joints. I guess he mean he got on his gators, his slip and slide.
Oh shit.
He ready. Shit. He pimping for real.
Shit, I remember when Sonetta was killing with all them damn gators, man.
Boy, I ain't
where
not.
that-
Now that's one thing you that's one thing you can't take from his old ass. I don't give a fuck what he got going on. He gonna be clean.
Damn, man.
Gonna be smooth.
When I first started watching it, he had the gators, man. God damn, all the colors. Yeah, he was booted. He couldn't say shit about his shoe game. His shoe game was on point. I remember I saw one episode. I saw one stream or show. He was actually at the store hollering at the dude. And was showing the audience or showing everybody all the different type of shoes. I ain't never seen no gators like those. Not out here. I gotta get into the finest circle. Shit.
Baby.
Damn.
He gonna stay clean, baby. He gonna do that.
Next time I go to New York, goddamn, I'm taking it.
And he said his wardrobe is not pseudo. Fuck what you talking about. Yeah.
No fucking shoes.
His wardrobe is certified.
Yeah, got the cat daddy suits.
And Motep said Sonetta got that Isaac Hayes swag. What the African guy was talking about on side? Something about homosexual, no such word in the African language. I heard a little bit of it.
Yeah, what was he telling, bro? I missed his whole point. I saw you reference the book, and I didn't know where the fuck y'all was going with it. I was like, okay, this shit went straight left.
Yeah, so the way Ngozi approached it, so the guy asked, were we like supporting homosexuality by saying it's in Africa? And the way Ngozi stated, when you look at the advancement of humans, being that humans were first in Africa, there's a lot of things that they've done while in Africa that stayed in Africa, and a lot of it progressed outside of Africa, because as humans, the male species always does the most traveling. So Ngozi was speaking from an evolution standpoint, but there actually is certain languages in Yoruba, in Hausa, that specify that type of activity. And then, of course, there's different cultures that also tolerate that type of activity. So it's just most people, they don't want to hear that because they feel like, okay, we're pro LGBT, but like this is something that's been going on before that. So it's not something that we can control or paint a narrative of. This is just how these people were.
Okay, hold up. I thought the presentation was on plagiarism.
It was, but when Sonetta opened the phone lines up, that's when people started asking questions that were not related. Like, obviously, nobody had anything to say as far as the plagiarism, except maybe the first caller, but everybody else, it was another topic. Somebody called in asking about, was Drew Ali a plagiarist? And that's not the case. So yeah, that question was
Drew Ali, the Muslim, the Moor?
Yeah. They were saying was the Holy Quran by Noble Drew Ali plagiarized,
He
but it
got
wasn't.
a separate. Wait. Oh, that's the Circle 7 Bible shit.
Yeah.
So
But
he
they
has
said,
like a Quran and a Bible. I thought
well,
say
he
did a
said
presentation.
that the guy that called in about it said that Amon Roscoe said that it was plagiarized.
I thought SETI did that. I
He did?
remember SETI banging on that.
I don't remember SETI banging on the Circle 7.
He was saying that shit was plagiarized. That's who I first heard it. I didn't hear who Amon Roscoe said it was plagiarized.
I don't know. That's just what he said.
Oh, well, okay. Now I remember SETI.
But we
SETI film.
I have to find that. But our stance is that he didn't, because specifically we know that Drew Ali didn't say that these were his words or his interpretation of the text. And then also in the book itself, if you have a copy of it, it specifically says that this book is not for sale. I actually can get the quote. It says the lessons of this pamphlet are not for sale, but for the sake of humanity, as I am a prophet and the servant is worthy of his hire, you can receive this pamphlet at expense. The reason these lessons have not been known is because Muslims in India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and have kept them back from the outside world, and further on and further on. But all Drew Ali did was publish it. He did not like specifically say that these were his words. He says it was divinely prepared, and that you can take that how far you want to go. But there's no.
That shit's the bank. What do you mean divinely prepared?
You can take that way you want.
I need to see the tablets that authorized it.
Right. You can take that how far you want to take it. It's the same with the Bible. People can say that if they by using that argument, they can say that the Bible was plagiarized, and it's not the case. So.
And I would use that argument. If you're trying to tell me it was written by God, and I can't see no source or no primary God script, I need to see a God's rough draft, and y'all gotta hold me on that. I'm teasing though. So he's saying that. So the guy, there was one guy called in saying that Noble Drew Ali didn't plagiarize the Circle 7. Yeah, that's what it was. The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, written by Levi. But you guys are saying he didn't plagiarize because he threw a disclaimer on it saying that it's not for sale.
He didn't take credit for it, and neither did Levi Dowling. He didn't take credit for it, and there's somebody else, Ramaterio, he didn't take credit for it either.
Okay, so if I'm an originator of a book, do I have to take credit for it if I'm the
obviously you would. There's no way. How am I going to plagiarize you if there's no credit? There's no source of a text that says, "Hey, this is credited to such and such."
Okay, so I'm trying to see how he gets exonerated because he didn't claim to. That it was
he's not.
work.
He's not. Yeah, he's not saying.
No, let me put it this way. Hold up. Since did he cite his source and say where he got it from?
If you read the, I believe that's the intro.
Is that a slow no?
Hold on. It says he refers to the ancient teachings of India, Egypt, and Palestine. That he doesn't take credit for that. He refers to those teachings, and that's who he gives the credit of the Quran to. And that makes sense because that's where his influence is from. But he's not claiming that he wrote the Quran. That's the point.
Nor is he claiming that he got it from the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, written by someone specifically. He's not saying that either.
Correct.
Okay.
People like to use Levi Dowling, but they fail to understand that Levi Dowling didn't take credit either.
Okay. It's one thing about taking credit, but it's also about giving credit. If you write something and you don't give credit to the original source, that kind of leads into plagiarism for me. Y'all can say it's not, but I'm just telling you from if I was to turn the paper.
But Levi Dowling specifically states that he was a transcriber of the text. Not the author, but a transcriber, which is basically a person who basically takes that information and puts it to text, but he's not saying he's the author. In fact, Levi specifically mentions something about meditation and him accessing Akashic records or something like that. Like he's not saying he's the source either. So
he asked and projected and got the information.
Whatever it was, I'm just saying.
Take the cape off, cuz.
I'm not taking the cape off. I'm just dealing with specifics.
I can tell you ain't taking the cape off.
No, there's no cape. There's no cape to take off. I'm just dealing with specifics. That's all.
Okay. All right. Well, if he didn't have
if he stated that he wrote it, that's different. Like I can't defend that. Like I'm just saying that he didn't state that he wrote it.
Okay. And what I'm saying is he didn't cite or credit the source where he got it from specifically. He's just trying to say shout out
he
to
did.
over here.
He didn't have a source. Yeah, he didn't have a source. He just said, hey, the reason he said these lessons come from the Muslims, the India, Egypt, and Palestine. He said they held the secrets. So he's crediting them. That's what he's crediting the ancient teachings. He's not saying that he's the person that should receive credit for these teachings. He's saying the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine.
So he's saying he got it from them. So is that him citing his sources?
If you want to classify that as a source, Bob is.
Woo, okay. All right. Okay. Right on. To me, I'm not debating for or against it. I'm just going off of information. So to me, it sounds like if he gave credit to a particular source where he got the information from, then I would say that
he didn't necessarily credit a source. To credit a source would be a person or entity that has taken credit for certain information. He's not saying, okay, this specific person or this specific group is who deserves credit. He's just basically generalizing where the teachings come from.
Okay.
Imhotep.
You've been in academia, correct?
Sorry, say it again.
You've been in academia, meaning that you got a receipt or a degree. You went to school, paid your money, and they give you a quote unquote receipt or degree. Okay. Yeah. We know, and I have as well, and we know we can't pull that, right?
We can't do that now, no.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to verify. Because that's all I can go off what I know.
Imhotep Ra asked me, do I believe that? My beliefs aren't necessarily important in this particular case. My beliefs, my opinions aren't necessarily important in this conversation. I'm just giving, based upon the information he presented and based upon the information that's in the Circle 7 Quran, what was written, and you can only go off of that.
Right, and that's my whole point, because I ain't read now not either of them. However, if there's one book that was done prior to another book, and then if there's something that's copied directly from it, I don't understand how that's not necessarily plagiarism. It's just like, well, okay. I don't want to beat a dead horse. Sticks broke.
No, it's fine. It's just that, if you say he got it from a source, okay, who's the source? And this source, do they claim that they've written, the information? Because that's the thing. Like people, like I said, people use Levi Dowling, but Levi didn't state that he's taken, credit for the writing either. So you can't credit him if he's not saying he's the one that's done it. He's just saying, hey, I transcribed it.
Right, I get that, but my point is if Amber writes a book 3 days ago, you get your information from Amber's book, I get my information from you, and none of us quote the person behind us, but we all could just say we were influenced or we were under the guys, we're all smoking the same blunt, but our informations are identical. At what point are we going to just be upfront with it and just say, hey, it's a soft plagiarism?
I mean, yeah, you have an argument. I'm not saying that it's not a relevant argument.
That's all I wanted to state. That's all I'm trying to state, because I don't want to attribute something to him, and you guys have more insight to me. So if you guys can explain something to me where I'm like, okay, well, he may have got the information from him, but these paragraphs are different, or the order is different, the numbering is different. Then I'm like, okay, well, I'll fall back. But if I'm looking at something, because I'm just going off of the same critique that I heard in the presentation. So to me, it's like, well, shit, if you can put shit side by side and that shit is quote for quote, line per line, then I can't just attribute this to divine intervention or just meditating or whatever reference these people are using. But I mean, I'm not trying to prosecute or expecting you to exonerate anybody, because everyone has their own opinion. And if you're well read, you have a more critical eye to what plagiarism is and what's attributing credit to. So I'm not trying to have that conversation. I just was under the impression for a very long time that homeboy took some information that he got from somewhere and he had a purpose to better his people with it. And I'm all fine with that. I have no issues with that. However, I'm gonna just call it what I see it is. I don't want the guy to go to jail. I don't want to be an ass to him, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat it as well. Now, if you're comparing it to other people in the aspect, like you said, it wasn't for sale. Now, if he was selling it, it would sound more harsh. If my point makes sense. Okay, yeah. Now that's what I'm saying. Like I can understand if we're gonna go by degrees of it. One may be worse than the other. However, I would put them all in the same category. You know, because what am I trying to say?
But like I said, you got Levi, you got Drew Ali, you got Levi, and this Indian guy who all have a text that's very, very similar, but they're all not taking credit for it. They're all giving it to Akashic Records or some type of divine entity. That's who they're giving it to. They're saying, hey, I'm not the writer or the owner of this text. So I'm not the source, but the source is these ancient teachings from, these different places. And so I think that's the thing that most people are paying attention to. Is that they're not taking ownership or credit as if these are my thoughts and opinions. And until somebody says that, or until they position themselves to their text to make it look like this is my thoughts and my opinions, then you can't hold them to that. Like Drew Ali specifically said where he got those thoughts and ideas from. Even though he used divine as the influence behind it, again, he's not taking credit for it. Now, if he says he was
that's bro, my guy. If you're gonna claim a divine intervention as your source or your reference, instead of just saying directly where you got it from, I'm looking at it kind of side eye.
Yeah, I agree. In this time, yeah, definitely, I agree with you. But in the 20s, that's not necessarily something that was focused on.
So written in 1920, you're saying?
But then, yeah, 1927, 1928. But then you gotta look at it. It's the same. It's the same concept with the Bible. It's the same exact concept.
I know that wasn't the Bible compiled by a certain group at the Council of Nicaea or whatever, and they came together and they got all these books and put it together and all that type of stuff. So, all right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too deep into it because it's just a whole bunch of compiled.
Oh no, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late for that.
Okay, right on. I just was going with the theme, you know what I mean? I mean, we got the bullseye on the Amin Ra squad for what they did.
Right, but that was something that was not relevant to the show. That was just a question that somebody had.
Hey,
so based on that, you guys were pretty much. Let me finish this point real quick, Amber.
No, it's some feedback from the chat. They say it sounds like you're talking from a well. So Is it any way you can? Yeah, you sound far away. You kind of do. You sound far away.
That's how you always sound, yo. That's how you always sound.
He sound like that when he on like.
Amber,
he's on
Amber, he's on the toilet.
Oh, okay.
Nigga, bro.
He got that bathroom echo.
You want to play my on the toilet? It's probably my laptop. I'll pull my laptop closer.
That sound better.
Got a headset?
He got a bathroom background.
That sound better. It sounds better already.
He's definitely on the toilet.
Everybody geeking tonight. Hey, yo,
he went to, I think, hook up his computer. But he sounded better. Like, it sounded like he got closer to the phone or
you
whatever.
might as well get the dreads now, bro.
Yeah, and you might as well go ahead and lock it up.
Hey, yo, no.
You might as well go ahead and lock it up. You don't know when the next time you're going to get a haircut.
Yeah, go twist it up, yo.
Hey, yeah, you know the thing is, I got my own clippers, but I don't want to mess my head up. But I'm like desperate right now.
Now you just gotta get yourself the old man cut.
What they say, the one?
Cut it with no shape.
Put a bowl.
Nah, you need to go holla at Sheffer to have him do a house visit.
You said bowl.
I'm definitely
going chili bowl.
Real for real.
Man.
I was thinking about like, I don't know, man. Put an S curl in there, something like that.
Don't do it. Now you too old for that. You too old for that.
You know he'll do it.
I know he is.
I
he
done it before.
Thinking about that.
Man, he ain't gotta leave the house.
It ain't gonna turn out the way you think it's gonna turn out. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Don't do that.
Time soon, so
don't do that one. Yeah, this nigga finna go back to the nation.
Yeah, about to the S.
Put the part in it and everything.
Put the S curl there on y'all.
He gonna be hitting sign that up for some of them gators.
Baby. I know he got something in his closet. He ain't want to show us that side.
Oh man, I'm an expert on that damn dark. What's that thing called? Dark and natural.
You no damn expert. Don't tell yourself that lie. So you geeking yourself up to do it. Don't do it.
Dark and natural.
Dark and natural. He got his preferred brand.
Pressure on that shit. I tell you straight up, I was an S-Curl king coming up.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just get you a sponge.
I got one. I did the shit right here.
No, that ain't right. You got to put some moisturizer in it first before you sponge it. You can't just be sponging the dry.
I be hating that moisturizer shit. When I lay on the couch, I be leaving like stains over there.
Okay, don't do that.
What you got? Soul Glow, nigga?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got that crown. That y'all heard of the crown, right?
Yeah, that's straight blue.
Shit. Nah, I don't think so.
It do better when like you have your hair moistened and you just use a little. You don't have to like use a whole lot if your hair is already wet. It'll lock in the moisture. It'll take better.
Okay, because I be OD.
Yeah. If you laying down and it's on the couch.
It's not hair styling gel.
Yeah.
It's used as a moisturizer, not hair style.
He get his Soul Glow on.
Hot oil treatment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm about to get little baby hairs, like Coney's right here in the front. Put the gel right there and do that little thing right here. Have little baby hairs. Look like genuine.
Yeah, kill it right there.
Not the baby hair.
Kill again.
I'm gonna have to roast you.
Not the baby hair.
He acting like he playing, but these are all thoughts that have crossed his mind.
This is real talk.
Hey yo, X might come on and show his face after that, yo.
Man, and he considered cutting it and everything. He was gonna cut that little baby hair in there too. He was gonna trim it down, throw a little S curl on that part, make it look like it was natural.
Word.
Like full-fledged baby hair.
Oh my God, man! I used to be lying, yo. Man, that's yo. Tell me something about he don't be always lying when he talk his stuff, man.
Nah, he just crossed the line for it.
Yeah, all I gotta do, put the S curl in, like you said, do the little thing right here, baby hair, sideburns, baby hair. Yeah, I'm Puerto Rican, and chicks be all like, really?
I can't fuck with that guy,
The whole time you could be Puerto Rican with that hair. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, but that ain't gonna really sell it though. Like black women want to see the curly shit.
Man, listen.
You gonna be like, nigga, we in Jersey. I don't believe you.
I'm trying to tell you, man. Personal experience. Like they want to see the curls.
And you gonna give them what they want, huh? You just gonna throw the S curl in there and just.
That's that Jersey shore. That's that Jersey shore.
I'm not doing the S curl nowadays, Amber, because I know my shit probably gonna fall out.
that shit look like it could take a little processing. It look like it could take a process.
Jersey shore shit, man.
Nah, I'm afraid. I throw S curl in there now. I'm gonna have a little ball spot back here.
No, you can't leave it in there too long. You gotta just literally a couple minutes and rinse that shit out. You just want it to relax the curl a little bit.
Amber, you just need to comb. You just need to comb it through.
Amber, Imhotep Ross said he had the genuine curl in middle school.
Yes.
Yeah, genuine had mad people wear the S curl. I'm trying to tell you.
But I'm telling you, y'all watch some natural hair tutorials. You ain't even gotta do the S curl no more. You could look like you Puerto Rican with your normal shit. Watch some of these girl tutorials. Give yourself a twist out.
Send me a link.
I'm gonna drop a few in your inbox. Real talk. Yeah. Hook your shit up.
I'm gonna try that shit.
Fuck them.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
My God, man.
Wait, Imhotep said he had the genuine curl in middle school. I know all y'all niggas did. When I say about every dude that I went to school with, even the ones that call themselves being hard, all them niggas tried that shit.
Word, yeah.
And then some of them, they left that shit in too long, so that shit was kind of straight. Like,
Amber, I had the contacts too, though.
Oh, nigga.
I couldn't. Whoa, it was a lot of niggas did that shit. I couldn't stand you niggas.
I gotta be honest, because you gonna find that shit anyway. I gotta be honest right now.
Wait. You talking about colored contacts or something?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I couldn't stand you niggas. Blue eyes, gray eyes, green eyes. None of them eyes look like they your eyes. Shit weird as hell. Look cloudy. Like, bro. And then, you know, niggas in my hood, they were so cheap, they wouldn't even get the real ones. They got those like little trial pack.
Oh, so, my God.
You know, if you look at them real close, they got like writing in them and shit. Like, nigga.
You don't do that.
You got writing on your eyeball.
Yeah, because they don't fit your eyes. They be like they be over here, and your black eye be over here. Yeah, you don't do that.
Yeah, shit looked horrible all the way through.
They be talking and blinking, and that shit, your contact be stuck over here somewhere. Yeah, you don't do that.
I had contacts, but them bitches was
not the scabs in your head. Yeah, you over. Imhotep said the escrow had him with the scabs in his head. Yeah, you over process your shit. That's what we call perm burn.
Yeah, I had that thing too. I had that thing too.
I cannot.
Yeah, I definitely, because you know we dudes, like, we don't know how to put an escrow in correctly.
No, I'm telling you, females went through it too. Shit, as many relaxers I got, I was still liable to get a perm burn because my mama like, nah, keep that shit in there a few more minutes longer.
Right.
That
shit,
straight.
You know what, Amber? When I did the S curl, and that shit started burning, I thought of the movie Malcolm X. I'm like, oh, that shit real. Like, this shit really real. Yeah, you would put your head in the toilet. That shit start getting hot on your ass. You try to get that thing out your head.
Oh yeah.
That's a fact.
You gotta move quick, and that shit start burning
real
fast.
That thing really. Yeah, what's new said I had the Morris Day in the 4th grade. That early, god damn. Yeah, you were 9 years old. Oh my God, your mom was like, man, the hell with these naps. I'm about to have you right now. But you know what? The thing about light-skinned people, let me tell you the psychology of a light-skinned person. If a light-skinned person don't have like quote unquote fake good hair, we feel like we're robbed, like God robbed us. So we're gonna definitely get an S curl. You dig? We're gonna make up for the robbery. So light-skinned folks definitely go get women and dudes go get some processed shit to show what God robbed us from. We're gonna get it our own.
You talking real light skin right now.
Word. I'm telling you, yeah, that's the psychology amongst like people who are light skinned. When they got regular nigga hair like this.
I've come across many light skinned girls that thought they had good hair. Bitch, that shit is
No,
regular
but
average
he
hair.
said he felt like he was robbed if they didn't have it.
But that's the whole thing. Like a lot of people didn't have it and they was trying to perpetrate the fraud. Like, oh, I got good hair. No, bitch, you got regular hair like everybody else. You just light skinned, so you think that make your hair good? No, bitch, you got regular shit.
Yep.
Hey, my mic on?
Yep.
Can y'all hear me better? Or
Yeah.
You sound a little better. I gotta move my fucking laptop all the way on the table and shit.
Yeah, you ain't well in it no more.
Oh,
you ain't in that bathroom anymore.
This nigga, cuz.
Yeah, now he on video. That is strange.
Yeah, he on video now all of a sudden.
Now he
I got
on
my
video.
laptop. Y'all niggas. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
I would take my laptop in the bathroom. I put y'all niggas on mute. Y'all not that important.
Yeah, I hope you had wipes up in there, bro.
I heard that.
Why would you take the laptop in the bathroom?
No, you was talking from the bathroom.
I'll just put y'all niggas on mute and go take a shit, go take a piss, do what I gotta do. It's not that serious. Y'all wasn't talking about shit anyway when I got on.
We showing the front.
Yeah, you can blame on bias for that.
You was talking from the bathroom, though. We ain't saying you took it in the bathroom. You was talking from the bathroom. Nigga. Sound like you was in a whole tunnel.
Y'all niggas wild. What time is it? I get a drink. God damn it, let me get my drink.
Yeah, get your drink. Shit.
Go get my drink.
We won't turn up watching. Shit.
About to take the edge off.
Yeah, he ready. Shit, you can tell he's 5 minutes past his time.
He ready to get back to that gym.
Oh yeah.
Look, at some point,
shit right now.
At some point, we gotta deal with the elephant in the room. And the elephant in the room, like we kind of escape like black social problems, especially when it comes to like light skinned people and dark skin and whatever. Like we kind of run for those necessary topics because like there be inside stereotypes that we never address and we just let it go. And you know, problems don't get solved by just letting it go.
No, I don't think we ducked the elephant in the room. I don't think nobody's ever brought it up.
That's called ducking.
Yeah, I mean, but for some people, it's not at the forefront of their mind. You know,
what's the elephant in the room? What's the elephant in the room?
You talking about like colorism?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, just say colorism.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's a new term for me. Like I'm not familiar with that term. I heard it before, but I'm not.
It's been out for years, man.
Yeah, but colorism.
Well, he's light skinned, so he doesn't have to know what it means.
like that's a term that I heard from like Tariq Nasheed. But a lot of things Tommy Sotum say sometimes be true. When it comes to like children, you know, the brown skinned baby, the dark skinned baby, they just regular children. The light skinned one, ooh, like they get special treatment. Like I know for a fact I witnessed that shit for myself. Like looking at children, how they being treated, as opposed to like brown skinned and dark skinned children. Like the light skinned baby get treated like straight royalty. And I'm like that. I'm like that's crazy. You know, like that always made me want to throw the hell up and shit.
It always depends really on
Oh shit.
No, it depends on really your value system and who you come around. Like, so in my family, we're pretty much brown to dark skin. You know, we have some lighter skinned people in our family, but for the most part, all of us were pretty brown to dark skin. So we never had that, you know, being in awe of light skin.
You ain't got no cousin. You don't have any cousins that's like light skin?
Like this later generation, but when we were coming up, no. Like both my boys would be considered somewhat light skinned. My oldest probably more so than my youngest. But when we were coming up, our group, we didn't have that, like, we may experience it in school, but as far as our family, we didn't have like light babies for people to just be like, so we didn't see the difference. We all kind of got treated the same. Now, in school, I noticed that, you know, the light-skinned girls, you know, kind of got more attention, which I didn't really give a fuck about. I still pulled who I wanted to pull. But, I mean, it's definitely a social thing. Now, what I will say is, like, some of my best friends were light-skinned. I actually had one real close friend that was a mixed breed, real pretty, Black and Italian, real pretty hair. But the crazy thing is, initially, people didn't like her because she was like the dusty friend. You know what I'm saying? Like, And she was cute, but she was just a dusty friend.
Yeah.
But so like over our 6th grade summer, she kind of developed, and me and her got cooler. So I started letting her rock some of my little gear or whatever, kind of helped her out. So by the time she returned to school, she was one of, the more popular wanted girls. So I mean, she never had like a nasty attitude or anything, like because she was so pretty or and she had a nice shape too. Like she never took on that like nasty attitude, but there were some girls that did, that felt like them being light skinned was like a pass. They ain't have to do shit else. They ain't have to be nothing else but light skinned. But I ain't gonna lie, I grew up with some pretty bad chicks, so nobody really felt no type of way.
Man, I seen some ugly ass light skinned girls that dudes be acting like was so pretty. I'm like, dude, like stop it, bro. Like you just into the light skin thing. This chick like it look like a goddamn Rottweiler, and you over here stressing over it.
That's a fact.
Yeah, all because you just light skinned. That come on, like that shit would kill me.
That's a fact.
So now also let me say this. So like when other nations talk to black folks, like they literally talk to light skinned people as though we're not black. I had a coworker who was Pakistani who was telling me about his experiences with black folks, a predominantly black school, and how they pick with them. And like he had like a flashback. The dude was like, yeah, they pick with me. He said, you them effing monkeys.
Oh shit.
And he looked at me and said, but not you though.
Oh shit.
And I was like, I'm looking like, wow, like you really thought that was cool? Like them, but not me? Like he tried to separate me from black folks. I'm like, wow.
Was he cool with you though? Like did he?
Yeah. Now he was cool with me. Like we used to go to lunch.
Yeah, so
cool.
that's why he said not you. It probably wasn't colorism. It probably was just him being cool with you, him having a conversation with you before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it might have been colorism, and then when it comes to him, he just decided to exclude him from the topic since he knows him. Most people that are not natively American do that.
Yeah, I was highly offended though. Like, dude, like how you gonna say not me? Like, you know damn well it's me. Like, you just don't want to get in trouble.
No, it's because he knows you. That's the thing. Like, if he didn't know you, you'd be included.
Right.
That's the point.
Yeah, I've had conversations with Uber drivers, and before I actually open my mouth and talk to them, they'll just talk any kind of way. And then when I enunciate myself and we have clear conversations, and you know what I mean, he'll always refer to people as like in second person, but it'd be my people. You feel me?
Right.
And it's like, you're not including me in this right now. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying.
No, I had one of the people I work with now, it's a courier. I'm in a different position at the post office, but it was a courier, and I could tell, like, first off, it's a lot of swirling go on up here, which I don't have no problem with. I don't get no fuck. I mind my business. Swirling. A lot of white women with black guys, or white or black girls with white men.
Okay.
So I can always tell them because they go out their way to try to have a connection with the black girl. So I'm just going to work doing my job. Literally, I talk to no fucking body. I do my job and I keep it fucking moving. So, she would just come over and offer me different stuff. Oh, I brought some cookies. You want some? And I could tell by her little jazzy haircut. She had like the little, short hair, long in the face.
The haircut always does it.
You said, huh? You said, huh?
I said, the haircut always does it, man. You know they want to be black bad as hell. Go ahead.
Yeah, she had the little short,
It's always short, right? It's always a short haircut.
Long in the front, hanging over the eye. Spiked up at the top. Okay, girl, I see you. So one day, after a couple of weeks of her, offering me different stuff, and I'm like, oh no, thank you. But then, she make a little comments about the, white lazy motherfuckers that's not working, even though she white, but these is the comments she making about the other people that do my job that she see not doing their job. You know what I'm saying? So one day she came over to me. She was like, I have to tell you, I'm so happy to finally have somebody Black in here. She was like, my kids are half Black, so my man is Black, so you know, I understand, girl. She was like, but I'm so glad to finally see somebody, because I am the only Black person in my facility. I'm so glad to finally see somebody Black in here, you know, not one of the imports. You know what I'm saying? She meant immigrants because you know, Amazon drivers and different people that drop off shipments, they're typically Arabic or Somalian, because it's a lot of Somalians out here. But I was like, oh, okay. She was like, yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But the whole time I'm like, bitch, what is you talking about? You see some Black blood.
That kind of shit right there, like, to me, that's just not having conversation etiquette. Like, you know what I mean? Like, certain things you shouldn't just say to people. Like, you know what I mean? That's kind of like how when people.
Damn.
Oh, every time.
It begins.
Now, whole time, y'all don't know this yet, but I'm a petty ass motherfucker, right?
We don't?
Oh, I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
Yeah, we all know that.
Okay, well.
That is no secret. That shit public like a mother. That's an
bullshit.
Did y'all get
cats out the bag?
Right. Well, maybe you know, may not know the extent of my petty.
Cats out the bag.
Shit.
Then what was you saying?
Everything about your pettiness.
Tell us more.
I don't even know where I cut off at.
You cut off like they don't have good conversation etiquette, and it's just like, and you kind of started drifting.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I just was saying they don't have good conversation etiquette. I mean, that shit in a conversation, like, you shouldn't have to, like, the first thing that you think shouldn't be what you say a lot of times. You see what I'm saying? Like, especially in the workforce setting, like, you shouldn't just ask people or say stuff like that. Like, that's kind of controversial. That's like talking about religion or politics.
Right. So, but see, here's the thing though. The problem with her, first off, I can't even say it was the first thing that came to her mind, because no, I have been there for weeks and she's been trying to make conversation. So I feel like this is a conversation she probably has had in her head already, and she didn't think it sounded that bad, you know, because for some reason people think that they're around other people, like their husband or their children that are mixed, that like they relate to Black people, and that's not necessarily the case. Especially if you relating to me is not just you relating to me just as an individual, you know, you're trying to relate to me based off my Blackness when you're not Black, you know, like, just leave that situation alone.
Let me say this too, because I do have some white friends for real, but the only reason why I fuck with them is because they are fine being white. They don't try to be Black. Like, you feel me? These niggas are just
white. I like white folks who act white.
You said what?
I like white folks who act white.
It's not even a whole, I wouldn't even consider it a whole acting thing, right? But when it comes to the point of you feel like you have to interact with me a certain way, because I can hear you when you're interacting with other people. You know, I'm dropping off your stuff to your route. So I can hear you when you're talking to the courier next to you, or when you're talking to management or whoever. So I know how you interact with people that look like you. But when you come to me, you know, your whole vernacular is different. Like, nah, bitch, you're doing the most. Like, just talk. Just do you.
Just to be extremely clear for the listeners, because I understand we got people listening. Like, when I say acting white, what I'm talking about, I mean acting
like being yourself.
Side of white, being yourself. What I'm talking about is the way that you're acting in front of me is not the way that you would act in front of your peers.
Right.
So when they're around their peers, they don't use the same lingo and nuances that they use around you. Even the conversation topics are different. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't like that. I feel like if you have to change that when you talk to me, that's a problem.
You're being phony,
Right.
I think
we all do a little code switching, like in the workplace.
Oh, yeah.
So that's
I call
like
it
that's
corny.
I'm not even
we all
but that's the thing. Not that, But
No,
the
it's
whole,
that.
yeah, you just changing, like, for me only though, because everybody else you talk to. But what I was gonna say before was,
I think that's what Zen's saying.
yeah. But what I was gonna say before was, as far as her, because to me, especially as a Black person, one, even when I was in the shop around mostly Black people, it's just certain topics that you're taught not to discuss in the workplace because they're controversial.
Right,
You know what
like,
I'm saying?
religion.
You know that, yeah, religion, politics. It's just certain shit you just don't touch, right? Yep. But the reality is, a lot of white people freely discuss these things when they're in a space absent of other people, because for the most part, even when people disagree, they don't get offended. You know what I'm saying? They're not offending other people based on their race or their views. Their racially nuanced views are not interpreted the same way for the most part by white people. And if they are, they're not taken with the same severity that a non-white person would take it. So to me, she didn't think anything of it, because these are the type of conversations they have, the type of statements that they make, you know. So she didn't, even though she felt like she was relating to me, she didn't realize that there was a problem in her even saying anything like that to me. Now, to me, I didn't make think about it then, because whole time I like to keep a record of shit. Like, I got a record of so much shit that was said that if ever I need to file a grievance for any reason at the post office, I got plenty of shit to throw out there. Oh yeah, this happened. And I don't have to necessarily quote unquote report it, especially when I've reported other instances. So because there's some things that I report just for the sake of having a paper trail. So you can't say I ain't never said shit. Yeah, I done told you some problematic shit. But y'all keep a record of every fucking thing, because they just be saying any goddamn thing.
Yeah, Emotep said this in the chat. He said a Mexican told him at his job that he works hard for a Black dude, and he lied. And like, so when I was a Hebrew Israelite, you dig? There's a story about Joseph and his 11 brothers, where like he was sold to Egypt, and he worked hard in the land of Egypt. He worked so hard that he was promoted to like some type of pharaoh type status. So because I was a Hebrew Israelite, I felt like whatever job I worked at, I'm gonna work better than anybody. You know, where I'm like, you know, my fantasy was to be like a pharaoh, like in the Bible. So to go on to Emotep's point, like, it's funny how Hispanics say shit like that when I don't know one Hispanic who ever worked harder than me, any job where I worked at with them. So I like this. So like they be lying when they say that, because they work with Black folks and they know they're not the hardest worker in that company.
No, it's just a stereotype that's thrown on African Americans.
Right now, I'm saying like the Spanish guy who's working with Emotep, the Spanish guy, he's actually working with him. He's trying to act like the stereotype is real. Like, dude, like, you know it's a fucking lie. Like, stop it. The Spanish guy.
No. I mean, I've seen it firsthand as well. Like, I've seen it. I've worked with Mexicans before. You get cool with them or whatever, and they feel comfortable enough to say certain stuff.
But none of them ever work hard at me at any job. So I don't know why they even believe the stereotype is real. I don't believe them when they think it's real.
Well,
yeah, no, I mean, I've seen some hardworking Spanish people, but for the most part, the shit that you do, you can't really, and I don't want to say it because it sounds stereotypical, but the hardest working ones that I've seen, they always fucking drinking. And you can't really do that at a regular, you know, job. Like, you got to be a contractor. You got to be, you know, because you can't just go to work and just be fucking drunk all the time in order for you to be motivated to work. Now, not saying that's all of them, but the ones that I've seen, yeah, they work hard, but they also drink the fuck out of some beer.
Let me say this. It's not just Hispanics. I don't let, when I was on the clock, I don't let anybody outwork me. Like, I'm very competitive. I was trying to watch that earlier. I'm very competitive. So if I see you working hard, I'm gonna go out my way to work harder than you. So I always made sure I was the hardest worker in almost every job I had.
And honestly, I was just the hardest worker because them motherfuckers was lazy. Like, for me, if the work got to get done, I don't see no point in stretching it out. Like, they would try to get as many hours because, again, we didn't have no set schedule. We got deadlines, you know, and depending on the volume of mail, it might just be a fucking suggestion because there's no way we gonna finish the shit by the deadline. But at the end of the day, I feel like if everybody working diligently and we don't meet the deadline, okay. But sometimes our mail volume will be not that, like, it's not that bad. We can meet this deadline, but motherfuckers slacking, taking their goddamn time, picking up one package at a time. Like, literally, I can pick up 6 packages in my hand, 6 nice medium-sized packages, and throw all that shit and be done picked up another 6, and these motherfuckers on their 3rd package. Small packages. You know, they picking up 1 envelope at a time. That shit would drive me nuts, especially when I know that we getting off based off of the work getting done. Not like, oh, Amber, I see you working hard. You been here, you done did your part. It's time for you to go home. No, I got to keep working until the shit is done. Yeah, that's going to piss me off and throw me the fuck off.
You got mandatory overtime?
Nope.
Must be nice.
I mean, can I get a government check? Everybody got one with me.
Must be nice.
Sure. Hell, I'm waiting on a couple more government checks.
Can I get one? I just want one.
How many are they giving out? Are they doing, like, I heard they're doing 2 to 3 different rounds.
Now, I'm talking about unemployment benefits. I just want one of those.
Oh, okay.
I don't care about the stimulus check at all. I want some weekly benefits.
Have you filled out your PUA, like your additional your expansion? Have you filled out that application yet?
For what? Unemployment benefits?
Yeah.
Now you can't. Like it's auto, like there's nothing to do. What they want you to do is this. They want you to apply for regular unemployment benefits.
Then they deny you, then they send you the additional.
I never got additional. I got an email telling me what to do when I'm able to reopen my claim. And every time I reopen my claim, it tells me it's not my scheduled day. So I did it Monday, I did it Tuesday, so we'll see tomorrow. Wait, what's today? Wednesday?
Did you look at the schedule online so you can quit wasting your fucking time and pissing yourself off?
I mean, it really wouldn't matter, right? Because it's gotta be one of these days. What's today? Today was Wednesday?
Why don't you just look at the schedule? They probably got it posted on the website, the schedule by the day and what it goes by. It probably go by like your social or something like the last.
Well, shit, it gotta be Thursday or Friday now, right? Because I didn't waste it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So it gotta be Thursday or Friday.
What I'm saying is, if you was to look tonight, you would know definitely Friday. I need to log in at this time because they also have time windows too, for the most part, of when you have to get your shit in.
Knowing my luck, man, I wake up early as hell in the day and apply for that. I do that thing in the morning, trying to get lucky. But Amber, I already knowing my luck is gonna be Friday.
Look, though,
right,
like
now you fuck around and miss that deadline and gotta wait till next Friday.
No, I check every day. I check every day, by the way, but I know it's gonna be Friday.
In Maryland, like most people can't even get their unemployment right now because they trying to find out ways to pull more money into the state because too many people on unemployment.
It's like some bullshit.
Yeah, it's crazy right now. Like
I ain't
not even getting their shit.
And that's probably what Minnesota trying to do to me, but I don't give no fuck. At the end of the day, whenever y'all pay me, y'all gonna have to pay me for all the weeks that I have applied for the benefits. So I don't.
Yeah, they definitely do that. They definitely, backtrack and give you everything since you first claim. But damn, I mean, give me a check. That's what I'm asking for. Give me a check. Like I didn't look at this. Y'all see this right here? This is my goddamn money. This ain't no government money. This is out of my account. I'm wasting fucking money.
Well, even government money is your money, shit. Nigga, it ain't like you steadily earning. That's why you need the government money. So that's your money too, shit.
Yeah, but this is some shit I had, already put away. Like I don't want to use that money. Give me my government. They lied and said, guys, stay home. We're gonna pay for your shit, and we're gonna add extended money. Well, give me my shit.
Well, with the government, everything is a goddamn process now.
I'm spending my goddamn savings over here.
But did you get your stimulus?
Nothing. I didn't even apply for that stupid shit. I only care about unemployment right now.
Boy, the stimulus is $1,200. That could have been holding you over until you got your unemployment.
I got money over, so the stimulus won't do shit for me. I want to be able to pay rent.
If you pay taxes, you should get the stimulus regardless. You don't have to sign up for it.
But I ain't get that shit, and I pay taxes.
Yeah.
I think I heard they're doing the people who paid their taxes this year first.
Okay, I didn't
they
pay taxes
doing
this
it
year
in rounds. You know, people
No,
who
no,
pay their
no,
taxes this year, people that got dependents. You know, certain people are just gonna kind of be
okay.
not
Yeah,
as pressing. You know what I'm saying?
It's 2018 and 2019. If you
See,
file
like-
one of those years, you'll get it. You should get it back unless you owe some shit. Because
Yeah,
like they'll give you see. Now I'm on that shit. If you owe, because I owe taxes, but if you owe taxes, you still get the shit because what I owe is not even worth. It's less than $1,200.
I'm saying I seen a nigga with a child support payment. He got all.
Oh yeah, they fuck the child support guy.
So that's what I'm saying. Some people
they're
can't
hit.
take it.
But I want to say, man, what I was gonna say? As far as the stimulus check. I was gonna say this. I didn't pay my taxes yet, Amber, because I am self-employed, so I gotta always pay taxes. Like the taxes ain't taken out the shit. So you gotta pay somebody like a CPA, and they want bread. Like it's not cheap. They want $300-400 fucking dollars.
Yeah, you don't have to file this tax year. You got to I mean, I'm not saying you don't have to file, but it don't have to be from this current tax year. You don't have to file until the deadline until July 15th. But what I was saying is like if you filed in 2018, you don't. That's what Zen was saying. You don't have to do nothing. They just gonna use that tax return.
Yeah, they're making me wait though. Like you said, they get everybody in front of me.
Yeah, it's a few. You know, they doing it in rounds.
Yeah.
And then depending on how you normally pay your taxes or receive a refund, if you get one, and if you don't anticipate you getting a refund, so therefore you ain't adding no banking information, then they may be mailing your check out. But if you don't want it mailed and you want a direct deposit, then you can go on the website and just enter your banking information so they can just send it directly to your account.
Honestly though, you can go to the IRS website, check all that shit.
Look at this right here. Like, hey, the watcher, this shit been sent to me. This right here. Payment enclosed, you dig? All my information, I'm gonna hide my shit. You're gonna pull up and kill me. But this is a check I never opened. And this ain't no government shit. But like I'm because this won't do anything for me either. I want my weekly benefits. That's all I want.
You do realize that your weekly benefits is gonna be based off of what you've paid in, though, right?
Say that again?
Your weekly benefits is gonna be based off of what you've paid in.
I mean, I don't give a shit. Just give me something.
Yeah, and it's still ain't.
I don't care if it's $300 a week. Give me something.
Yeah, I mean, truth be told, the lick is if you can qualify for $100, the government gonna give you $600 a week free.
Right. So I want something. Give me something to work with because when this smoke clears, what people understand is that like I'm self-employed and I lost like all my clients basically. I got like maybe 15, 16 clients. You talking about from 70 to like 16. So like nothing right now that I have can maintain my livelihood. So I gotta slow walk it. I gotta slow build it back up. It's gonna take time. So with these weekly benefits, I'm gonna stack these checks. You dig? And that's gonna help me sustain myself until I can build the business back up and maintain my livelihood.
But that look like some expensive pizza. That don't look like the Little Caesars $5 holler.
Hell no, I don't do that.
Shit. You better slow walk. You better walk it a little slower, nigga.
Well, shit. I started. Yo, usually I make my tea, everything with this. I've been using faucet water lately, so I definitely took a step back.
Oh, this nigga's in the depression. He had to use the faucet water. Oh
hell
shit,
yeah, man.
Shit
I'm
get real.
about to cry.
Shit get real.
You put faucet water in your mouth? What the fuck?
Hell, man, I've been using faucet water to make my tea, man. Like that.
Put the faucet water inside the Fuji bottle, and you might feel a little bit better.
Hell no, that shit tastes like trash.
I know it do, but sometimes it's mind over matter.
Meanwhile, I fucks with my tap water. Minneapolis got one of the best filtration systems in the country. I fucks with all my good taps. Shit.
Hey, yo,
water bottle.
When I drink tap, it make my throat hurt.
Exactly. You see
I
what
don't
I'm
drink.
saying?
Hey,
I mostly drink coffee anyway, but when I do drink water, shit.
I don't think I boil it on the stove and then put it in a pitcher to get cold. You'll never know.
You can get a filter.
I'm gonna know. I know I boiled that shit.
Filter. Hook it right up to the faucet. Get a little filter.
Hold up, man. Don't think I'm out of water.
Uh-oh.
He gonna bring a whole
Fiji flag.
Yeah.
Here come the Fiji
man.
flag.
He gonna come with a whole 24 pack of Fiji.
He's slow walking that water though. He's slow walking that water. They can drink it like a
He ain't
half.
out of water over there, all right? We got more.
Yeah, we see that hot shit.
Bottle a day and shit.
And how you just picked up that bottle and started drinking like that shit wasn't sitting here for an hour and a half. Drinking that hot ass water.
Look. Put the top back on.
That shit the temperature of tea.
Yeah, I got 5 cases left. I ain't out of water yet.
He pays for himself on that case.
Yeah, I tell you one thing. If I survive this shit, if I'm able to maintain everything, I'm gonna be leveled up for real. Cause now I added the online shit going on. So I'm saying right now, if I'm able to maintain and build it back up quickly with this added online shit, it's over. Like I'm gonna be, nigga, I'm gonna be talking mad shit online. You best believe that shit.
Wait a minute, was that the Martin episode where they was?
Sip slow.
Was that the Martin episode where they was drinking the water out the cap?
I'm biased.
Yes.
That whatever's that in the background is disturbing me.
Where?
I don't know what. Oh, it didn't look like a boxing glove to me.
Oh.
No, what's on top of the right there?
That's the other glove.
Oh, it didn't look like a glove. It looked like something else. It looked like a toy.
Oh shit! Disturbed and excited.
I can tell the way them gloves is by them pillows. He be fucking the pillows up.
Boxing gloves.
What is that? Bridget getting jealous?
Nah, I was just I didn't know what they were.
Why does it put in your mind?
I'm glad they were boxing gloves.
I cannot.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna show you what Bias Sports was originally supposed to be. Y'all can see my screen. Wait.
Yeah, but just answer me. Do you be fucking them pillows up? Because the way them boxing gloves was right next to it. That nigga be having his target practice on them motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you. He said at least I don't live in Flint. Yeah, and I'm glad you said that because a white boy's on Shark Tank with a water and filter system for Flint. So niggas got to stop that blackology stupid shit. Cause it be mad white folks dedicating their lives to help out black folks on a low. Just because it's not publicized doesn't mean they're not putting in work. And they putting in more work than black folks, by the way.
Man,
Will Smith's son put in, he got a filtration system too.
The white folks got a filtration system, bro. You can pour like sewer water in that mug, bro. It'll turn into drinking water like.
Man.
Yeah. No, you mind.
Hey, I'm biased.
Yes.
David said you spent your haircut money on water.
My God.
I cannot. That nigga, he still got $8.95 for a goddamn S curl kid. You got him fucked up.
Fucking wrench gang over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all a real boxing fan right here. So when people come to my channel, like, yo, you don't be teaching, nigga. This was not a teaching channel. This was a boxing channel, like for real. This was converted to like a build with the family later. It's called Unbiased. Matter of fact, do you know that my name was changed? Is my real name is Boxing Wizard. I changed because I want to talk about more sports than boxing. So I made it boxing. So I made it Unbiased Sports, but it was originally the Boxing Wizard. So
did you box there coming up or something?
Nah. I just love the sport. You know, I wish I would have got into it when I was young, but nah. Like it's something I picked up later in my life, like in my mid-30s.
I mean, when I first saw you on the panel and shit, you came to. I saw the boxing glove. I was like, what? What's going on with the boxing glove?
Yeah, but it's something I wish I can go back and maybe do.
Wearing them shits around his neck like Inky was wearing them shoes.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So here, now you see right here, this is the Spanish video. So this is back in 2014. I was trying to learn Spanish. This is just for you, the watcher. You
Nigga, I need you to get a fucking focus, man.
What?
God damn.
No, the fake community took me off my square.
Man, listen.
So
he wanna be bilingual. He wanna cut hair.
Yeah. So,
You want to be a
now
boxer?
look, you can see right here. You can see right here, this image right here. You see a wizard right here. I was a boxing wizard. That's a wizard right there. And these videos was wizards. So I was a boxer. Now I'm gonna show you a G. This is a G right here.
Damn.
Look at that.
2014.
And look, gangster bandana and everything.
Bruh.
This I had the braids and everything. This is a G right here. Straight Compton Crip.
Hey, look at this guy.
You dig?
That nigga got on a hair wrap.
Yeah, that was me. Like, so that's I'm a boxing fan. I wasn't into like all this. This came later. I was like a Hebrew probably.
So how many fights you got? How many fights you got under your belt?
0.
Oh shit.
Hey, did you watch that Errol Spence All the Smoke yet?
What? It's a podcast?
Yeah, with
Oh no, I didn't see
it's
that.
not his podcast. It's with Matt Barnes and
I gotta watch that. No, I didn't see that.
that shit, I watched it last night. That shit is lit. Cause you know he got into that car accident. You saw what happened to his Ferrari.
Yeah, man. I be hating goofy niggas like that, man.
And he got thrown from the car. If he would have had his seatbelt on, he'd be dead.
Yeah,
you gotta check.
I can't stand dudes who drink and drive and like take.
See, why do you say shit like that, Watcher?
Like what?
Because I always put my seatbelt on, but you know how that sometimes, you know, people would have died if they've been wearing their seatbelt.
Yeah.
So you always had that second guess. Like occasionally I live life on the edge. Like I just got a funny feeling today is not a seatbelt kind of day.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah, when you see that, well, he had a convertible with the roof off, and that car flipped over. I don't know how many times. That shit was super fucking.
Matter of fact, let me ask you guys a question. Cause I was arguing with Double X earlier, and we were saying, Watcher, you broke up.
All right, Puerto Ricans and shit. What happened then?
Yeah, so I want to get your opinion on this one. So me and Double X, we had a difference of opinion on how to handle police officers who might be talking shit towards like the youth. Just the black folks, period. Like, and so he was saying if a cop cuss him out, he'll cuss the cop back out. So I was like, bruh, you can do what you want to do. Just know what can potentially happen after that. Because he is the guy with the badge and the gun. You just a regular ass nigga. So he was trying to act like my way was like soft. You dig? If a cop talk trash to me, I'm gonna just keep it moving. He was acting like that was soft and like was manly. If a cop say, "Yeah, move out the way, young dude," you supposed to yell something like, "Man, you move out the way." Like he's acting like that's like what you're supposed to do. So I was just saying, dude. Bro, I'm not telling you that's wrong. I'm just saying be prepared for what can happen afterwards. Like we watched it on live, YouTube. Cops shooting niggas down for nothing. So if you feel like you gotta say something back, then don't cry and complain when you all tore up by that police officer. You dig? So he's like, I'm biased. So what advice would you have for everybody if a cop cussed you out or called you names? Like, what should you do? What's your advice? So I was like, well, my advice is situational. I got to know what type of guy you are. Now, if you a guy or girl a woman that want to say shit back to a cop, then I'm gonna tell you, okay, whatever you say, just be ready for the consequences. That's all. And if you're a woman or a guy who don't want that smoke and rather live the next day, then I'm gonna have different advice for you. So what do you guys feel like you should do if a cop decided to be disrespectful and cuss you out?
I've been once upon a time I was with the smoke. That was how I caught my first charge. Getting jazzy with a police officer. Now, truth be told, he really came in with an attitude. So I was doing what I was supposed to do, you know. He had an attitude, didn't really want to be there, felt like it was a waste of his time, you know, and you got 5 minutes. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. So it escalated from there. And so pretty much the situation is I was leaving my mom's house. You know, I was moving out of my mom's house. I went back to get my belongings, but I called for a police escort. So of course, I'm younger with a child. He's assuming, oh, she disrespectful, she this, that, and the third. Didn't really know the situation. So he's a white officer, kind of judging. So when I went to get in my stuff, he was like, oh, you only getting 5 minutes. I was like, I have to pack up for me and my kid. This has been my primary residence. My mama just got back in town. Literally none of the shit in this house is hers. You know, all of it is mine, but I'm gonna try to get as much as I can. But he was being a real dick. So when I was getting like stuff out of the bathroom, he like telling me, don't take the shower curtain and stuff. And my mama like, no, she could take it. It's hers, you know, she could take it. He like, no, I told her to put it down. So, you know, he feeling some type of way or whatever. So we end up getting into a physical altercation because he didn't place me under arrest. He put his hands on me, like tried to physically remove me from the bathroom. So I told him, motherfucker, unless you placing me under arrest, don't put your fucking hands on me. So it turned into a physical altercation or whatever. I ended up going to jail, you know, caught the little charge. So initially, truth be told, I feel like I wasn't in the wrong in that situation, but I kind of learned real quick that it don't really matter. It's your word against theirs. And my mom even showed up and kind of testified on my behalf that the police officer just really got out of his body and he really wasn't supposed to answer that call on his own. He was supposed to answer that call with somebody else. So somebody else could kind of witness what happened. In Gary, they don't answer calls by themselves. You never get a single officer to show up. He didn't feel like waiting on his partner to arrive. So either way, it didn't go in my favor or whatever, but I've tried not to have that attitude towards every police officer. So traditionally, my experience has been pretty good. You know, I haven't really had any bad experiences outside of that one experience with police officers. So as long as they're respectful, I try to be respectful. And I haven't had to be disrespectful, but I've seen people that mouth off. And when you tell them like, chill, like you finna make the situation worse. It's finna turn in a way it don't gotta go. And show a shit stank, it makes the situation worse and it turned into a way it don't gotta go. So for me, my thing is like, I can't say that I'd be cool with disrespect. I really don't like that shit from nobody. I try to be more level-headed because of these, you know, officers and their scariness and their fearing for their lives. You know, it's a easy, simple situation can turn into a complex one really fast. So I tried to be mindful of that, but at the same time, I mean, I haven't really had any experiences that made me want to be disrespectful, you know.
I don't fuck with them niggas, so I ain't gonna say nothing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just keep it moving. Like, but again, like I live in Baltimore. Like my parents been telling me for forever not to fuck with the police. So, I mean, we don't even need to talk about Freddie Gray and all these other different instances. Like it's crazy out here. I ain't trying to fuck with it. I'm gonna just keep it moving. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm not doing anything to where as though I'm gonna be putting.
Yeah, what he was saying, like you might be minding your business, and a cop be just disrespectful, like, "Yo, man, get out my way, nigga," or "Move, go home." You know what
all right.
you do then?
Yep, I'm moving right out your way. I don't even gotta worry about it.
So
I ain't even got the time. I ain't even got the time to potentially go through the walkthrough and all that sit down. I ain't got the time for that, yo. I don't even feel like doing that. I want to go home and take a shower and chill. Right. You feel me? I ain't got time to be doing the walkthroughs, fingerprints and all. I ain't got time for that. Over just somebody saying move out the way. Hell no, man.
What about you, Bridget?
What'd you say?
What about you? Like you walk into your car, you mind your business, you on your way to go wherever you gotta go, and a cop just want to be like, yo, you, hurry up, get in your car and just move out my way. Like, do what you do. Just do it quickly.
I'm gonna have an attitude. I might not show it, but I'm not gonna say too much, but I will have an attitude. Like, I'm not gonna mouth off on, with a cop, whatever. I try to de-escalate situations as much as possible, but in the inside, I'll be boiling.
So why?
Because I know I can't say nothing. I know I might say something slick.
What's your main reason why you wouldn't mouth back off to the police officer?
Say that one more time.
What's your number one reason why you wouldn't mouth off back to the police officer?
Because I know that the situation could escalate, and I know my mouth.
Right. So do you feel like it work in your favor or his favor?
I was gonna definitely work in his favor because he can, at this point, he can do anything he want to do.
Right.
He can say, they can say anything. We've learned that just by the things we've seen on television and social media and stuff like that. But like even simple things like getting pulled over and is bullshit. Like me and my husband got pulled over one time. I'm pregnant, and I was about 9 months pregnant, and they it was like one of those speed traps, and he gave me a ticket, and I looked at the date on the ticket, and I was like, oh, that's the day I'm due. And then the cop looked at me and seen that I was pregnant, and he was like, oh, well, you could pay the ticket before, I was like, I looked at him, I was like, don't worry about it. I think he felt bad afterwards, but I was driving and my husband was in the passenger seat. The truck was in my husband's name. Yeah. He ran the plates and ran my husband's license. Yeah. And he wasn't even driving.
Right.
Because when he walked back, you can hear his radio, and they said my husband's name. And I looked over at the cop like, really? He's like, yeah, he clean. Or they'd say he's clear or something. Quincy Seals, he said his name, whatever. I was like, oh, no. That was, some of that stuff is unnecessary. Like he was wanting to take somebody to jail that night. And it's me, my husband, and my kids was in the car. I was upset, but I didn't say nothing. I just took the ticket and I drove off.
Shit, that's the usual around here.
Well, I guess, when you thinking y'all ain't doing nothing, you got a family, you walk up, you see kids in the car and stuff, and then you go that extra mile just to run.
Was he white, black, Hispanic, Chinese?
He was a white guy.
Okay.
It definitely depends on the area though. Like I've had places, like it's certain areas in Gary. When I had got my license reinstated, it was reinstated, but just it was common for me to just take the back roads anyway, because just certain areas, Maryville, Crown Point, you just really don't want to be a black person out there, because no matter what, they're gonna pull your ass over. Like female, male, they just want to. And then I had like a nigga car, I had rims and shit on my car, so them motherfuckers was definitely pulling me the fuck over. So eventually, it was one day I got pulled over, and then I ended up getting a ticket in Texas, and my license got suspended because I got the ticket within my period where I wasn't supposed to get no ticket. So it got suspended again because I ain't paid. Really forgot all about it. But when I got pulled over, like the people in Gary, it was mostly black cops. They was cool with it, like not cool with it, but they like, hey, take your ass home, don't be out here driving, get your license straight, and like whatever. But Maryville, now truth be told, I had a cop that could have took me to jail. He ended up not taking me to jail because I had my kids in the car, but he did definitely tow the car. So that's why I don't really be funky towards police officers, because I've been shown a lot of love by him. Shit, I got pulled over since I've been here on my way to work. Now it was a bullshit pull over. He told me, oh, you was swerving lanes. No, the fuck I wasn't. What you been drinking? Coffee? Nigga, I'm on my way to work. What you talking about? So he like, oh, well, be careful. I told him straight up I ain't had no license. He just let me go. State trooper too.
Look, in Baltimore City, you could ride around with no regulations or nothing or anything, and the cops will not fuck with you. You go to the county, you will get pulled over in minutes. If they see you, they will U-turn, whatever they gotta do, they will get you. In Baltimore City, they will not fuck with you. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty normal. In like North, a lot of urban areas, Irvington, same way. Like you gotta look. If you get pulled over in North Irvington, my city, East Orange, you really did some shit.
Right. Exactly.
Like yeah, you don't belong on the road if you get pulled over, bro. Like you really did some shit to get pulled over. Because like in North, niggas run red lights like crazy, bro. Like nobody stop at stop signs. I avoid so many accidents. Matter of fact, when I got the right of way, it's a stop sign. I slow down. Like that's how bad it is in North. Cause they're gonna take that stop sign. And you be like, yo, where the fuck the cops at? Like, yo, that shit crazy. But the watcher, you're getting out your car to go maybe grocery shopping. A cop see you. Hey, partner, what's up? Oh, no, let's go with you, bro. I don't know, but keep it moving, though. Do what you got to do and get back in the car and go home. What do you say?
You got it, boss. You got the gun. You enforce the laws. I ain't fucking with you. I know you the man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going
right. Some of them gonna think that's antagonistic.
Okay. I say it with a smile though, so they know that. Because my whole point is, I know that he's insecure. I know he's trying to flex on me. So the first thing I'm gonna do is let him know that I see what you're doing, and I ain't no problem or no threat. You doing your job. My number one rule is to make it home. So if I see that he's just flexing for no reason, then I'm just gonna give him what he wants. You got a gun on me. I ain't no criminal. I ain't doing nothing stupid. You want me out of here? I'll move. And I'll say it just like that while I'm looking at him. If I see he's about that static and he's trying to draw down, then I'm more than likely I would just bite my tongue and be like, all right, I hear what you're saying, and then keep it moving. My number one, when I was younger, I did a lot of stupid shit. And kind of like what Ember said earlier, I had me a box Chevy. I had a 1979 Chevy Monte Carlo, the same whip that was on training day. My shit jumped and it had rims. So I was getting pulled over every week. Every fucking week. Whether it was I was driving too slow, driving too fast. I did a California stop instead of a complete stop. They had I learned every law with that fucking car. But now I got me some different vehicles and these motherfuckers don't even look my way. I'm speed. I can run. They don't even look my fucking way because of the vehicle.
Yeah. All right. So we're is Sosa still there?
Yeah. I mean,
Sosa, you are, you about to go ahead and just pick up your food you ordered. Cop out there. You walk across the street to the restaurant, or whatever it is. He like, yo. You like, yo, what's up, man? He like, yeah, it's nothing. Just go about your business, and it's no problems here. Just do what you do and hurry up, motherfucker. And what do you say after that?
Yeah, but like I'm gone, bro. Like less words as possible, man. Like I really ain't got no conversation for police. I'm gone. I ain't gonna say hi, bye, okay. I'm in the car and I'm out. Like it ain't nothing to talk about.
Okay, so I only brought that up because Double X trying to act like something wrong with me, something's coward with me because I want to do just what everybody said. He want to, fuck you, officer. Fuck you. Like he wanted.
I believe him too. I believe he do that. It's funny how like he so right and exact in some areas and then like way left on other areas. That shit crazy to me. Like it's crazy.
But I never understand. Like, okay, I can understand if somebody disrespectful to you, but and you just get feeling some type of way about it, right? But so is it just his motivation that they're the police and they talking crazy, or this is just how he respond? Period.
Well, he's a tough guy, so he's saying like people. Period. If anybody tell him some slick shit, he gonna always respond back.
Shit, get the motherfucking helmet cracked.
I can guarantee you he's probably never been in some real situation.
Get your helmet cracked like that, real quick.
But listen, I'm gonna end it on that note. I'm out of here.
All right, man.
Everybody.
Have a good night.
All right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Hey, Amber. I told X this way back when he was talking that tough shit. I said, X, and he got real mad at me, real offended. I said, yo, X. In my experience, I'm 42. In my experience, every dude I ever known to talk tough got his ass whooped in front of me. At some point in his life, got beat up in front of me. Every guy I ever known to talk tough got their opportunity to prove it and failed. They got the ass kicked in front of me. Every guy.
I mean, can nothing good come from that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how you gotta look at it.
I honestly think too that people know when to like I said, I've heard some people talk reckless. My brother is one, my baby daddy is another. I've seen them really challenge the police and get real reckless. But these are in areas where Black officers are the majority. They're not, they're not dealing with these motherfucking Caucasians that don't mind beating your ass and putting a bullet in your ass. They're dealing with other Black men that have a little more, in my opinion, a little more restraint. So, like, literally, this one officer, I guess he went to school with the girl. My baby daddy went to school with his daughter. So, he like literally was starting, and he's like, "Oh, how such and such doing?" He like, "Yeah, I'm gonna see that bitch," and so the dude was like, you could tell he was trying to maintain his composure, and his partners was looking at him like, "Don't do it," but he really wanted to fuck him up because you threatening my child, like.
Yeah.
So, like, he really went, and I kept telling him, like, boy, just shut the fuck up. Like, you going to jail, and once you out of my sight, you got to know they're going to fuck you up. Like, once y'all ride away from here, but, I mean, he just kept talking shit. I mean, but for some people, they feel like that's cool, or that make them, like, certified. But, I mean, my thing, y'all rap sheets is ridiculous. And not because of you actually really committing crime. Some of it is just because you don't know how to shut the fuck up sometimes.
Yeah.
Hey, is my mic any better?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to reset my fucking modem. But yeah, I don't know if anybody else has said it, but when you're younger, you're more than often than not, you're gonna try to take those chances to prove yourself. But as you get older, you gotta recognize that the primary goal, especially if you have a family and people that rely on you, is just to make it home. The cop is being insecure, whether they're in the right or the wrong. Your goal is to make it home. Fuck what you think you try. Because, like, you can even see people in the chat. We all know they got the license to kill. So what's your goal? What are you really going to win by talking to a cop?
Right. And I mean, and then, like, for me, it wasn't even, like, something to prove. Like, I really strongly believe, like, I don't like people put their hands on me. That's one thing I just really don't like that shit. Like I said before, I'm not an affectionate person, so I don't even really much like hugging motherfuckers. I don't like to be touched unless I invite you to touch me. Now, if you gonna put me under arrest, let me know. I would turn around, put my hands behind my back, and make it easy for you. But don't be trying to jack me. Don't do all that weird shit. Don't touch me. So my thing is, I had a real reaction. It wasn't like me trying to prove shit. It wasn't nobody but me and my mama in the house. But at the end of the day, my thing is, as I got older, I'm like, you know what? That could have really been a fucked up situation. Like, that could have really turned out ugly because I ended up slamming him into the tub. So when he was trying to gather himself, like, if he would have just panicked and drew his gun, that could have been all the, that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could have been a real ugly situation.
Yeah, can't nothing good come from it. All right, shit. It's different when you're under 25. Like, your brain, a human brain don't even lock into, like, 25. You know what I'm saying? Like, your brain ain't fully mature till you're 25. So, at least for a man, females a little bit younger. So by the time you get past 25, you start looking back, you be like, man, I was doing a bunch of dumb shit. You realize how stupid you were. You know what I mean? But as you get older, man, ain't no, you know what I mean? Like, ain't nothing good come. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing good come from arguing with a police officer. Period. Like, shit. That's just mathematics, nigga. Like, nigga, 5 + 5, nigga, 10.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, that's it, bro.
Yeah, I was trying to let him know, but the dude's acting like I was the one who was afraid. Like, I'm like, all right, bro. He's like really, really trying to, like, ask me questions. I'm like, bro, don't ask me shit, man. Just, you know what I mean? Like, that's how you want to handle it. Go ahead. Like, he's like, some people be uncomfortable in other people's opinions. Like, dude, you said what you would do. I said what I would do. Leave it like that. Like, don't try to act like my decision is worse. Oh man. So let me ask you this question. Oh, what would your advice be for people? Yo, man, dude, stop it.
And the thing about it, when you say something like that, and then you in that position, now you got to act that role out.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So now you end up playing yourself where you didn't even have to, because now you not playing it out there like, okay, niggas said this to me, I'm finna act this way. Well, like, that's not how people move. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just because you don't react, that don't mean you scared. You know what I mean? Like, so.
And then, like, my thing is, it's a better way to fight it, especially now. It's just, you don't have to do all of that. In this day and age, you can have jobs based off of a viral video. You may not be able to retire him completely, but he ain't gonna be working in that motherfucker. You catch the right moment. Like, so, I mean, it's just learning how to fight different. It ain't always about, having the best comeback or cussing them out the best, Sometimes you gotta think the long game,
So like so I came across a picture in my like Facebook shit. So I want to just know who was it. Was Sosa? You was definitely there when me and Rob Bowen was talking, right, that night.
Yeah.
And then remember I mentioned football. At first you mentioned basketball. I said nah. I said I didn't get to basketball till late in my as an adult, like 27 years old. I said I was a football guy, and then he asked that I played for the team, right? You remember that?
Yeah.
All right, so I want to show y'all this. So y'all know, y'all can see it for yourself. This is why I didn't play for the football team. I was the short. You guys see my picture right here?
Which one?
Right here. That's me. I was the shortest guy in the high school. This is 95. You dig? I'm like 17 years old right now. I'm 5'1", 100 pounds. This is why I didn't play no goddamn sport. Watcher. I was too damn small.
Poor child.
So, but this
is that Elder Bars behind you?
Huh?
Is that Elder Bars behind you?
I played in high school. I wasn't I was about 5'6", 5'7".
Dude, I'm 5'1". Hey, excuse me, I'm 5'1".
Yeah, I feel you. I'm 6 feet now. I grew like my last year of high school. I shut up like a few inches. You know what I'm saying? But
I had a freshman girlfriend. Like nobody my age would date me. I was just too damn small. You dig? So I'm like an 17-year-old with a damn freshman girlfriend, and then that would date me. So anyway, so this same year, I ended up growing 11 inches. Like later on in the year, I ended up growing 11 inches.
Yeah, you had the great growth spurt late.
Right. Yeah. So people say, they'd be like, why don't you play basketball, football? Dude, nigga, I couldn't make no damn team as a senior. Well, I'm gonna hop on a freshman squad. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. That's embarrassing. A senior hopping on a freshman team.
Yeah, yeah, certainly had the growth spurt late. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you could at least been in band. Was you in band?
Polo Tank Tank.
Hey, I was in music class, right? And we had to perform. Oh my God, man, I was so nervous. I failed music class all because I did that.
Yeah, that's rough. I don't think my son been 5'1" since goddamn elementary. Shit.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like out there. Like in the South, like band is like, niggas get to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the motherfucker band be going down. You know what I'm saying? Like that should be a big ass performance in certain schools, you know what I'm saying? They're known for their bands. You know what I'm saying? That shit like an MC Hammer show back. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas come to the game just for the bands. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yeah, look. So I just read my comments on the so I'm gonna share my screen again. So look at this. So this is my actual girlfriend at the time. Look what she said. She said, "Yay!" And why was I in this pics? Oops, I almost forgot. I'm a young head. I was only a freshman. So this is my actual girlfriend at the time. I told you, like, I couldn't get anybody my damn age. That was my girlfriend at the time when I was at that time of the year right there.
Oh.
Yeah. So you
Somebody in the chat said you look like you was in elementary.
I'm telling you, yo, I had a hard, I would say 6th grade. No, it started in my growth stopped in the 5th grade. So I had a hard 5th grade to senior life. Like it was rough for me, man. God damn, it was rough.
Yeah, I know I feel like a lot. Like I said, I know how it is to be little and tiny. So, and I look real young.
Yeah, me too. So
a lot
damn,
of
bro,
girls didn't
you
believe
know.
I was old as I said. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, let me see some ID. Like, man, come on, man.
Man, bro. Oh my God, bro.
Yeah. Now I can't lie. Bridget probably she just now looking her age. she still getting mistaken for being in high school. But
Yeah.
I was always the one that was in elementary and middle school, and they thought I was a grown ass woman. Hey, little mama, nigga, you too fucking old. You old enough to be my daddy.
I remember having to was it you? It was Belinda. Well, I had a sister and Belinda and Amber. They always looked older than me. And I saw it like they're 16, and then like grown men were like, oh, my bad. Like it was bad.
Dang.
But I was always the tall girl. I'm 5'9", and I was probably been at least 5'6", 5'7", majority of my middle school, high school years. Until the boys started catching up. But elementary, it was bad. I was always, when you took pictures, I was always in the back with the boys because they went by height. So I was in any school picture, I'm always in the back. So that was my struggle. I was that tall, and I had to, and Amber can contest to this, I had to wear 2 pair of pants back in the day. I couldn't even fit a size 0.
Yeah, really?
Yeah, I had to try to look thick. I was trying to be thick.
Yeah, her and my older sister would layer up pants so they could try to look thick.
Wow. and then tie the belt real and then tie the belt real tight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird when you're a boy and you're short because especially when that middle school age, them girls grow so fast. Mm-hmm. And like if you're not growing fast with the girl, like all the girls are taller than you. You know what I'm saying? Like instantly. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit. Like 6th, 7th grade, most of the girls are taller than my ass. Like,
yeah, I reached my peak height at like 11. I've been 5'5" since I was like 11. So
yeah, grow fast.
Yeah, I stopped growing after that. But my oldest, he tall. My youngest, his dad. Well, my oldest, he tall. His dad tall. He ain't gonna be as tall as his dad, but he's still tall. He like probably 6'1" now. His dad's 6'6". I don't think he gonna get that tall. But my youngest, his dad is probably about 5'5", maybe 5'5.5". So my youngest, he gonna be a lot smaller. I think.
No, we gonna pray. We gonna pray for Cam. He gonna be tall.
He's stocky, so he definitely gonna be a football player or boxer. He really want to do boxing. He don't really want to do football, but and karate. But he gonna be an athlete no matter what. But yeah, I don't think he gonna be that tall.
As boys, you could be walking around. You can have like 3 homeboys you hang out with, and y'all be like 10, 11 years old. Then you go away for a summer, you come back, like one of your homeboys like 6 feet. You like, damn, nigga.
Yep, that was my son and his brothers. So he got a brother that's 6 weeks younger than him, and for the most part, now they got different mamas, of course, but most people thought that they was twins. You know, coming up when they would be, out with their grandma around because they've always been like right at the same height. They favor a lot. Man, my son must have went out to visit, and his brother hadn't gone through his growth spurt yet, so he still looked like he was in like middle school, and my son looking like a whole ass man. So people was able to distinguish him now. But now he didn't hit his little growth spurt. I could tell because his mama is taller than me. His mom is taller than me, so I could tell in the picture. I said, "Oh shit, Jordan done shot up. He get tall now. He's taller than his mama." So. Yeah. They about back neck and neck now.
I had to pray for my son. He's James. My son's 6'2" now, but his dad's short. He's shorter than me. And ever since he was born, I was like, oh, I don't want no short son. You know, no disrespect to any short people, short men, but you know, you don't want them to have to go through that.
Yeah, they grow up with all types of anger problems.
You said they got anger issues.
They have all types of anger issues, feelings of inadequacy, you know.
That's because
I ain't gonna
niggas be fucking with you. That's because niggas be fucking with you when you short. Like you go through it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like that shit.
He
like
felt
being
that
short
in his spirit.
at first made me who I am. You know what I'm saying?
Oh
Made
yeah.
my attitude the way it was. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, they be super tough. Shit, they gotta be. Niggas be trying to fuck with them. They learn to knock niggas out early. You know.
Like you gotta keep niggas up off you. Niggas be trying to bully you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta keep niggas up off you, man. Yeah.
But I ain't gonna lie. See, well, of course, we already determined that everybody knows I'm petty. Okay, so how I like to get under, you know, especially like my baby dad, because I know he's real insecure about his height. When he pisses me off and say something slick, I'll call him petite. It sends him every time. Every time it sends him. Shit.
That's funny.
No.
And we can't be throwing that in his face every time.
Oh, please.
Hey, Blake, how tall are you, Blake?
I'm 6 foot. I grew 4 inches after I graduated high school.
All right. Hey, Sosa, how tall are you, Sosa?
6 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I said, I grew that last little 4 or 5 inches my senior year. Boop, boop, boop.
Oh, y'all niggas, they was oiling their legs, doing all their stretching and shit. Got their diet right.
Yeah, I was undersized.
Taking them all down.
From the 5th grade until you see me as a senior, right? Yo, when I grew 10 inches, did y'all think I'm gonna leave high school now? Y'all out your fucking mind. I'm gonna return here. I'm gonna fail on purpose return. I'm gonna have a real senior year. That's exactly what I did.
Oh, nigga, now you failed on purpose so you could be tall in your senior year.
Listen, I'll talk to my guidance counselor, Mr. Galarza. I said, what the hell leaving high school?
Nigga, they said you wasn't emotionally ready. Tell the truth.
Nah, he told me, hey, Sosa. All of a sudden, when I grew 10 inches, Sosa, all of a sudden, girls look at me different now. They talking to me. I'm like, oh hell no! And
that
like,
was
I
all the more
reason
to graduate and take your ass to college, get you some college punani.
Nah, I'm coming back. See, I'm petty. Everybody who's dissing me all that time, calling me ugly. Like I grew into my ear. My ears were like so huge from my head. I said, oh no! I'm coming back here. I'm gonna stunt.
That nigga said he swine the fuck out.
And I came back popping the motherfucker.
Yeah, you go to college, you gotta start all over again. You fresh.
Hell no, I ain't trying to do that. Nah, I'm trying to come back. They already know I am. I'm gonna come back popular.
Man, that's a lie. In college, they don't give a fuck, nigga. Shit.
Well,
but you start off unknown. Like you go to college, nobody knows.
I mean, but that's a good thing. Niggas don't even know you was short as fuck last year. They don't even know your.
No, we're talking about, but you gotta
build.
Yeah, but you gotta build your rank up and shit. Like high school. Once you're a senior, like your status is set. You've been around everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You can go like you the coolest nigga. Like you.
Look. Hey, Amber. Case in point. I came back to high school, right? I returned my second year. Do y'all know I pretty much recorded my entire senior year? I came to again, like the social saying, they knew who I were, so I was allowed to walk through the school. I had bought a camcorder, bro. I used to walk through the halls and record my senior year.
Yeah, big man, no cabins.
That nigga had my so-called life.
yeah. I'm gonna show y'all. Yeah, I literally had a camcorder in my math class. It was recording while I was just doing in class. I used to walk the halls with the camcorder. I used to go to my gym class with camcorder. I'm gonna show y'all. You're gonna see my senior year on camera.
Or I cannot.
But when you grow that fast in that little bit of time, is that why like most boys kind of like they had that goofy look because they trying to high school boys they kind of
they ain't filled out yet. They ain't got no muscle. That's why Jury's so upset with not so upset, so obsessed with working out because he don't want to be tall and just lanky. You know, he want to have some weight on him. So that's why he be obsessed with working out. That nigga, he obsessed with having a fit physique.
Yeah, we ain't got our man body yet. You know what I'm saying? That's why we're looking good. We ain't got the man body yet. Go too fast. Foot too, you know what I'm saying? Foot big and just clumsy and shit. Yeah.
Who was that?
Huh?
Somebody was about to say something. Was that you, Melvin?
The boys, they take their mama through a lot when they do those growth spurts. You can't shop for them.
See, a few of my club teams are, well, I had a team, but it was multiple kids on the team. For my AAU squad, I had them from maybe 5th grade until they went to their sophomore year in high school. So I pretty much raised quite a few of them, and a lot of them didn't have fathers. So they used to always try to text me and ask me questions about what they should be doing, especially the guys who were taller, like 6'1", 6'2", but kind of like what you guys are saying, they grew faster than their coordination and their body. So they were really obsessed with trying to get big. And I used to always tell them, just take your time because it'll come. But by their senior year, it all worked out. But it's funny hearing, especially from a mother's point of view, you're seeing it from their eyes, or at least from a mom's eyes, like this kid is lanky or he's not coordinated or he needs to grow into his body. But they're on the opposite side, like, I got to get bigger. I got to get stronger. Like, why can't I get this, coach? Why can't I do it? And it was just,
Now, it's funny because my son has always been kind of tall for his age. Like I said, his dad was tall. He just kind of hit that growth spurt. And he was, honestly, I don't think he was awkward. He was reveling in the fact of being taller. You know, finally he had some height on him. So he was happy with that for a minute. Then once that initial excitement wore off, he's like, fuck, now I feel like I'm kind of like awkward. Like I ain't got no chest, you know? So then because he walks around with his shirt off, make sure, you know, he can see all his cuts. So now he's to the point like, because at first he wanted to take like supplements and shit. And I'm like, nah, just work out. First off, you athletic, you gonna get that build anyway. Then he started running track. So he started seeing his like leg muscles. And he felt like his legs was getting stronger, but then his upper body wasn't getting as strong. So then, you know, he was trying to balance that out. So he started doing more upper body workouts to balance that out. So then once he actually started seeing the results, but he was also suffering like muscle cramps. So then, you know, of course, I'm like, okay, well then you might want to take you some protein or something like that. So once he started seeing the results with the protein, now he like, well, fuck it, shit. So he just an athletic person. He likes to move around. He likes to work out. And he kind of, you know, he always think being a little stronger gonna make him better at basketball. And I'm not saying that it won't, because, you know, it definitely can. But like I told him, you don't want to just be strong for no motherfucking reason. You also need to hone your skills.
Wrestling ass dude playing physical fouling defense.
You said, huh? But no, he's not aggressive. He's not aggressive at all. Not at all. And that'd be my main problem, because like I tell him, like, basketball is a contact sport. You're gonna have to get a little physical. Like, he's not physical at all. He tries to play the nice game. You know, he can go through an entire game and not foul. And I'd be like, that shouldn't happen. That shouldn't happen.
Nah. You're right. That should not happen.
That's what I'm telling you. That shouldn't happen, bro. You're not getting physical enough. Fuck that. Yeah. You know, I'm aggressive. So I need to see some bestiality out your ass, nigga. Fuck some, not that, nigga. You know what I'm talking about.
Meanwhile, my nephew, like, he 13, like, he already my height. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like, with basketball, they got him playing center. You know what I'm saying? So I'm telling him and telling his mom, like, you know, work on your handles, like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what, like, in basketball, when you're a boy coming up and you tall, they play you at center, so you don't play in your position. Yeah. So then when you go to college, if you don't hit a growth spurt to become a center, now you don't have the skills requisite for your size. So I'm like, yo, work on your handles, work on your jump shot, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't know if you're going to be 6'10", 7 feet. You know what I'm saying? So if you do go to be 6'6", you can dribble, you can shoot. And because you know you might not be able to play center in college, you know what I'm saying? So
right.
But now I will say, like, because my son here, he's kind of like, a lot of the boys are his height. So it wasn't like he was a standout, like an automatic shoe-in for center. But what I keep trying to tell him, because he gets the attitude because they play him at center. But I'm like, you got to understand that coaches see everything. If I can see that you're not being physical, they can see that shit too. They put you at center because they're trying to make you get physical. You know, like, yeah, you can do all this other shit. You can shoot, and, you know, you can do all that, but you have to get a little more aggressive. So they're going to play you in that position because you don't have no choice but to get physical as a center.
Yeah, but I still be like, nigga, get that rock, bring that ball up the court. You know what I'm saying? Like, get used to working from outside and going in. You know what I'm saying? Don't get too comfortable. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, Watcher. Yeah, I need you to watch my screen. You remember we was talking about basketball earlier, and I said when I come to the gym, I come with the Monstars.
Right.
So look at this right here. This is our highlight from our undefeated season. Like, I really come to bully. Check this out right here. Do it like this. It's just about look. Yeah, you're gonna hear me in the background laughing and shit. I was a big instigator. Look, you heard me say bye-bye.
Is he playing on the league?
Yeah, like we okay, so the backdrop story was, watch, you're gonna laugh. I joined this league, so I went to a city that nobody knows me. And I heard they had a league going on. So I basically didn't know anybody, nobody knew me. So everybody had a team already. I had to pick up the reserves, so like the guys that nobody wanted. So when I played that league, one time, we lost by like 50 points.
Oh, hell no.
I had the reserves. So everybody was like teasing me. They don't know me. So they like getting on me, like, yo, man, your team ass, talking shit. So I'm like, oh, really? I said, all right, I'm gonna see y'all next year. Let me see y'all next year. So I bring this squad right here. I brought this undefeated. I was talking hella shit, bro.
I'm biased. You petty as shit, bro.
I bring the squad right here. Now look at the space here. He's nowhere near him. He's still gonna fly past him. Watch this.
Should have been dunking though.
Word. I mean, yo, I brought nothing but D1 All-Stars. I'm petty as hell. Like, my man right here is from New York. Okay. Now look, you hear the crowd, everybody cheering and shit. Like, all these guys like the best in Pioneer Hood.
Damn Starberry.
Oh, he got a little height on that J. Okay.
Yeah, we was killing people, bro.
Niggas don't even want to play.
You heard me?
Yeah, we heard your ass.
Well, one more time. Bro. I had so much fun, man.
I cannot.
I said, I told y'all niggas, I mean, like, they was talking reckless. I said, oh, I'm just having fun out here. I ain't know y'all gonna do me like that. I said, all right, I'll see y'all next year. And watch it. What I'm trying to say is, yo, those five guys
in basketball games. Oh, shit.
Yeah, and Amber, the thing about me, when I was trying to tell Watcher, I was saying, like, those five guys who I brought, they usually compete against each other. Like, they never played with each other before. I'm very sociable. I'm able to get motherfuckers to play together for the first time. So I got all these jocks to agree to play with each other, just so I can laugh and dominate during that league. They were all jocks, by the way.
Hey, bro.
Oh, you the puppet master?
All day, like my man said. What's my man name? That did a song with Drake. The nigga, the dude that did the Super Bowl shit. with the Braves, the rapper with Drake. What's that song? God damn. He said, "I put this shit together. I'm the glue." That dude. Travis Scott. Travis Scott.
Oh, okay.
When he was like, "I put this shit together. I'm the glue." Well, I was always the glue. Like I was able to put people together. Mismatch. I was telling watch that earlier that I had the ability to meet people on the fly and convince them to rock with me. And that's what I did for that league. I went to like different gyms, and I convinced. I even paid for one nigga membership. I said, "Bro, dude, I will pay for your membership, dude. Just play with us." He was like, "All right, I'll pay for that nigga membership, bro." I'm trying to kick ass that year.
Just so you can get the dubs.
I can laugh at people like I did.
Well, shit, I think I found your new calling. You got to start you a dating platform. Put people together since you're so good at matching people up.
I don't know, but I'm probably horrible with the dating shit.
Oh.
Sorry, Amber.
Oh, I don't do that shit no way, baby. That's for people that's going through hard times.
Yeah, I'm probably horrible with that shit. I hook you up with a serial killer, some pedophile ass nigga.
Oh shit.
I'm horrible with that. Like I tried that mix and matching, and it didn't work out for me. Like trying to hook people up, nah, it wasn't my thing.
Well, I guess it's limited to certain areas. You're not the puppet master after all.
Yeah, nah, it's just like different stuff, like fun stuff. I'm good with fun stuff. You know, but that's probably like just fun stuff. That's probably.
Well, I was a cheerleader. Shit, I found a way to get in all the games free. That's all I did.
I was not shit in high school, man.
Man, oh man, yeah. So I gotta find my old footage, like, cause again, so like everybody has, you know, everybody can make up a story. Everybody can make up a story, but I literally walked through the halls. I don't know who can walk through the halls with a camcorder if you're not like somebody in school. Like I don't know who can do that shit.
I ain't gonna lie, people did it at our school, but I mean, our school wasn't like.
Yeah, but Amber, this is '96 though. This is a class of '96.
Yeah.
Like first of all, who had a camcorder? This was expensive at that time.
Tell the truth, you work for the newspaper. You work for the yearbook.
Hell no.
You was on the yearbook team.
I always was unique with my ideas. You dig? I bought a camcorder. I bought a big ass camcorder. You dig? All camcorders big at the time.
You was the first vlogger.
Yeah, nah, facts. That's a fact. Like I don't know who else had a camcorder. I had a big ass on the shoulder camcorder.
Hey, but peace, y'all. I'm finna slide out, man. Y'all have a good one.
Shit.
All right, peace. What's that? I ain't even.
Yeah, but I definitely had a chance to like be the first to do that type of stuff. But like certain friends got locked up, and they kind of like ruined. You know what I mean? It kind of like ruined that hope right there, Amber. Like I had a friend who got on fucking crack that I used to roll with the camcorder. I got another friend who got locked up for some mad years. I got another friend, like all my friends are getting locked up for stupid shit for like, I'm talking about for a long time though, not some years, some 8 to 10 year shit. So I was forced to like meet new people, and that camcorder shit was out the door.
That's Buddy didn't sell it.
Yeah, man. So just horrible. Just people made poor decisions, and they did like that. And like this is their first time getting in trouble. They doing 8 to 10 years. I'm like, damn. Crazy.
Man.
I got a friend who was actually on crack. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how did that happen?
Shit, you said the 90s, nigga, that was the whole wave back then. Niggas was sneaking and gigging and sneaking.
Yeah, I mean, like, we barely even drunk. I'm like, you on crack? Like our crew, we barely drunk. Nobody smoked. It wasn't cool to do those things. Like, you were seen as like a crackhead. You even did that.
I ain't gonna lie, everybody that I came up with, by the time I came up in high school, niggas was smoking weed, drinking at parties. Me and my friends were more of prudes. I was probably the most prudish when it came to certain shit. I didn't take my first drink until I want to say that was maybe like my last year of high school.
You didn't drink with us?
Huh?
You didn't drink with us?
Hell no.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You didn't?
No, I didn't drink with y'all. I could have, but shit, no, I ain't drink with y'all.
Hey, Blake, yeah, when people smoke, like it was not accepted in '96. Where people like, if you smoke, like nobody really knew about it, just you and the smokers. That's it. Like people kind of like hid it. It wasn't like public.
Yeah, that's how it was out here.
But now when Bridget is, you what, 4 or 5 years older than me? Somewhere in there?
I'll be 40 this year.
Yeah, so you 5 years older than me. So Bridget's 5 years older than me. So I've been going out since I was literally like 14, 15, like.
Yeah, because I had a fake ID. I had a fake ID at 17. I was in the club.
But you are no good, Bridget.
And we would. We had an older cousin. She wasn't supposed to be in there either. We had an older cousin, and so I just looked old enough. And then they had clubs that would be kind of like teenage clubs that transitioned into adult clubs. So we would just get there. If we didn't have an extra ID, we would just get there early enough and we was cool with DJs and owners, so they wouldn't necessarily make us leave. We would just stay and kick it for the adult crowd. Now I could have drunk, niggas was offering to buy drinks. I could have drunk, I just didn't drink.
Yeah, I took Amber drinks, and so I would let her be like, let him buy you a drink, and I'll drink hers.
No good.
Yeah. No, but I like I said, so if I was 17 and I probably looked 12 back then, but I had a fake ID, like a legal, like it was a legit ID.
Somebody information got a real fake ID.
Wow.
Yeah.
So she wouldn't have made it otherwise. Yeah, she wouldn't have made it.
Yeah. But I got stopped one time and the lady swept down that it wasn't me. And I'm standing there, everybody like, man, go ahead and get out of line. They talking bad about me in line. And the owner finally, I was giving up too much ruckus. Then the owner walked past, looked at the ID, looked at me, and was like, let her in. Because it was me. It was me. But I didn't look 21, trust me.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's why I got burnt out early on, because I was doing this shit since I was like 14, man. By the time I hit my early 20s, like I was over that shit.
What city?
Gary.
Yeah.
But so we was going out everywhere though. We was going out to Chicago.
Was in Chicago.
We was Chicago and going out like shit. Going to Indianapolis, Circle City Classics weekend. We was all over the fucking place.
Yeah, I was a big club hopper before I got quote unquote conscious. I was always in the club, man, every weekend.
Yeah. In my 20s, when I still went, it was more so like I had like real close homegirls that if they wanted to go out, and you know how people are, they don't go out with everybody. You know what I'm saying? They only go out with a select group. I would go out with them on like, we had this thing called First Fridays where it'll be, packed comedy show, and then, sometimes they have, different people come out and perform. Like the one time I decided not to go. I was like, man, I'm tired. I don't fuck it. I'm not going out tonight. I'm just not going. Man, Rick Ross did a pop-up appearance. I was so fucking hot. I was mad as hell. But yeah, so that was like the only time that I would go out. Cause by the time I hit 25, like literally I ain't had no interest in going out. Like now, some people still be like lit. That shit is like, I get annoyed, like, if I go to the club. I'm like, this is the same shit. I'd rather go to a little bar or something. And I don't want to be in there too long.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't say ratchet, but when I got to high school, I was wilding out, taking everything down, staying out late, going everywhere. I didn't chill out probably till about freshman year in college when I started fucking up on my classes. And I was like, shit, I gotta pay for this shit. Because I only had a partial scholarship. So I was like, okay, fuck that. I'm fucking up my money. And I didn't slow down until I got that first F in biology. I was like, okay, I gotta stop. No more of this shit. And I didn't like wasting money. But I was getting the females wasn't an issue. Staying out late wasn't an issue. None of that shit was ever really an issue. Because I can always turn it on and off. But shit, yeah. A lot of the homies that I kick it with, they didn't get the same quote unquote luck that I did. It was kind of like I'm biased. Once everybody started getting locked up, I looked around. Everybody used to kick it with, sitting down doing time. I'm like, okay, my time's coming. Let me chill the fuck out.
Get your shit together, man. Hell, I don't know. I think kids now, I don't know. It seemed like to me like they just don't have the kind of fun. When I say I had a fucking ball in high school, I had a ball. A ball. I had a car as a sophomore. I did what the fuck I wanted to do. I was responsible enough where literally we were taking out of town trips as high school students. No parent, adult, parent get you a hotel. What city you going to? Y'all going to Indianapolis for this, situation?
We was renting cars.
All types. Man, I had a fucking ball. Man, college tour, hell, I was able to get my best friend, her mom was, finally convinced her. I'm like, man, just let her go. I'm gonna be there. Cause I was always the more responsible friend. My other friends, they was a little more impressionable. But when I say I'm not gonna do some shit, I'm not gonna do it. But I damn near got kicked off a college tour because I'm dead serious. I wasn't enjoying it because I was thinking they had made it like we was gonna visit the colleges by day, we was gonna get to go shopping, like we was gonna. So about day 2, we ain't made it to no mall. I'm pissed. I got this bread. I'm ready to spend some money. I'm ready to go shopping. So I called my sister because I just so happened to be in the state that she was in. So I called him like, how far is such and such from you? She was like, oh, that's like an hour drive. I'm like, man, can you come get me? Now, no, my sisters paid for my spending money. My mama paid for the trip because she was like, I pay for the trip, but I ain't giving you your spending money. So my sisters gave me my spending money. So my sister like, you seriously, you ready to come home? I'm like, yeah. She was like, all right, I'm coming to get you. I'm like, okay, cool. So as soon as I got off the phone with her, we end up leaving the campus early that day because I want to say it started raining or something. So we ended up leaving the campus early. They allowed us to go to the mall because our hotel room wasn't done. They wasn't ready with the reservations. So finally I got to the mall. I'm lit. I'm happy now. We done turned up. We got plans to sneak to this person's room. We gonna get lit. It's on and popping now. This day 3, going into day 3, we ready. So the dude phone I used, he came down to our room to tell me that my sister called me back because she was getting ready to get on the road. So I'm telling her like, well, it's cool. I think I'm gonna go ahead and stay on the trip. But they doing rounds because he really don't supposed to be in our room. So they doing rounds of shit. So the coach knock on the door, like, open up the fucking door. So we had one goofy ass nigga because all 3 of them came down, the 3 dudes that was in the room. He came down, let me use the phone, but he came down with his 2 boys. One of the dumbass motherfuckers going to the bathroom, try to hide behind the door. Another one tried to climb under the bed, but it was one of them hotel beds that didn't have no under the bed.
Yeah.
So then the coach trying to come through the door because they got keys where they don't really have to wait on us to open the door. So then this dumbass nigga tries to hide behind the fucking curtain. You can see his shoes at the bottom. It's like, it was just all bad. Now, because I was the more assertive person, when he came in the room, he's like, what the fuck? At first he tried to act like, he like, oh, all right, everything good. Then he slapped the little bathroom door and hit the nigga, get your dumb ass from behind that door. So he swinging them all around by their collar and shit. So he like, oh, y'all off the trip. I was like, he just brought me the phone so I could talk to my sister. Oh, and you the ring motherfucking leader. Your ass definitely off. So he call your mama, tell her to get your bus ticket. You going and take your ass home today. So whole time I'm steadily talking shit because I'm real pissed because we really wasn't doing anything. Like I'm legit mad now. I'm like, fuck it, I'm going home. I'm calling my mama, fuck y'all. I get my bus ticket. Y'all, my sister's gonna come get me anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm talking big shit or whatever. So finally, Mike, everybody liked Mike. He was a sweet one. That was the one that brought me the phone so I could talk. He went out there and talked to him. He like, well, if you're gonna blame anybody, blame me. I went down to their room, but her sister, she had used the phone to call the sister. So he ended up calling my sister back on the phone to verify So he ended up letting us stay on the trip or whatever. But when I say we done did so much shit, had so much motherfucking fun. It's stuff that I'm still telling my mama to this day that she don't know that I did. Like, and it wasn't even so much as hiding it from her, but because I really didn't have to lie. I would tell her the truth about where I'm going, but I might not tell her the complete truth about what happened while I was gone. You know, it was like one time I lied to her about where I was going, and I couldn't even. I came home like the next morning and told her what happened. Like I snitched on myself because I felt horrible about lying.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you have an older person that's responsible, that's what we had. We had an older cousin that was responsible, and that kind of kept us. We was into stuff. We wasn't getting in trouble with like the law or nothing like that. We just had fun that I guess 16, 17, 18-year-olds shouldn't be really having, but going out to the club and stuff. But we had a responsible. Well, I guess she was like 21, 22. 21, but I can't see my daughter. She 18 now. I can't see her doing the stuff that I did at that age. I don't know.
Oh no, I ain't gonna hold you up. I can't see my son hanging with no 20. Like at 14, me having him even in the company of like, cause we was staggered. It ain't like it was like from 14 to straight 22. We was kind of staggered. It was like a couple 14-year-olds, then we got a 15, 16-year-old, then we got a 17, 18-year-old, then we got the 22. So it ain't like, it was a big leap. Everybody kind of, to some degree, was kind of around somebody that was a peer, but it's no way that the 14, 15-year-old should have been hanging with the 20. Some of that was just a little too much. I couldn't even.
Well, Amber, you just always seem like our age, though.
No, for real. Yeah, that ass. Yeah, that ass. I kind of always have been grown, but yeah. But
Well, the guys on the panel, y'all was talking about, growth spurts and stuff like that. When did y'all get facial hair? Was that like something that y'all wanted to happen sooner than it came, or y'all was beasting it? Like,
yeah, as you can see, like my facial hair now, like I don't know the watcher had to deal with, but I never had like it'll be like I trim this down. It might be like it's never puffy. It's like probably like a little darker than this, and it'll come like this wide. My mustache be a little darker. The beard will come like a little bit thick. But I never was one of those guys that had like hair that come out like this on my face ever. So like I never had that problem with like major, like I could never really even connect. Like, this right here won't even come down all the way dark. So I've never, I don't know about the guys that had the facial hair. I've never had that issue. I always wish I could get facial hair, but I never really, it took a long time for things to get dark, but I never, ever had like woofing hair in my face ever before in my life.
Okay.
My shit still don't grow in fully. But
right.
I didn't start getting this little bit that I do have until maybe my 30s. You know what I'm saying? But
that nigga say I'm still growing. He going through his facial hair puberty.
But it was never anything I desired because I normally got everything that I was going for. So it wasn't even about the facial issue.
So you got no mustache?
Bro, my shit don't connect. I don't know if I'm Asian, Dominican, whatever it is. My shit don't always,
Hey, you got no mustache.
Oh man,
when I say my son watching his shit like it's paint drying, I be like, nigga, if you don't quit watching that little thin ass, now I already know he gonna have a wolf because his dad got one, and I can tell by how his hair growing in, like he gonna have one of them high ones too, that's like real high on the cheekbones, close to the eye.
Yeah. Rick Ross.
Yeah, because I could see the hair growing in, but it's growing at a slower pace, and I actually feel bad for him because it's kind of like patchy. So he getting hair like right there, then he getting a few strands around his mustache area, then he getting a few on the beard, and I'm like, nigga, you gonna be fucked for a minute. You while you rushing to try to get that beard, you need to be praying that it come in the right way because you gonna have patches all over your fucking face. But I don't know. He's like dead set on having facial hair. He wants facial hair so bad. I feel so bad.
He's gonna regret it when he get about 25. That haircut like $75 that goddamn dollars.
Mm-hmm.
To cut that thing, and then it grows back fast. Like I said, like mine's, I go in the bathroom and just and it'll go away. It won't really look crazy. But when your thing got real hair, you can't do that. Like you're gonna need a real clippers in your face. Mm-hmm. Like what I do is I go in the bathroom. I get a 1.5 or 1. Like this right here is a 1.5. I just trim this off real fast. I don't try to shape it up. I turn it up real fast. That's it. I cut the hair. That's it. It don't be a lot of hair. It's a little bit of hair to clean up.
How long is that shit gonna be in style or fad? Because to me, that never. I don't know. I guess within the last few years, more people would start really rocking that shit, but it never really.
Talking about beard game?
Yeah.
Oh, nigga, that shit ain't going out of style. That shit really been in style. Niggas just wasn't knowing. They wasn't listening. When the motherfucker tell them, don't quit cutting that shit.
Right. No, I think a lot of dudes
now
because
they know. Now they see their full potential.
No, they no, Amber, they really covering up that ugly. Let's keep it real.
The ugly.
They covering up that ugly.
Some of them is because some niggas do got weird facial shapes, and the beard does help.
It does.
I mean, some of them niggas, I ain't gonna lie. Keep the beard, baby. Keep it. Did y'all see Obama with the beard?
No.
Nope.
They got a picture floating around of Obama with a beard. It's a whole new wave of cool.
Oh, well, he was always cool though. Well, he always gonna be cool. So
no, but I don't want to be disrespectful and call another woman's husband sexy.
Oh, right.
But
I'm about to look at Amber.
Obama is doing it. Okay.
I'm looking it up right now.
I'm telling you right now. Oh, okay, Obama. I didn't even know. Michelle probably. I wonder did Michelle know or not.
This ain't no real picture. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute.
He's really got a mustache.
This ain't a real picture. Yeah.
I didn't think it was a real picture.
They trying to say what?
I didn't think it was a real picture, but some people were saying like they kind of seen him somewhere. So I'm not sure if it is or not. Like, yeah. When I seen
shit! Don't give me the Phil Valentine stuff. That's Obama's. That's a Malcolm X son type stuff.
Nah.
I don't know, but if this not a real picture, if he did ever want to grow it in, he do look good with a beard.
Hey, Cujo say he can't trust black men that can't get a beard.
I don't trust.
That's about right.
He said he don't trust a black man that can't get no beard. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like y'all might have damaged y'all shit. On Bias, you definitely damaged your shit trying to texturize your shit. You damaged it.
Well, I'm happy then. I'm happy.
Hey,
I cannot.
I don't trust men who be looking at other men's face.
Shit. And yeah, that always made me laugh when the dude would like judge me, like how I look.
Yeah,
I'm like, nigga, do you think I care about your opinion? Like you really think I'm going straighten up because of your opinion? Like, nigga, get the fuck out of here.
Another nigga with you would look so much better if nigga don't
the dudes, the watcher, the dudes who I thought was ugly, the chicks loved them. So I'm like, okay, maybe my opinion doesn't count. So I left that alone. Like, okay, I thought you were ugly, but apparently everybody loves you. So you must be attractive. So let me stop judging men. So
y'all do know it's the difference between cute, ugly, fine, sex appeal. You know, some niggas do be kind of hit, but the sex appeal be on another level. Like they just got a whole swag and a vibe to them. You like, nigga, that ugly can get put on pause because it's something you doing. I don't know what it is.
So what's the difference then if he's gonna get you anyway, whether he's ugly, cute, handsome, adorable?
Well, it's not about getting you anyway. Some niggas they get you without even trying. first off, that's the most attractive thing is when a nigga don't try too hard. Like when they just be them fucking selves and just let shit flow. When niggas try too hard, or if they think like, I don't deal with niggas that's too cute either. I don't do that.
I like from my mouth. I
prefer niggas that's cute, but don't even really know that they cute. Like you low key fine, and they don't even know it because that shit just don't mean nothing to them. They not, you know, sitting up in the mirror, you know, primping and shit. Like they fine, but don't even know they fucking fine. Like I like niggas like that. They don't even know. Like nigga, you don't even know you haven't reached your full potential, my brother.
Hey, okay. Well, just in breaking news, dudes don't give a shit whether they try hard or spend too much money. As long as they get your ass, that's all they care about.
But that's the whole thing. Like, define get, because at the end of the day, niggas be thinking they got something if they hollered at you, if they smashed, or even if they didn't smash, if they had the pleasure of landing between your legs. And I'm not talking about that way. But at the end of the day, you said mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, yes.
Now see me, I don't feel like I got a nigga until I don't even never got to touch you. But if I got your mind and I know that you're dying to touch me, I'd rather leave right there. That's the kind of get I like. Fuck anybody.
I understand. Like the men and women got different, you know, ways of that. But if a dude get your number and he in a movie with your ass and he texts his boys, he got you.
If he get your number and he in a movie,
he got your ass. Yeah.
You mean like a movie theater?
Yeah, he got you.
That ain't got.
Okay, I mean like the women may not think that, but the dudes like, yo, you got it.
No, she might have got your ass. Some women do shit like that.
Right.
Shit, I want to see this movie. I want a free dinner. Now that ain't my cup. That ain't my brand. Yeah, I get annoyed real easy.
Amber, I look. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying even if a woman is so-called using a man, men don't give a shit as long as because a man just want to be like.
That's
all we want to know is that look, we don't care how you spend it or how you're using us. The dinner, like we think all that's an investment worth it.
Yeah, if you getting something at the end of the night or at the end of it.
Sometimes
you want something to come at that. Like, what are you investing in? It damn sure ain't the time. Like, and that's the thing. Niggas really, for the most part, most niggas think they got somebody when they get that end goal. Like when they finally beat, you know, when they finally get to fuck, they feel like, okay, now I got her. You know, that's why they'll take you out to dinner and, you know, do all this weird shit. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, first of all, most girls know beforehand whether or not they're gonna smash you or not. Like,
okay,
they know this. So it's girls that will let you take them out to dinner and do all of that, knowing that you're never going to smash.
Yeah,
like,
but Amber, like.
Go ahead, Amber.
What I'm trying to say is this: in a dude's mind, we don't give a shit because we feel like any window of opportunity is a window for all opportunity. You dig? So we just want to be like, yo, just give me a chance. So you might be right in your mind. I'm never gonna do that with this nigga.
So, but see. You live by my brother's mentality. My brother's mentality is if they can stop you, they can clock you. Meaning if they can get a little bit of your time, then that's like the job is halfway done. What I'm saying is, nigga, some bitches be selling time slots. You feel
me? And I'm saying some
smash
dudes don't care
that they been smashing.
Like,
you're not the guy.
Amber,
you just gonna be the one.
I'm saying some dudes don't give a shit. They believe it was worth it.
Well, I'll just say this. I've had plenty of nights when I was not chilling with a female from 8 to 12, but at my dorm at 1 o'clock, then they go back at 3 o'clock and do whatever they were doing. I went out there, taking them to the movies and doing all that shit. I recognized that wasn't my role.
And just to And just to address Cujo, because you said facts are 100.
That's right.
The whole persistence beats resistance.
That's right, Cujo. Let's go, Cujo. Let's go.
But here's the thing: women only want niggas that they're actually interested in to be persistent. When you're persistent and I'm not interested, you're just a stalker. You know that shit is not attractive and it's not cute. You're taking it hard. You won't let it go. That's what that turns into. You're taking it pretty fucking bad.
Let me tell you a story that no nigga, I don't know who you're trying to say drunk, not this guy, but I'll just let you know right now. I've counseled a lot of my homies. They're like, bro, I don't know what's wrong, man. I took her to Vegas. We went to we stayed at the whatever was that motherfucker, the Bellagio. I took her to this show. We did that. We went to see Tony Braxton. I did all that, and we drove all the way to San Diego, and we came back, and I still didn't do nothing. She slept in and set her bed for me. We ain't doing all this, and I really love her, bro. What am I supposed to do? And come to
love her.
Come to find out, nah, man. She knew what she wanted. She was using him to trick off, kind of like Amber already said, because she already wrote that, and I already knew. I knew the female. She was just out there. She was hood. She knew what she wanted, and homeboy was just way too soft. He was trying too hard. He was playing the good guy role, and he needs to go get him a good girl. But some of these dudes who are good guys, they think they have the wrong perception of themselves, and they chasing females that are quote unquote out of their league. And these females know they getting their nails done, getting their hair did, getting outfits, traveling and shit. But then they run around fucking his cousin, fucking his brother. These females know what they want. You can't pay for it. You can't out talk about the panties. You can't do none of that shit. If they gonna do it, they charity. They'll give it to you for charity, maybe.
Right. So, and some of them might give you some sympathy pussy. They might, they might feel bad, like, damn, I got all this shit out this nigga. Let me give him a taste.
That's but see, that matters.
Like at the end, but that's if you get it. That's a maybe. It's not a guarantee.
Go ahead, Amber.
At the end of the day, see me, like I know plenty of people that'll use niggas for trips, bags. Like I don't have the patience. If I can't stand to be around you, I'm not going to no movie with you. I'm not going to dinner. You're not coming over my house. We're not finna like I cannot do that shit. I have a real low tolerance and I get annoyed quick. So me personally, I can't do it. But when I say you would be surprised what type of shit bitches will put themselves through and the type of niggas they'll be around retarded, slow, old, they will put themselves through some shit to get some free shit.
To get that Louis bag, they gonna do it all.
But I have a question. Is the end goal just to get pussy or to have a relationship, potential relationship?
Ain't nobody looking for no damn relationship.
See that but
at the same time, he looking for pussy, she looking for a free trip, food, whatever. But
that's a good trade-off.
But they both get what they want.
Okay, I ain't mad. It's a good trade-off.
But to me,
no.
Go ahead, Amber.
I was gonna say, but at the end of the day, it's a race to see who get the most, because you may spend that money and you may not get that pussy.
Nah.
But at the same time, sis might give it up too quick before she's successfully got anything.
Yeah, true. The watcher. I can't say too much stuff.
I mean, it's a race to see who the fuck gonna get what.
Now you're right, but I can't say too much stuff because it's Me Too shit. But I tell you one thing, ain't no race over here. At some point, I realize ain't nothing going down. How you getting home? You dig? How you get home? Yeah, you might want to make that call.
Shit, bro, I need another man. God damn it, I go down.
But my whole thing is, first off, anybody because you 42, anybody putting themselves in a situation in this day and age to be not getting a ride home, they kind of deserve to be stranded. Like but hold on now.
There was no Uber back in my day, by the way.
But hold on. I've actually been in that situation before, and dude almost got fucked up, and I wasn't even on no trying to get him fucked up type shit. The nigga came up, this when I was staying in Houston or whatever. Nigga, tried to holler, whatever. We talked for a few weeks, and he like, hey, you want to come over to my crib? I'm like, where you stay? So he stayed over south. I stayed over north. I'm like, no, I'm not really sure if I want to, because I don't really know my way around and shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm not sure if I really want to come over to your crib. And he's like, no, I'll take you back home. I know you got school and shit and blah, blah, skippy woo woo. I'm like, okay, whatever, cool. So we end up stopping at Walmart and, you know, went on to his house. We watching TV and shit. But I be straight up. I let them know before a nigga don't think you gonna smash, but niggas be having that mentality that you have, like, oh, if I could just get her over here, then there's some shit gonna go down.
And let's see what happens.
It works every time.
We watching TV and shit, and he like, oh, I'm finna lay down. I'm like, oh, do you? I ain't sleepy. You know, I'm still watching the little show or whatever. So finally, he like, oh, you ain't gonna lay down? Yeah, I'm gonna lay down when I get ready to lay down. So of course he got on his basketball shorts. He take his shirt off. You know, he getting real fucking comfortable. And whole time I don't give a fuck about none of that. Cause one thing I know you ain't finna do is fuck. So finally I lays on down. He tries to put his hand like over, you know, my waist. Oh, bro, you're doing a lot. So he like, oh, well, so I was like, yeah, so what time you gonna take me home? Cause it's kind of late. You know, you getting kind of comfortable. Like you ain't trying to leave out the house again. He like, oh, well, it is late and I got to get up and go to work in the morning. So I was like, so you're not finna take me home tonight? He like, nah, I'll take you home in the morning. So I guess he was trying to buy himself some more time to, you know, overnight to try.
No. That is the weakest, the wackest niggas, the wackest game. I'm going to say it. I don't give a fuck who's offended. That's some weak, whack shit.
Hold on. That's A1 game, man.
But whole time, the nigga still didn't get nowhere. So now it's about 6 o'clock in the morning. He got to be at work at like 8, and he stay over south. He's supposed to be dropping me off. But he like, man, come on, man. I said, I told you before I came over here, there wasn't shit land. Like, I let you know that. So now that you mad because you couldn't convince me, like, I don't know what to tell you. So he like, oh, well, I don't know how the fuck you finna get home then. He tried to pull that. I said, oh, you don't? He like, no. I said, say no more. So I grabbed my shit. I ain't had no cell phone, so I walked to like the little corner store, called my brother. I'm like, hey, I need you to come get me. He like, man, where the fuck you at? So I told him where I was at. He was like, how the fuck you get over there? I was like, man, this dude, you know, I came to kick it with him or whatever, but he's like, oh, no, fuck that. So dude thought he was going to be gone to work. And he thought I was gone when I walked off. So of course, I don't know where I'm at. So I told my brother, I'm just going to go back to where the fuck I was at. So it'll be easy for you to find me. So I told him the apartment complex, walk my ass back over there. Man, my brother must have pulled up and that nigga wasn't going to work yet. He was on his way walking out. My brother was like, nigga, what's up? You thought you was finna leave my motherfucking sister stranded? Like, he was really finna get fucked up behind that shit. And I wasn't even on that. You know, I was just on some come pick me up. But at the end of the day, it was a lesson learned for me. So from that point on, nigga, I'm not coming to your motherfucking house without my own ride, nigga.
Okay, I have a question. Oh, if you kicking it with a girl and y'all go out to, you know, go out a couple times, whatever, and she call you up one night and say, hey, you want to go out? Are you expecting her to pay?
Like in my bum nigga days, yeah.
Say that again.
I said during my bum nigga days, yeah.
I don't know. It depends on what the female is, because I have a lot of females that I'm super cool with, and we ain't on no fuck shit. Like, we come through it. Like, if I didn't have nothing to burn, she come over and burn with me. I go over there and burn with her. We had classes together. You know, we studying each other's dorms and shit. And we was not on no fuck type shit. I didn't expect nothing from her. She didn't expect nothing from me. Matter of fact, she used to game other niggas and come tell me the stories and shit. And then when I didn't have any money in my dorm room, she would bring me lunch type shit. So I have certain homegirls who would just ask to go out. And then whoever had it, we take care of each other. But I was never on no beg for.
No, I'm talking about somebody that you was trying to pursue. Like y'all met at a club and then y'all was like kicking it. And, you know, that happened to me. This was, of course, before I met my husband. But he said that at the end of the night. And I was looking at him like, what? Like, I don't remember even how the conversation went, but I was just like, hey, you want to kick it tonight type of thing. I probably had a babysitter, you know, type of thing. You know, with me back in the day, I had 2 kids and me getting a babysitter was kind of rare. So I wanted to hang out. And he was expecting me to pay. And I'm not paying, of course. I didn't pay, but my thing is like, what? Like, I didn't even know
the new me, like I got too much pride to let, like I'm paying for everything. So I got too much pride let somebody like. Even when I go out with my boys. Like,
I don't know if he was joking. I don't know if he was joking or not, but I didn't find it funny. But I think that might have been the last time that we hung out.
Yeah, and like nowadays I got too much pride for that. But back in the day, maybe.
Bridget know do, and it wasn't even that he didn't pay, but I so you remember what the fuck was that nigga name? Nate friend.
Nate. Niecy Nate.
Yeah. Nate friend, when I was standing out there, the one that was like fucking obsessed with my ass.
I think I remember. I can't remember his name though.
Anyway, the nigga was like, he was thirsty, trying to get on. And he was cool. It wasn't like he had a good job, you know, respectful, whatever. Country than a motherfucker, but he was cool. But I just wasn't like attracted to him because he was trying too hard. You know, like my thing is if he would have just kind of chilled and just did him, I wouldn't have like had no problem with it. So, and my cousin, she was landing on thick. Oh, he keep asking about you, girl. He want to do this or he want to. I'm like, girl, I don't give a fuck. Like the nigga's just a little too clingy for me. Like I can't do clingy. So, Jarvis, that's the nigga name, Jarvis. So,
it sound like a sucker.
Yeah. So,
hell yeah.
The whole time, now no, I didn't talk to him like when I was over her house, and he'll come over, like he would know I was over there and rush to be over there. So if I didn't want to see him, like I'd be like, don't tell him I'm over here, which Nate would, her dude would be, you know, funny, like, oh, Amber over here, so that nigga rush to come over there. So anyhow, eventually, I gave him my number and we would talk, but like I said, he was just so clingy. He always wanted to like, now he's a nigga that I done went over his house, watch TV. He ain't try to, you know, like, force me to do shit. He just liked being around me. So he had kept asking me for a date. I'm like, no. So it was one time, we went downtown to this little fucking modeling show and I drove my car down there. And I ain't take no money. Well, I had money to like park, but I didn't take like no whole lot of money for nothing else. And I couldn't find like where to pay at. I wasn't used to being downtown Atlanta. I stayed in Conyers. So I was just like, oh, I guess parking free. I done left. I came back, it was a fucking boot on my car.
Oh.
So in order for us to get home, I had to get the boot removed. So dude came out there, he's like, oh, it's 200. I'm like, man, you tripping. Like, I ain't got that on me right now. And dude was like, well, fuck it, that boot ain't coming off. So I'm calling my cousin to come get me. I'm calling my cousin to come get me. And she's like, oh, I know. She ends up calling the dude. She calls him and he gets in the car, comes out there and pays for the boot to come off my car under the condition I would go on a date with him. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna finally go on the date because this nigga just dropped 200 for nothing. You know, I can go on a fucking date with your ass.
Yeah.
So we goes to Olive Garden, and one thing I can't stand is I can't stand people who do not know how to eat. Like that shit irks me. Biting the silverware, chewing with your mouth open, talking while you eating, like all that shit irked me. Then he turned around and the waiter was kind of treating us a little, you know, we was younger, black, you know, the waiter was kind of like funky acting. But at the end of the day, my thing is I'd rather you show them by leaving a nice tip and letting them know, like, quit judging a book by its cover. Like, even if you don't leave them no regular tip, but I would prefer to shit on a motherfucker that thought that I wasn't nobody, nigga. I probably just gave you the highest tip of the fucking night while you tried to play me like I ain't have it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, not me though.
Huh?
Not me, but go ahead.
But end of the day, that was like my last fucking time. Like I really wanted to give him a chance because he was sweet, but it was just, I was like, see, I knew she wasn't gonna work. He was too fucking country. And my cousin was like, you can help him with that. He just a little rough around the edges. I was like, no, ma'am. Because he didn't even leave the waiter a tip. He didn't leave nothing. That's like blue, that it burnt my ass. I was like, at least leave him $2. And he like, I'm not leaving him nothing. I'm like, oh, nah. Like, I can't do you, bro. I can't do you.
Yeah, no, you can't do that.
Real quick to Bridget's point, the question, ask it one more time. You're saying
if a female asks you to go out, that one? Well, just a ticket. It was more like, hey, you want to hang out tonight type of thing.
Right, but to me, up front, it's like, you want me to get you? I'm gonna ask you right up front. I don't play those games. You want me to get you? What I'm trying to say is like, you want me to take care of it? I'll spot you on trying to take me out. I'm very clear on that because I don't like playing those games. I've never been in that situation. And I'm always going to have it. If I'm not going to have it, I'm not going to go out and put myself in a situation where I expect a female to carry me like that. I'm not built like that. So you're gonna tell me up front, like, yeah, I expect you to get me, and I will laugh it off. And if I fuck with you and we cool, I got you. But if I feel like if you trying to get me to trick off on you, and we ain't been intimate and we not friends like that, I'm like, you got me fucked up, sweetheart. We can, I'm just not built to be played. You're not gonna sucker me into taking you on a date and feeding you. But if we're friends, I have no problem with doing that.
Right.
It's just how I am. If you tell me, like, even if you on your point, like, nigga, hell yeah, you taking me out. And if you say it and you make me laugh, I'll go get you and we go out and I got you. But it's just, you're not going to pump, and you're not going to, I'm just not no sucker. So I don't know.
Hey, Bridget, I'm going to say this. I want to say, like I said, the me today, like the me now, if I go out and chick, you best believe she know I got it. So I might ask her, she might got to pay, but it's no big deal because like everybody know, like it's gonna be knowing I got it. Like, yo, it's nothing for me, but you gonna pay. Like, I want to see what's in you. Like, nah, it's just you treat.
I ain't gonna hold it. I've tried, I tried to pay for his meals. I tried to treat, like, even on his birthday, if we go out, I'm gonna take you out. That nigga was not letting me pay. Like, he just wasn't gonna do it.
Are you talking about Corey?
Yeah, he wasn't letting me do that shit. I mean, it's cute that you tried. That was real cute, but bitch, put that money up. You ain't paying.
I'm gonna need you to, like, cause I just want to see if you would. So I'm gonna need you to go ahead and handle that bill a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, now he like to talk shit. Like, he'll be the one to talk shit. Like, God damn, you order the most expensive thing on the menu. He'll talk shit. But I didn't order the most expensive thing on the menu. But, and two, I'm like, oh, well, I pay for, I'll be funny because I pay for it. He's like, man, shut your ass up. You ain't paying for shit.
Hey, Watcher, I don't know if you like this, but when I go out, don't matter where I go, like, I already know how much I'm willing to spend. So if I take Bridget out on a date, it don't matter what the fuck she ordered. Like, I already know I can cover it. You dig? So, because I already know I already know in my mind how much I'm willing to spend tonight. So I already know whatever we're going, it doesn't matter what you order because I already got this. I'm already gonna kiss this off. Like, all right, what you want? As long as you don't go over this shit right here, we are good.
Right. But it's a lot of females that do what they call like serial dating. Yeah. And a lot of dudes was getting hip to it because this was back because I've been at the game for a long time, but I would listen to my sisters' stories when they were single, and they was talking about how hard it was because some girls were like making it bad for them because dudes was thinking that they was just wanting to kick it just for a free meal. So my sisters, they was real funny about like meeting. They wouldn't let the guy pick them up. They would like, okay, let's meet somewhere or meet at a restaurant or whatever. But a lot of dudes, what they start doing is they'll go have coffee or do something like that. It wouldn't just be dinner for like the first date. You see what I'm saying? Like they would do something else for like their first meeting, maybe go to the movies or something like that, something that's inexpensive. To try to weed out the girls who just wanted that free meal from, Raf Bun or, all these expensive restaurants and stuff out there. But
truth be told, going out to eat to me is like a played ass. Like, to me, that's like a played ass date. I don't even want no nigga to offer to take me out to eat for the first date. Like, the only real reason why I really worked out for Corey is one, I didn't even know we was going on no motherfucking date. Like, the nigga just slid down on me because I tried to curve his ass. And he like, shit, we finna go out to eat. And then we just went somewhere like BW3s. It wasn't like formal, like, it was just like a real kick it kind of like middle of the day. It wasn't even a dinner. It was kind of like middle of the day. I'm taking you to lunch. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? But for the most part, shit like that is cheesy to me. Dates is over, like going out to eat, like it don't take no thought to do that. Even the movies. Like, that's a horrible first date. Where are we gonna get to know each other at? We in a fucking movie, not saying shit the whole time. Like, certain shit, I just like do something different. I don't want to go out to eat. First of all, I'm not no big eater like that anyway. So now I gotta starve myself all fucking day so I can have an appetite. You know, like it's just no.
So
I'm good on the going out to eat.
I'll tell you, let me share. What was that? No, I want to share how my wife got me.
Okay.
I'll keep it a buck because I normally would. I wouldn't say I'll be catering, but like if I'm going out, I'm expecting I'm gonna take care of the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, I'm not gonna go out and not have the money. So we're gonna go play laser tag, bowling, go to the museum or whatever we did. Cause we did a lot of different shit. What set her apart from me is she'll be like, I'm going to the bathroom real quick. And then I'm waiting for the bill to come and they be like, oh, she already took care of it. I'm like, what the fuck? And she was so smooth. She went to the bathroom, took her card, went and paid for the meal. So I felt like a sucker because she gained me. But it was also funny, but it was slick the way she was letting me know I'm not like these other bitches. If I say I'm gonna take care of it, you can't do shit about it. And that shit bothered me for like 2 weeks. So I'm like, fuck that shit. We're gonna go out. And I had everything set up and I took care of the shit. And then she was like, well, let's go over here. And then she got me again. So I recognized that she was trying to show me like, nigga, you can't do nothing for me that I can't do for myself. Yeah. And I'm gonna take your ass out. And you're gonna try to stop me, I'm gonna show you. So that was the first thing that set her apart from many different females that I fuck with, because she was real consistent and persistent enough to be like, nigga, I got this type shit. So that shit just shocked the fuck out of me. And there was other things she did along the way, but I wasn't used to no female who's gonna go that extra step to just get up and then just stop the waiter and ask for the check and take care of everything. And so when I ordered another drink, and then when I got the tab, I'm looking like, what the fuck, $6? What the hell? Oh yeah, she already paid for it. I'm like, oh shit, she did it again. So I thought that shit would set her apart to me.
That's funny.
I was reckless. I ran through many females, homegirls. I was out there. I was out there with no unabashed, no sympathy, no nothing.
Just lose.
Yeah, but I mean, it was homegirls came over together after the club.
He went to sow his royal oats.
I wasn't doing all that, but I was exercise. I was doing cardio. You know what I'm saying? And there was plenty of times that they came over with their homegirls, and their homegirls all left together, and their homegirls all got down. So I mean, it was just I wasn't possessive. I didn't take anything for granted, but I just was on some different shit. So when I hear other niggas' stories, it's just weird to me because I didn't have that experience. I didn't chase.
I would never divulge all the things that I've done. Many things Bridget don't even know.
I've been hearing you tonight. I'm like, God damn, I don't even know if I knew that.
No. Oh, girl, like I said, wait for the book to come out. I think I might divulge maybe 80%.
Amber, just put me in one of your chapters. That's all I've asked.
Of course, you got to be in the book. But yeah, like I said, it's so much shit. I just like, I don't know. Like I said,
how I got my husband, I think, it was towards the beginning of our relationship. I didn't let him meet my children for like months. We were dating. And then like, I remember one time we went out on a date. He went to the bathroom, and by the time he came to the bathroom, I ordered his salad and his drink. And he came out like, oh, he knew I was paying attention to the other times we went out and what he ordered, stuff like that. So he liked that I actually paid attention to stuff that he liked. Sometimes when you take an extra mile to know a person, to know what they like and stuff like that, men do appreciate that. So I'm just that type of female. Like my first daughter's, my first baby daddy, let's go ahead and just put it out there. When he used to come home, he used to work late. I used to have his bath water ready and his food in the oven, because I would time it to a point where his food was gonna be hot, and then I made his bath water like extra scorching hot. So by the time he got home, it was warm enough for him to get in it. But I've always been like that. That's just something that I did. But
do you wash dishes too?
I used to bring them their meals.
No, I'm saying, do you wash dishes too?
Do I wash? Well, I don't. I got a dishwasher now. No, but yeah, I wash dishes.
Okay. Damn, I might need you.
I was first of all, now Corey got me before I got him. First, he got me with the going behind my back to Jamaica and finding out my size. Like this, the day after we went on our first date, he called my homegirl, got my size, went to the store, bought me a few outfits, and had me try them on, you know, to give to me or whatever. That's so we could go on our next date.
That's bullshit.
Then he because I, you know, in the different conversations, his next step was like, you know, I was always a reader. I like reading books. So he would just start dropping me by, you know, 2 or 3 books a week. You know, hey, I got these 2 books, read
those little ghetto ass books. I stole your boyfriend, now what, bitch? Books like that.
But that's the thing, I'm not into urban literature. So I don't really do that. Jeffrey Deaver, Lisa Gardner, you know, books like that, James Patterson. He would drop off, you know, different little books or whatever. Eric Jerome Dickey.
Nerd ass.
So, but the whole time, like, I pay attention to shit too. So, you know, I noticed it was one day, I went in like one of his drawers and he had a bunch of lighters, but these aren't lighters that he normally used. So I never had heard of Zippo or whatever. And I was like, well, why do you got all them lighters over there that you don't use? Like, can you refill them? He was like, well, yeah. He's like, well, at one point I did use them, but I collect them anyway. So, you know, it's nothing like that. So he had gave me a little nickname. You know, he called me my initials, Age. And I would call him Car, his initials.
Oh, my God, that's so played.
So for Valentine's Day, I knew he was getting me something because he had already asked me what I want. I told him or whatever. So I already knew he was getting me something, but I knew he didn't expect me to get him something. So I went and I got him a custom lighter made that was to him from me. Well, his 2 card from Age. And then I had it embellished with a female that kind of had like long hair. She would have her hair in a way that I wore my hair a lot throughout our relationship. So got him the lighter, got him like lighter fluid, bought his, you know, favorite cigars, put it together in a little basket or whatever, and gave it to him. And he was like, wait a minute, like, you really like, I'm like, yeah. So to this day, he still got the fucking lighter.
Aww. That shit matters. Look at Amber with her soft side. What happened?
Amber can be a romantic. She can be a romantic too. Say don't let her fool you on here, y'all.
But the whole thing is like, the truth be told, like the way like running bath water and shit like that, like I've tried to do nice shit like that for Corey. You know, that just wasn't his style. Like, first of all, he don't want to sit while nobody cook no motherfucking meal. He was like, baby, we on the go. We got somewhere to be. We're gonna pick up this food on the way. You know, like, let's roll. Shit. And nobody finna be sitting around while you cook no goddamn meal.
No, but I think I spoiled my husband when we first started dating because, like I said, I used to just do stuff for him because he worked 12-hour shifts. So, like, he didn't have to do nothing. But then I think when we got more serious, and when I had started back working full time, because I was working kind of like part time in between jobs when we first started dating, so I had a lot more time on my hands. And I think after a while he was expecting it, but not like, it wasn't really his fault, but it was more like he just expected me to do it because I did it all the time. But then I almost had to kind of pump my brakes one time, like, nah, I ain't got to do this. But I think he understood it because I got mad at him one time. It was something with laundry. I didn't do his laundry for like a whole year after that.
Yeah, you trifling mother.
Hell yeah, what the hell wrong with you?
No, because I always did everything for him because he didn't have to do nothing. But I think it was one time.
Good.
Yeah.
What?
Now, why is that good?
Now you're supposed to.
It's supposed to what?
Do what she was doing.
And what makes her supposed to be doing that?
It was something I wanted to do, not
there you go.
I thought I supposed to do.
Yeah, she said wanted to, right? So when she didn't want to do it that day.
Nah, hell no. You took that assignment. You got to keep that damn thing.
No, I didn't know took that assignment. See, that's where niggas get it fucked up. Like, I ain't.
Yeah, and then I think that was me trying to kind of teaching him a lesson because
you trying to get put out.
No, it wasn't no getting put out because nah.
Amber gonna come home like open the door like nope.
But whole time, shit. When I was dating truth be told, I would clean his house without payment, but that nigga didn't go for that shit. Like, if you gonna be in my space cleaning up anything, you gonna get paid for that shit because I would pay anybody else to do it. Like that was just how he operated.
Hell no. Listen, we all got roles, and one of your roles is to wash them damn clothes.
Okay, so so let me bring, I guess, a question into what I just said. If you meet a woman and y'all in a relationship, right, and she start off like doing certain things, is that something that's expected or something that you just really appreciate, or a little bit of both?
That's something I appreciate, and now that's what you do now.
Nah, come on now.
That's what he said.
I ain't gonna hold you up. I kind of agree. Like, of course, you should not get to the point where you just like expect it. Like, you're not obligated, but like if you stop doing it, I'm gonna feel like you changing up. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, if a motherfucker is, just look at it like with a dude. Like, if you in a relationship and your dude always, manages the major bills, and all you got to do is pay the little punk ass cable or something, and he just stopped doing that shit, you're gonna be like, hold the fuck on, nigga, what the fuck going on with you? Did you lose your job? Or bills, like what happened?
I think bills is a little bit different, but when you're doing stuff like maybe bringing them his plate and stuff like that, or like I said, doing.
Because I hear what you're saying, Bridget, and I agree. A female should be smart enough to spoil her man to let her know that I got this for you and this is what I'm going to take care of in a relationship. However, I don't think anything should ever be taken for granted, because if you take that shit for granted, you can lose it. Like, I've been with my lady for 20 years and she's probably taken out the trash out of every place we live in no more than fucking 5 times out of 20 years.
Man.
So
that's different for me, because I was a single mother when I met my husband. So I was so used to being so independent, doing stuff myself. Like just tonight, I took out the trash. I took some trash out because I trashed it. But my husband did too.
But my point is,
but
real quick, Bridget, just real quick to your point. Now, if your dude who's been with you for however long just came to you and like, nah, I got that. I don't want you doing that. And he just started doing that all the time. And he's like, I got that. You don't need to be out taking out the trash at night, or I'm going to put the trash cans out front. Or if he just starts saying, I'm making sure the yard gets done, or I'm going to always clean out the garage. If he just starts automatically getting something done for you, you should appreciate it. I wouldn't say you should ever get into the habit of taking it for granted, but it's just something he's going to want to do for you. Like my lady, she doesn't cook all the time. I don't cook all the time. However, when she cooks, I appreciate the shit. And when I cook, I know she appreciates the shit, but it's not like we have specific roles. Right,
but I'm talking about like at the beginning of the relationship.
If your wife,
because like I said, we cooking
every day.
We 15 years in, so we've been together for a long time too. So it's like it can get, he know now. I think it was more of a, I don't know if he was expecting it or it was more, like I said, I just noticed he works swing shifts. So he worked 12-hour shifts. So I don't know if anybody ever worked those type of shifts. Sometimes stuff can't get done on those certain days. So I was always used to, picking up the slack, especially when my kids were younger. Like right now I have a 16-year-old son. So he takes out trash and stuff like that. But to me, I'm not above anything as a woman. I will take out trash. I'll put shit together. One thing I have not done, only in our relationship, I've never cut grass. Right. But other than that, I've done everything up to helping him.
What's wrong with cutting grass?
I just never had to. I want to learn, but I just never. I'm allergic to grass too. My allergies are real bad, but I just never cut. That's one thing I probably, in the whole relationship, that's one thing the only thing that I haven't done.
Yeah, shit. I cut grass, shovel snow. Well, when I had a yard to cut and a driveway to shovel, but now if I take out trash, it's purely because I want to, because I'm walking out the door and the trash need to be taken out. I have kids for that. Fuck that. Shit, I'm not washing dishes unless I want to. Like, it's just certain shit I'm just not gonna do because I pay for all this shit for running this
like, of course,
motherfucker.
you know, my kids are older now, but when they were babies, you know, when they wasn't able to take out trash or wash dishes or do stuff like that, I wasn't above doing anything around the house. That's just the type of person I am. It was nothing that he ever said that, you know, was never said, okay, you do this, you do this. You know, I guess people, when they have male roles and female roles, it's too extreme.
That's where I was gonna go with it.
Somebody told me I was
offended, especially women who've had previous relationship and they get into a relationship with someone else. They spent a specific amount of time being independent, taking care of everything. They feel like they may lose themselves or they lose their independence when they start making sacrifices or automatically accepting roles. However, if someone's knocking on the door at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't expect my wife to take care of that. If there's a hole in the roof and it's raining and I don't expect my wife to take care of that. And it's just like all of a sudden, if you guys are a true team, somebody has to be the quarterback, somebody has to be the running back, and we should have certain jobs. Now, sometimes if you want to throw the ball, fine, and sometimes if I want to run it, fine. We should be able to switch if we choose to switch, but we can't get into the habit of saying that I'm going to do this or I can do this, especially if he's willing to do it. I recognize a lot of that in a lot of different relationships, especially when I talk to my people.
Like, my thing is, I'm not going to argue with nobody. Like, my sister at one point, when she got remarried to, when she married her husband, it was, you know, she was estranged from him for a while. They had a child together. But when they got back together, you know, he's funny about women cleaning bathrooms. You know, he don't do women. He don't believe women should clean bathrooms. Women shouldn't take out garbage. That's just how he feels. So him or, you know, his son cleans the bathrooms. His daughter and his wife is not to clean no bathroom, not to take out the garbage. Now my sister, like, that's weird, you know, because when she finally go off to school or, you know, whatever, she gonna have to clean the goddamn bathroom. You're not gonna be there, so she might as well get used to doing it. Now, of course, if you are willing to do it, and it needs to be done only when you're around, or, you know, you're around when it needs to be cleaned, I'm not gonna beat you to the bathroom to clean the bathroom and you prefer to do it. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But you have to know that if the trash is overflowing, or if, you know, the bathroom needs to be cleaned and you're not available to do it, I'm gonna clean the fucking bathroom. And I don't want to hear shit about it. Because if you want me to stay away from it, then you need to stay on top of that shit. You know, like, and that's just how I feel. Now, at the end of the day, like, I don't see nothing wrong with certain gender roles, because I'm like,
oh shit,
I can agree that some things, you know, to a degree, I can understand the traditionalism, but there are certain things that kind of got to be at play for me. Like, one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not never going to fake or pretend. So one thing about me, I hate to grocery shop and I hate to cook, especially if I feel like you expecting me to cook. You know, that's going to just put a whole nother spin on it, because I'm not even doing it because I feel like doing it. I'm doing it out of a feeling of expectation. That's going to make me not want to do the shit. So that's one thing that, if you don't mind not having a home cooked meal every day, that's cool with me. You have to understand that when I cook, it's going to be because I felt like it, not because I feel some sense of
now, what man gonna mind that shit?
No, some men do mind.
Wait. I'm biased. What is your question asking?
Like, every man with the home cooked meal.
Every day?
Yeah.
See, that's just, but hold up now, to be on Unbiased's team, then you're going to have to carry that position. That's just Unbiased's team. His team isn't every NFL team or every NBA team. That's just team Unbiased. In my relationship, it's different. My wife cooks some days, or I'll cook some days, or we'll just eat out. Go get some sushi, go get some seafood, or go get whatever. We don't feel like cooking. We don't like cooking on Mondays because we both go to work and we get tired and shit. And so Mondays is a day we normally don't cook. Friday's a day we normally don't cook.
Sometimes Unbiased. So Unbiased,
it's an agreement.
Can you cook?
Hell yeah.
I can cook the things I like.
Yeah,
I can
and
cook.
that's my thing. Like, for me, I don't care that a man prefers to have a home cooked meal every day. That just let me know, oh, baby, we won't work. Cause I'm gonna tell you right now, unless you're gonna be the one making that home cooked meal, you're not gonna get that from fucking me. You know, so that's one of them things that I'm like, oh, we can just cut our losses now. It was nice knowing you. We can be great friends, but this ain't going nowhere.
I agree.
But I have a question. So since you want a home cooked meal every day,
Yeah.
is it something that she can ask of you on a regular basis, like every day, because you're talking about a home cooked meal every day? Can she ask of you like to do certain things? Like, is it a trade-off?
Yeah.
But that's what a lot of people don't want to do. They'll demand something from one side of the relationship, but then they don't feel like they're obligated to carry the other torch.
Exactly.
And then that just all that means is you guys aren't paired up for each other. Like some men expect to wake up to head 3 or 4 times a week. And if that female can't get it done, then that's just not the female for you in a relationship.
Yeah.
I'm a little too crude, but fuck it. Everybody got their own requirements. Female want her dude to go down on her every Saturday and every Wednesday. And if that nigga ain't getting it done, then shit, she needs to find a nigga who's gonna do it.
Who?
And that's my thing. Like people be trying to force shit.
It's not about forcing. You gotta find what you can get. I'm not gonna force nobody to do shit.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like people be trying to. I'm not gonna pretend, shape shift, try to fit my mold. I don't got time for none of that, baby. I'm too real.
But to say you want a home cooked meal every day is unrealistic. Can we say that?
What's wrong with that?
Not necessarily.
No, but I'm not.
But
hold up. You asked if it's unrealistic, and let me explain. Not necessarily, because there's some women that's all the fuck they can bring to a relationship. And if you're not expecting her to be shit in bed or do shit around the house or this and that, and if that's the priority thing for you, and she can get that done, and she can make fried chicken, baked chicken, and fish, and scallop, and lobster, and she knows how to get down, she went to culinary school type shit, then you got what you're looking for. But you can't expect all women to be super women and all men to be supermen. We watch all these movies and we see all these books and expect everybody to be a Tyler Perry character. You know what I'm saying? That's not how life is.
That's why I said it's not realistic. That's why it's, you know.
Oh, wait. Hey, Bridget.
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I don't know how it's unrealistic. Like, for the most part, like most of what I eat every day, I actually make. Like, I had pizza today because I got tired of cooking. So, but like, that's like, so basically I cook, I prepare my meals every day. Like, I hardly ever eat out. You know, so I actually do it realistically. So if I was in a relationship, I don't know.
But you're doing it for yourself. It's just you, right? And
right. But what I'm trying to say is this: like, I don't eat out, so I don't know how that could work. You know, okay, you know that we hear.
But that's what I'm saying. That's something that you're used to. So if you want a home cooked meal, you should be able to be okay with making your own home cooked meal if she's not able to or she doesn't feel like cooking.
Okay, so
that's all I'm saying.
Right. So but the watcher was right though. So I'm gonna meet somebody who likes to prepare their own food.
Okay, so would you be okay with her cooking a home cooked meal every day, but her trying to do that, something else could be lacking that she could be doing besides cooking you dinner every night? Because I don't know what kind of job she got, because you would have to have somebody that's gonna get home on time, be able to pick the kids up, help them with homework.
I'm saying like whenever you got time.
Does all that shit.
Now, like I said, I know you're older now, so you might not get a woman with small children and stuff. But sometimes when you have young children in a house, or you have a demanding job or something like that, it's not enough time for that all the time. My thing is I have Monday through Friday, Monday through Thursday meals. I call those like school day meals. I might make my kids corn dogs and French fries or something. My husband might not want that, but if he don't want that or something like that, he gonna have to pick himself something up on the way home, and I'll let him know that on the way home he'll call me. Did you cook? He asked me, what did I make the kids? If he don't like what I made, he gonna stop and get him something to eat on the way home. Or sometimes I'll know he's not gonna like it, and I might give him leftovers, whatever. But it's not something that I'm gonna do every day.
All right, so look, let me respond to PC Washington. Let me respond to Tim's. He said it's unrealistic. A chick working 56 hours a week and still cooking a new meal every day. Dude, I'm not gonna date any woman working that many hours.
She could be working 20 hours.
Well, he said he only deal with women that are really focused on their career.
Right. Yeah. So, but I would never date a woman that works 50, 60 hours.
I'm gonna tell you now.
Why though?
My thing, it ain't got to do shit with my work hours. I'm sitting at home doing absolutely fucking nothing right now, and I'm still not cooking every day. And guess what? First of all, my son's 16 goddamn years old. He's 16 years old. If I don't cook, he know how to cook. If neither one of us is in the mood to cook, I'ma order something. Ain't nobody gonna go fucking hungry, and that's my bottom line. Long as don't nobody go hungry, I don't give a fuck how we eat. You can cook, I can cook, however, but long as you don't think that you gonna sit around hungry and you gonna look at me like, oh, you ain't cook, I'm gonna look at you like your grown ass sitting around waiting on me to fucking cook. Oh, you retarded. You're retarded. Because trust and believe, when I get hungry, I'm gonna fucking eat, and my kids gonna eat. So if you're waiting around on me,
I have another scenario. So y'all on different shifts. You off. You've been off all day. She at work. You expect her to come home and cook.
Why can't she cook before she go to work?
Next question.
What's wrong with that?
Watching, you gonna take this one?
Yeah. Tim said Amber out here being difficult.
Nah, Amber ain't being difficult. Amber being straight up. Shit, I'm not forcing nothing. If we don't work, we just don't work. But you got to know. Something? Nigga, I ain't show mama it ain't my job to feed your ass. I feed my motherfucking kids.
Tim said Amber out here being difficult on purpose.
No, I think Amber is being Amber. If Amber's not gonna cook, then she gonna pick up in other areas. It's about being a team. She's gonna give 100% in another area.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I have a sister that she does. Sometimes she'll cook before she goes to work, but like I said, that's not all the time. But it's just her and her boyfriend that stays in their apartment. But
if my kids can't get me to cook for them every fucking day, ain't no nigga finna come into my life and have me cooking and playing Susie Humming. I'm sorry. If I was gonna cook every day, I would do that shit for my kids. I'm not doing it. Fuck out of here.
You see, like Amber just come in the house one day. Hey, how's it going? Everything going smooth. How's your day, honey? It's all good. Nigga, I know something happened today. Everything wasn't fucking smooth. You're lying to me. That's Amber.
Don't get your ass in that bedroom and take off your clothes right now.
No, that ain't Amber. First of all, Amber ain't gonna ask how your day was. I don't do all that cliche shit. How was your day, babe? Nigga, if you got something you want to tell me, you gonna tell me. If you want to tell me how the fuck your day went, just like if I got something to tell you, I'm gonna tell you. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you ain't even asked me how my day was. All of that is weird shit to me. If you got something you want to get off your chest, just tell the motherfucker how your day was. Fuck out.
Get your ass in the room now.
So that was your answer, unbiased.
Yeah, why you can't make that before why you can't make it before you go to work?
Answer the question. You will wait for her to cook, regardless if she made it before work or not.
Yeah.
You're off, and she had to work. You would still expect her to make that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why. Because I got a weird appetite, and so sometimes. Like when I'm
not her fault you got a weird appetite.
But let me answer the question though. This is why it's important to me. You don't forget that because the question was directed to me. So this is why it's important to me. It's important to me because I have a weird appetite. Whereas, like sometimes I wait entirely too long in the day to eat. You dig? So and that's not really healthy. I don't believe because sometimes I be like getting a headache or whatever, like when those hunger headaches. So I will need somebody who can help me. You dig? So that person will have to prepare a meal for me because a lot of times I would have eaten earlier if there was a meal right there, but I only did.
No, she's not helping you if she's doing it.
Why not?
All the time. So that means you done been home. She at work all day, so you didn't skip breakfast, lunch, and gonna wait for her for dinner, or she gonna cook all these meals before she go to work too.
Nah, I only eat one large meal a day. She got to just make one large meal. That's it.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all.
Yeah.
And just so we clear with
It's some easy shit,
fact,
Bridget. Like, what's so hard about baking chicken?
But my thing is just so we
It's
clear
nothing.
about.
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm trying to figure out why you can't make it. Since
Oh my
it's
God.
that simple. If it's
Wait.
that simple, you're saying, okay, what's wrong with just throwing some chicken in the oven or
I'm
making
probably
some
gonna
rice
sleep.
on the stove?
Cause I'm probably gonna be asleep 4 a.m. talking to y'all ass.
So just to be clear, like, and this is the weird thing that I feel like this is the problem with guys, and I blame a lot of women for this shit because your dude can't get no little pampering. First of all, I have not heard one nigga talk about how they gonna pamper their fucking woman. The shit that they do to make their woman feel special. This conversation is centered around how a woman can make a man feel special and feel catered to. So,
is it?
But well, so far it has been. So far, yeah. So far it has been. Now, as women, we've brought up different instances on how guys have made us feel special, but that guys have not gone out their way to say how they have tried to make their woman feel special or things that they do to make a woman feel special. That's not been a subject of the conversation. So,
okay.
So to address the guys in the chat when the guy can't get a little pampering. First of all, let's be clear. A relationship involves two people, right? So first of all, it's up to my guy to tell me in what ways that he feels most appreciated, loved, and adored. See, my dude didn't want me to cook and do all that extra shit and ask him how his day was. If he had something he wanted to tell me, he would tell me. If I had something I wanted to tell him, I would tell him. We didn't cook and do all of that. Occasionally, I would make him breakfast. You know, if we had time.
What you make for breakfast? Hey, wait. Don't try to go past that. What was your breakfast consist of?
Like pancakes, sausage, eggs, or French toast, sausage, egg.
Okay, that's a good breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, he ain't really do grits and shit like that.
Hell yeah, I need those grits sometimes.
Yeah, no, he didn't eat that shit. But
I ain't shit.
At the end of the day, you know, I would cook him breakfast occasionally.
That's a good breakfast. I'll probably gain some weight with that type of shit.
But actually, he's actually tried to cook for me once before. It didn't taste so good, but I appreciated the fact that he tried. But at the end of the day, like the type of stuff that he was into, you know, he liked me to clip his toenails. I would clip his toenails, give him a pedicure. You know, I didn't mind doing shit like that. But at the end of the day, it's certain stuff that I wasn't gonna do. Like he knew I wasn't gonna be in there cooking fucking every day. You know, like he knew that shit. You know, I would clean his house and straighten up, and not even that he was actually really fucking neat. He had OCD, but just the way I know he likes shit a certain way. So if I go in, his cabinets are disorganized and I reorganize them in a certain way, he'll see that I did it and try to throw me a couple of dollars for that shit. Like at the end of the day,
to me that sounds like that sounds more like dating than being like.
That's right.
True relationship to me, because I mean, like if you're cleaning his house,
that's right.
Cleaning the house.
That's right.
Like to put it in a different scenario, if you dating, and I don't want to like say me, but like if you're dating person A, and this person says, okay, I purchased this 5-6 bedroom house. Your boys need their own room. You need to be living with me. I want to make sure that we taken care of. You're going to help out by paying XYZ. I'm going to take care of ABC. And they sit down and break down a plan with you. And you ask you, what do you need from me as a man? What do you need in this relationship? What are you going to contribute? If you guys sit down and map everything out so all your needs are satisfied, isn't that just as equivalent, or if not better, than being in a situation where you have to run around and guess if you're doing enough? And then
I definitely think once you get to living together, you definitely should map out what's expected of each person. But let's be for real, most people don't do that. And see, that was the good thing that I did actually like about our relationship, because of the fact that we got other stuff going on. So until we get that straight, we can't move to this next phase, because in this phase, other things have to be worked out. It has to be mapped out. But at the end of the day, I know people that are not cohabitating, that literally have their own fucking houses and bills, go clean their nigga crib, cook him dinner and shit, and they feel like this is what they have. I know motherfuckers that do shit like this.
Amber, the
So,
chat is mad at you right now.
I don't give a flying fuck.
Well, to me, that sounds
Amber,
like...
don't read the chat.
Stop trolling it, bro.
But that's my whole thing. It's not that I can't ask how I absolutely can, but my thing is, to me, if you want to tell me something, just tell me. Why do I have to, you want to, oh, you didn't ask me how my day was. Well, clearly, if you want to tell me about your day, why you can't just tell me that? If we talking about communication, why the fuck you can't just communicate what's on your mind? You know, like, why I got to pry it out of you? How was your day in order for you to tell me some shit that you clearly want to tell me? Like, just tell me.
Amber, if you come home and you feel, if you really don't want to talk about your day and you're kind of frustrated, and I know that frustration is going to lead you to getting anxiety attacks or panic attacks. You might snap on the boys, or you might have to go smoke an extra cigarette or get you a drink. And I know that if I can just say, hey, baby, come here, come sit down. Why are you upset? I heard the way you slammed the door and the way you threw down your keys because I pay attention every time you come home. What happened at work today? Sometimes it takes a little initiative if you really want your spouse or your female to have that peace of mind. There's been plenty of times that I wanted to go play basketball, wanted to go to the gym, but I recognized that my wife was frustrated or she wasn't happy or something was bothering her. And she's similar to you. She's not going to open up and just talk about her frustration. She'll bottle it in. She used to journal and write in diaries type shit. But I recognized that shit wasn't healthy for her because she's not atypical female who's sensitive and going to cry and get emotional. So I have to sit her down, whether she gets frustrated or mad at me or not, and I got to pull it out of her so she'll vent.
But that's the thing. I'm not a bottler though. I'm just not like overly emotional. I deal with my shit and then I get past it. And I'm really good at compartmentalizing. So I don't really like crawl. Like if something pissed me off at work, I'm not gonna come home and be like pissy all day. Like I'm gonna leave that shit. Like by the time I get out the car, I'm over that shit. I'm
That's
not gonna have
say. But I'm because my wife, she has the same mentality, but she's not aware of how people are in tune to her. Especially if they care enough about her, they can see it. Like you may say you come home and you're fine, but I bet you if we were to pull your boys aside and be like, was mom mad today? Like, yeah, she was kind of upset when she snapped because this and that. Because I lived in a house when I witnessed that. So, I mean, like, you may not be able to see it. However, I recognize that it's up to a man's job to provide that for you. So you shouldn't have to carry all those weights of the world on your own shoulders. You just harden yourself so you can still function in spite of it. But it's not something I feel like you have to do. That's something that you will grow into with the spouse or someone else, even if it's a best friend that you can vent and get some frustration off. And it goes vice versa. Like sometimes I'll get like, very rarely do I show my emotions and frustrations, but for some reason, I don't know how my wife understands it or knows, but she'll just come in there and just rub my shoulders, or she'll be like, are you all right? And I'll say I'm fine, but she know I'm not, but she'll just give me a kiss on the cheek and go in the room. And then I'm like, oh yeah, she must have recognized that something was bothering me. And I'm not gonna sit down and voice my frustration to be a bitch about it, because that's the way my mind is focused. Man, don't be no bitch about it. You can handle that shit, you a man. But sometimes those little things do matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very self-aware. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm over something if I'm really not. Like, I really don't harp on shit too long. And if I got a problem with something, like, I have absolutely no problem saying I got a problem or venting. Like, I have plenty of people that I can kind of vent to depending on the situation. But even in that venting, I'm real big on not having an attitude. Like, that bothers me when people get pissed off over here and then that just touches everybody throughout their fucking day because they don't know how to keep that with the situation. Like, that's just something I don't do. Most people would not know what the fuck I was going through or what I went through if not for someone else telling them, just because I don't wear what's going on with me on my facial expression. Like, if I tuck something away to deal with it later, or if it's dealt with, it's dealt with. Like, it's not finna just be hanging over my fucking head all the time. But I mean, I don't think it's nothing wrong with having a conversation and talking, but I'm also the type of person that, like, if I genuinely, first off, I'm not going to discuss nothing with nobody until I have come through some sort of form of processing it for myself. That's just me. I'm gonna deal with it internally before I even let it out externally. You know, one, so I can identify what's going on with me, I can effectively communicate it. And two, I have to already have a handle on how I'm going to address moving forward, because I don't like to be just a complainer. I like to, you know, here was my problem, but here's what I'm finna do to get past that shit. Like, that's me.
Amber, love, listen what I'm saying. Sometimes you need a teammate that can help you see something from a different perspective that you may not be seeing at the time. I honestly feel that you have molded yourself to be a survivor, or to be the champion, to be the A side and the B side in your life because you needed to be. But what I'm trying to explain to you is, like, you can, if you had that opportunity to, or if you had someone who was actually doing that for you, it would relieve a lot of stress in a lot of areas in your life that would help you grow in a different way. Now, everyone can.
I understand what you're trying to say, but what I'm saying
I'm not trying to say anything. I'm explaining to you what I think. And if you accept it, you accept it. If you disagree, you disagree.
Yeah, I definitely disagree that anybody is going to be more competent in processing my emotions more than me. I disagree with that.
But it's about processing your emotions. It's about, okay, if you have a task to do, or if you have a dilemma or a frustration, sometimes it can help you find a solution, or even the fact that you can verbalize your situation to someone and you hear yourself going through the problem, it can actually be therapeutic. There's a reason why people go to counseling. There's a reason why people have therapists.
So I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying, Watcher. It's not that I don't talk to other people. What I'm saying is, if I'm going through something and it's having an emotional toll on me, like, even if I don't have the solution completely figured out, I'm past the point of being upset, triggered, bothered. Like, I've come to some type of reconciliation. It's going to be okay. And I'm starting the process of solving that. I'm not coming broken, you know, just with broken pieces to somebody like, oh, this is going on, life is so fucked up. Like, I've already come to some form of, like, it's like, okay, this is what's going on. You had your breakdown, you good. So when I discuss it, by the time I even verbalize it to another person what's really going on, like, I'm good. I know I'm gonna be good. I'm planning that. You can assist in the planning and say, oh, well, if that's what you was gonna do, you can also try this. Like, I don't mind that. But what I'm saying is, I'm not coming fresh off of some bullshit that I ain't even completely processed, telling somebody else about it. Like, that's just not me.
No, but I think something as simple as if your spouse or a significant other or partner walk through the door asking them how was work, or, you know, that's just a habit I do just out of habit, I guess, you know. But, you know, I don't think, and it could be like, oh, work was okay, work was fine. Oh yeah, we got drugged today at work, or whatever, you know.
And then my thing is, y'all talking about soften up, don't be a man, which like, nigga, just get more masculine if I'm too manly for you. That's the only thing I can fucking tell you. If I'm too manly for you, then nigga, level the fuck up and outman my ass. Out for me. Because at the end of the day, I'm just who the fuck I am. I've never had a nigga that felt like I was outmanning them. No, they was just fucking men. And they commanded respect, received respect, and never was we in a dick measuring contest, or they was trying to soften me. That wasn't even a fucking thing. Like, and my whole thing is,
you don't have a dick to be in a dick measuring contest, right?
But that's my whole thing. Like, I don't. So the fact that people feel like if you're not catering behind a man and running to them, like, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I've never needed a man to solve my fucking problems. I just haven't. And I'm not gonna pretend to need a man to solve my problems just because I have one. Like, don't get me wrong, you can help, you can be a part of my process. That's no problem with me. But I'm not gonna be like, oh, I just definitely need him. No, I'm gonna keep it 100. There's nobody I need in this world outside of my children. I need my children. But everybody else is optional and disposable. Now, I may want you in my life, but you will never be needed. You will always be somebody I want to have around. I will never need you. If you need me to need you, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. That'll never happen. You can be around because I want you around, but I don't need you around.
I hear what you're saying, Amber. but I just think that there's a different perspective out there that I'm not sure if you're willing to understand, because I feel like there's
It's not about willing to understand. I don't agree.
Love.
I just don't agree.
Listened to Amber. I listened to what you had to say, and I wanted to interrupt you so many times, but I figured that would be rude and disrespectful, so I wanted you to get it all out there. I'm asking you to afford me the same thing.
Well, don't say I don't understand something. Just say your position, because I understand what
But
you're saying.
Amber. What I'm trying to explain to you is, and you're making me forget my point because I feel like I have to walk you back from this confrontation, or at least the amount of energy in your conversation, because I feel like it doesn't need to be there, but I feel like it's being personalized. When I hear you say that I don't need somebody to fix me, I'm not some broken person, it makes me believe that if someone is having a dilemma or a frustration or even a small argument with someone at work and they want to express it to their man, you view that as a weakness and it's like they're broken. And I don't know if that's like the correct viewpoint of that type of a situation. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not in a debate with you. I'm just
but I think you're kind of maybe not understanding, or maybe you are understanding and I'm just not being clear. So first off, like I said, things like somebody pissed me off at work, that would never even, like, it's not going to have an effect on me where that would visibly be seen by anybody to even ask me. You brought up the scenario like, well, my wife can tell when something is off with me. First off, I don't even give a fuck about nobody at my job that much to bring that type of shit home. So the only way somebody would be able to visibly see something like that in me, because like I said, I do a very good job of compartmentalizing, is if there's something major traumatic going on in my life. Like, that's the only way you would potentially be able to see it, because this is something deeper. It's not somebody pissed me off at work type shit. So in that situation, I'm not coming to someone fresh, like just frantic and crazy and don't have nothing together or figured out.
Like, you're saying frantic and frustration, or it's such a minor thing, it's not major. But what you have to recognize, there are certain things in your life that can trigger you, and you have to recognize that you may become accustomed to it, but sometimes it's subconscious and you're not aware of it. That can be a possibility, because I do believe that you are a human being, and most human beings who have those type of triggers, they most of the time they self-medicate to whether they become angry and bitter and violent, or they may go out drinking and smoking, and may kick their dog, and may beat their kids, whatever it is, but they find their own way to cope, their own coping mechanisms. And I'm not trying to psych you or shrink you or do all the type of stuff. I'm just speaking in general.
But that's what I communicate as my coping mechanism. Like, a lot of people do tuck, but I've never had a problem facing harsh realities, digging deep, finding problems, and addressing real issues head on. I've never had a fucking problem with that. I've been doing it since I was a child. So at the end of the day, like, where most people, they want to avoid the ugly shit, the hard things that they don't want to face, like, I don't have no problem digging into that. Like, that's not a problem for me. I'm not going to devastate. It's not going to devastate me. I'd rather face stuff head on and deal with it than to try to bury it and tuck it away. Like, that's never been an issue for me. So again, there's nothing, most people ain't even gonna dig as deep to find the root of the problem as I would dig. So it to me, it don't benefit me none to talk to somebody else that's gonna give me a superficial solution when I already know they're gonna give me the easy, the palatable solution. They're not gonna give no real heartfelt, thought out, deep analysis of what the fuck is going on. Like, at the end of the day, there is nothing wrong with sorting through your own feelings. Like, everybody should have, you should not be reliant on other people to do that. The reason why people go to strengths and shit is because they do not know how to work through their issues. They suppress them. What I'm saying is, I don't have no problem with suppressing shit. I've talked on this channel about getting pregnant by another guy, thinking it was another, like, shit like that don't bother me. I've addressed it with both guys, like, certain stuff like that. Most people wouldn't tell a motherfucker. They wouldn't even put that out to people that didn't already fucking know that. I don't care about shit like that because I've dealt with it in the moment, and I've dealt with it over time. Like, certain shit I just don't give a fuck about. I'm not one that gotta hide things, or I could talk about anything once I process it within myself. What I'm saying is I don't go out talking to other people and offering shit if I don't feel like I got a handle on the situation and I've already worked through it internally. I just don't set myself up to fail like that.
Right. I hear what you're saying, but again, I completely hear you. I completely understand. I'm just curious, and you don't have to answer these questions. This is just more hypothetical or not even superficial. It's more, what's the word I'm looking for? When I'm asking a question, I don't really need you to respond to it. What is that called?
A rhetorical.
Thank you. A rhetorical question. Some people are, you understand that not everyone's perfect, correct? You can understand that people can have problems in their life that other people from the outside may be able to see, but person inside may not view it as a problem. That's like why a lot of people go through personal issues, divorce, have addictions, have spousal abuse problems. There's so many problems that people may internalize and compartmentalize that they're not fully aware, because you may need a mirror or someone actually give you an opportunity to see that. Otherwise, if you're walking through life, not you specifically, but just people in general, thinking that they can handle everything, then that's like, I can't even say a super person or a superman or a superwoman. That's just someone who has no need for anyone in the world. And for someone to say human beings are like, I don't need anyone but my kids, or I don't love that bitch, I just love my daughter. That's all a person I need in this world is my daughter.
But the reality is that is all I need. And it's gonna come an age where I don't necessarily need them, and they're not necessarily gonna need me. Like at the end of the day, that's just a fucking reality. Like everybody is
I hear you, but I would disagree with that, because but what
and
you're
you can
saying
disagree with it. But the reality is people take wanting things really bad as a need. If certain people are removed from your life, you will be surprised. To say you need them is to say if something was to happen to them that you would literally die. No, that's not the case. You would be surprised what you will move on from and realize that you can survive without. May hurt really bad, but you
Amber,
will be okay.
I want to address something you said before I forget it. You said you need your children and they need you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said
right
there
now.
may come a point, love,
right
please, love. You did say that there can be, or there will be, a point in time where they don't need you anymore.
Correct.
But will you still need them?
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
like,
so what is I'm trying to help you realize something before you talk me away from it. What would it be that makes you need them now, to the point that they get married and have children of their own where you don't need them anymore? Like, what are they fulfilling?
That's the whole thing. At this point, I don't necessarily need them now. They're here, they're my responsibility. I'm a mother, I love them. But let's say if one of my children, God forbid, was to pass, in order to say that I need them, now I may really want them to come back. I will want that with everything in me. But guess what? Am I still gonna survive now that they're gone? Am I gonna be able to try to move on? Life may not be the same, right? There's gonna be a significant difference, but I'm not necessarily gonna need them. Like, not to continue to live on. Of course, there's gonna be a part of me that's always gonna be different, but people lose people every day. And to say that you absolutely need somebody is to say like life is gonna end if they're not in your life anymore. And that's just simply not the fucking case. It's not.
Okay, so then let's go back to the question I asked you. Why do you need your children?
Long as they're here, I want to be there. I want them to be around me. I want to be around them. That's my preference.
So you want your children?
Yeah, want. Yeah, because the reality is I could have had my kids and gave them up for adoption and didn't even know them. Like, again, you don't really need them. It's more of a value, more of an emotional attachment where I feel like I need my kids. But if the situation was different, if I was a different person and I just didn't even have a desire to be a mother, I wouldn't feel like I needed my kids. I would feel like they were disposable as well. Okay. I'm just not that person.
Okay, so why do you want your children?
Because they're mine. They come from me.
Your car can be yours, your house can be yours, a dog can be yours, but I don't think you
a
put them
car
on.
is in mine. I didn't make it. I didn't birth it. It does not carry my DNA. My
Right,
children.
but what I'm talking about,
mine.
you're saying, but the reason why I brought that up is because you said mine as if it was a possession, and I wanted to bring to your attention that a dog can be your possession, a house can be your possession, a car can be your possession. So again, I feel that saying just because they're mine isn't necessarily sufficient enough. So I ask again, like, why do you need your children?
And I'll tell you now.
What do they provide for you, to you, that's unique to you, that helps you sustain life, that actually gives you the motivation to move on?
Well, I think I would have motivation to move on regardless, because I was existing before my kids came into this world. But currently my kids, they offer me a greater sense of purpose. They allow me to help shape the world in a way that I feel like could be most beneficial, as far as instilling values into them, teaching them different things, learning it from my own kids, because they've taught me a lot as well. But at the end of the day, I need my kids because they are a part of me. They come from me. I brought them into this world, so I feel it is my responsibility to nurture them and guide them in the way that they should go. And once they reach adulthood, if I've done a well enough job, then they will continue to be around me and want to be in my presence, which I think I have done. So at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a quote unquote definite need, but my value system says I need to be there for my children because they're mine. I brought them into this world, and it's my job to shape them and mold them, provide for them, nurture them. That's my job.
That's beautiful. Can I ask you a question? Do they give you purpose? Do they help create your identity as a mother? And do they shape your responsibilities in the way you move in this world?
You said, did they shape my identity? They have. I am still the same person that I have always been, but at the end of the day, like I said, being a mother is different. I've never felt responsible to the extent that I have felt for anyone else. You know, of course, you know, giving your opinion and having friends that you care about. I'm responsible for pretty much their outcome, their trajectory in life. So yeah, they give me a greater sense of identity, a sense of purpose, and a sense of being aware of myself and the world.
And you see that value as a person, how they can make you better, because the reflection of the person that your children make you gives you that purpose, that drive, and it actually helps you as a person. Is that correct?
You said, say that one more time.
Okay. The fact that you have those children in your life has given you a sense of purpose and helped create your identity, not just Amber, but a role of Amber being a mother. And in your opinion, does that make you a better person in life?
Well, I would say a parent. But I think that's kind of not necessarily my children that did that, because there's plenty of people that are parents and mothers, and it has not positively.
Right, but we can't apply everyone else's situation because some people abuse their children, and
but so what I'm saying is I don't think my children were the catalyst. I think that's just a value system. I don't think
but
my
I'm
children.
Asking you specifically in your life, have your children given you that purpose? Have they given you that value and help you strive to be a different person that you want to hold yourself accountable to?
Well, that's the whole thing. I'm not a different person. I was always this person. I've always had, long before I became a mother, I've always been more of a reserved person as to how I felt like children should be raised. Or
what I'm trying to say, sorry, I don't mean to cut you, but I just don't want to get too far from the point. Like, have you changed any part of your life that you've done pre-kids and then post-kids?
No.
So you haven't become more responsible, or you haven't?
I've always been pretty responsible. Yeah, always been pretty responsible. I mean, you're gonna have to give me another example. Always been pretty responsible.
But Amber, we understand about being responsible as a teenager, not getting into certain issues, and then opposed being a mother, you can't just walk around being the same person you were as a teenager. You can't practice.
So tell me the person you thought I was as a teenager, and I could tell you whether or not I had to make a change.
I don't want to play that game because it's easier for you to just wiggle out. I'm trying to
but that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I didn't have to make any major changes. I'm the same person now as I was then. I didn't have to make any changes. So
let me ask you, have you made any personal sacrifices for your children?
I wouldn't look at them as personal sacrifices.
What would you categorize them as?
Raising my kids.
So people don't make sacrifices; they just raise their kids. So
I definitely think so. Tell me what you think is a sacrifice, because for me, I don't look at it like that. Like, oh, I sacrificed so much for my kids. Like, no.
I don't want to go to that extreme as if you like literally sacrificed anything. That's not my point. I'm trying to understand your point of view so I can project on you all day and you can deflect it and say that's not me. I haven't been that person.
I'm telling you that I haven't made a sacrifice, and then you say, so you haven't made a sacrifice. Obviously, you're looking for a certain answer. So I'm asking you, well, why don't you give me an example of what you think a sacrifice is? Because in my perspective, no, I have not made any sacrifices for my kids.
I see. All right.
I'm just a parent doing what is in their best interest. That's what I have to do. Like, that's not a sacrifice on my part. That's part of the job.
Okay, so your job of living with your kids, and opposed to you not having your kids, there's been no change, is what you're telling me.
You said what?
Okay,
I'm reading the chat, so I'm trying to figure out. T. Washington, you can call into the. You can join the Zoom, because what I don't like is for people to have commentary in the chat and then don't come on. So just
Amber, that's what they do. You know, that's their job, to be the peanut gallery.
They could be the peanut gallery, but what I'm saying is being a parent. Hold on the job is a sacrifice. What are you talking about?
Amber, oh man. Okay. So my main point.
But go ahead, because I want to understand what you think a sacrifice is. What do you consider sacrifice? When people say, "Oh, I can go off to school because I had kids early," that's not a sacrifice.
No. To me, what I may consider a sacrifice may not be the same thing you consider a sacrifice. So I feel like that's really irrelevant. I want to stick back into Amber's mind and Amber's understanding.
But that's the funny thing, Watcher. Like, because you're trying to psychoanalyze me, and I don't have no problem with doing this, but you are, because you say you're trying to dig into my mind, so you're trying to get a better understanding, like to see my perspective. But my perspective is not like crazy or outrageous or anything of that nature.
It's not. What I'm trying to do is
all of this. But the crazy thing is, all of this is stemming around the fact that I'm not needy to have a fucking relationship. Like, that's the weird shit. That if you say that, oh, it's good to, have a man, but I don't necessarily need one, that people feel like they can psychoanalyze you, or that you need to be talked to, or there's some childhood trauma. No, there's no fucking childhood trauma. There is no issues. Ain't nobody hurt me. And that's the thing. I don't have no story of no nigga dogging me out. That shit has never fucking happened to me. Ain't no nigga just ever dogged me out. So that ain't my issue. That ain't my story. Like, I don't understand. Like, it's actually weird.
On you, Amber? Okay, Amber,
you said what?
Projected that on you? Because if you felt that, I apologize. That was not my intention.
No, people in the chat have said it. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is the weird shit. And my thing is, if y'all want to see some narcissism, y'all niggas need to look in the fucking mirror. Like, if you think that a person not holding a relationship in such high esteem, and first of all, let's be very clear. Majority of my family is married and wonderful relationships, right? So my thing is, if I can't have that, I'd rather not have anything at all. I'm not finna be out here just thirsty to have a man where I take anything. No, I would prefer to have someone that aligns with me. I'm not finna force myself into no relationship. I'm not finna try to force a nigga to be what I want him to be. Like, it either works or it doesn't. It's very fucking simple. And that's how I just carry out in my relationships, period. we're either gonna be real or like I don't really do associates. I either have best friends or I don't really have friends. Like that's it. Like family, either we're close or we don't really talk like that. Like I'm a person of extremes. You either real close to me or you're kind of not. I'm not really fucking with you. That's just how it is. I'll see you occasionally.
Okay.
I don't do the in between.
I'm just gonna take that as you addressed in the chat, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get an understanding. Because in my point of view, you may be onto something that I haven't been privy to. So if I can get a better understanding, then I feel like I can have a conversation with you and get an understanding. Again, like I said, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago, I'm not trying to shrink you. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you. I'm not trying to get to the bottom of where you touched, show me on this doll where you were touched as a child type shit. That's not my goal or my issue.
Yeah, people, I mean, it's just interesting that if you aren't like, oh, I need a man, oh, I'm willing to do this, that people like, oh,
your tone for those people in your mind, that's how you think they are.
You said what?
You even hear the tone you're using for those people who you think that may have a different perception of life than you. Oh, I need a man.
For the most part, that's how a lot of them do sound. Like now, it's some of them that don't necessarily sound like that. Like again, I don't deal with needy people. But for the most part, the ones that are constantly posting on Facebook and constantly talking about how much they need a man, yeah, that's how the fuck they sound. Like heartbroken if they not the top pick of the litter. Like it's weird shit. But we can continue with the conversation.
All right, cool. I do believe, hopefully I didn't lose my point. I was trying to get an understanding of you having children in your life and you stated you need them, and then you clarified saying not necessarily need them because you had them, you were going to be you with or without them, and you clarified them to want. And so what I was trying to get understanding as if the person that Amber was prior to having children, did she make any sacrifices as a mother? Did it require any type of changes? And then you explained to me no, because you have a different perception on what a sacrifice is. And then you're asking me to give an example of a sacrifice. Am I correct so far?
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't have a different perception of what a sacrifice is. I think it is just weird when people take things that are their responsibility as a parent and they try to make it like they're sacrificing something for providing basic needs to their children. Like, I think that shit is bananas. So I don't look at that as a sacrifice. I look at that as a part of my job, a part of my duties. So anything that I do in the process of providing for my children, a better education, financial stability, emotional stability. I don't look at anything in those areas as a sacrifice. Like it's a necessity. It's a part of the job. Like so I don't, anything that is gonna be surrounding that, it's not a sacrifice to me.
Okay, right. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I felt like, okay, well, maybe you're just adverse to the word sacrifice. You don't agree that it's a quote unquote sacrifice, which is not the word that I wanted to use. I just used that word so we can find an extreme. Because my original word was change. Have you made any changes as a child to the point that you've had your kids? So I think you just established a few changes that you were willing to make to be a better person for your child, not necessarily a sacrifice.
But that's the thing. Like, first of all, I got pregnant at 17. These are changes that I would have had to make anyway into adulthood. It wasn't a change I made because I was a parent. I would have had to get a job. I would have had to, provide emotional, financial stability for myself. I would have had to be emotionally stable for any relationship I had. Like now it just so happens that I'm kind of in the driver's seat and I'm kind of doing more of the pouring and the planting of the seeds and the watering versus, just a homegirl or a friend where what I'm putting in is for them to take or leave. I'm kind of like more in control of this garden over here. But at the end of the day, I don't look at those things as a sacrifice or even a change. Those would have been a natural part of life. That's like saying that you're not the same. Are you a different person than when you was in high school? Absolutely yes, because you're an adult now. Like these are things I would have had to do as an adult any goddamn way. It's not because like, oh, I had kids, so now I like, no, it's just a part of growing up and maturing. It just so happened I was a parent maturing as well. Like,
okay. Well, let me ask this question. Do you feel that you have any responsibility to project the type of woman that your kid should want to grow up and marry or combine or be with?
To a degree, yeah, but I try to tell my children, don't try to mirror me, but try to mirror the values. You know, certain values, I feel like, yeah, because that's kind of the foundational values that you have. So at the end of the day, you want someone to reflect your values. You don't want it to be an uphill battle, you know, where y'all just kind of like not on the same wavelength on anything. Now, however you remix that and whatever y'all come up with, that's on you, you know. And at the end of the day, my son, he's dated people that I didn't necessarily care for, but I'm not for, and they weren't like me. They were kind of complete opposite of me. But I'm like, you gonna see why that ain't gonna work out. You gonna see why that's gonna be a problem. And eventually he did. Like, okay, yeah, that wasn't gonna work. But no, I don't. I think I'm just supposed to model someone that has a value system, a strong one. And as long as my children kind of understand that and they think for themselves, that's the biggest thing. Think for yourself, the biggest value. I don't really care who they date or who they with. Long as they fucking happy, it ain't really got shit to do with me.
Okay, so if you see your child getting engaged to a thought, you're just going to sit back and allow that so they can learn the lesson. You felt that you've done the best
Absolutely.
job.
That's none of my business. I teach my children how to think, not what to think. So if they think that thought is their soulmate, then that is on them. That don't have nothing to do with me. I'm not out here trying to police my grown adult children to tell them who they should be dating. Like, no, I do all my overbearing shit now while they're coming up. Once they're of age, I'm definitely releasing the reins for them to make their own decisions, make their own mistakes, learn from it. I'll be here if they need someone to talk to, but I'm not going to be meddling in my kid's life. That's doing too much.
I see. So you feel that you're doing all your quote unquote on hands hard raising right now as a child, and then once they grow older, then
it's up to them to use it or lose it. It's on them. Like, right. My thing is, you do your job, but you cannot, once they become adults, they have every right to become whoever the fuck they want to be. You tell your kids all their life they can be whatever they want to be, and the reality is they can. Now, you try to shape that in the way that you think is best for them to be, but at the end of the day, they have every right to be who they want to be. That I don't have no control over that. Like, and if they decide that they want to be something other than what they were raised to be, I'm not going to be mad as long as we keep that relationship and they maintain that level of respect, because I'm not with that toxic shit like, oh, blood is thicker than water and no matter what, that's your family and you just allow people to treat you any kind of way because y'all, like, I'm not with none of that. And I don't raise my kids to be with none of that. So they know that they can always expect to be respected by me. Because that, to me, that's the minimum that you're due. You're due respect no matter what, just based off of our relationship and our bond that we have. Even if I don't like you, I'ma respect you because I understand what you like. I've raised my kids. I know what type of thinkers they are. I trust their judgment a lot more than I trust their a lot of these grown motherfuckers' judgment. I can trust my 16-year-old's judgment to be around a variety of different people. And most times he would choose not to be around them. Again, that's his judgment. No, I'm not with that. So at the end of the day, once they're out of my house, I'm letting go. They are free to think as young men. I cannot be holding their hand. They have to come into being men and making their own decisions. If they want my input, if they want, to pick my brain or ask me something or get some advice or even just to share something with me, I'm completely with that. Don't have no problem with it. But what I'm not going to do is going to be trying to micromanage grown ass men. I'm not doing that.
Let's see. Do you ask your kids how their day was when they come home?
Sometimes I do. It depends. Like my
What is it
youngest,
depend on?
my youngest, well, my oldest, if he has something to tell me, he'll just tell me. My youngest, he's still young, so I still ask him, "How was your day?" When I pick him up. And
So what
occasionally,
you're saying is you don't ask your oldest how was his day?
nope, he'll let me know. I
If
used
he's
to ask him when
upset
he
and
was
he
younger.
walks in the room and just slams the door, are you gonna go see what's wrong, or are you gonna let him figure it out himself?
That's the thing. He don't just walk in his room and slam his door. But when I can see he has an attitude, I say, "What's wrong with you?" And he'll say nothing. And I say, "Boy, I know something wrong with you. What's wrong with you?" And he'll say nothing. I say, "Okay." So then I go to my room and leave him be. My son is like me. You're not gonna get anything from him by prying. He's not gonna be like, "Oh, well, this happened." So eventually he'll come in and he'll lay on my bed. And he like, "Early I had an attitude because," and he'll let me know when he gets ready to let me know. So I don't ask him how his day was. I don't typically, I'll say like, "Oh dang, what you got an attitude for?" And he like, "I don't got no attitude." And then I'll leave it at that because I know whenever he's ready to tell me why he has an attitude, he's just gonna come and tell me. I don't have to pry him for that information.
Why would he come and tell you that after he said that he doesn't have an issue?
Because he'll tell me he don't have an issue because he's not ready to talk about it.
Okay. So when he's ready to talk about it, why would he explain to you why he just gave you the cold shoulder earlier?
You'll have to ask him. Like,
I mean, like if you're
the best I could tell you is because you said what?
The reason why I'm asking because you gave an example of how he responds and how he reacts. So I'm trying to get an understanding if you have an overview of why he felt the need to come explain to you what happened previously.
Well, typically he'll come because now he don't do it every time, but most of the times, like, it depends on the situation. So like, let's say, because it's only a few things that's gonna get him upset, to be perfectly honest. Something dealing with like basketball or track, like a sport, or something dealing with his grade or school or something like that. So outside of that, he don't really be bothered or care about too much of nothing. So if it's something like with a sport or anything like that, he'll come and let me know because again, we talk about these things all the time. Different sports he's doing, different coaches, problems he's having on the team. These are things that we communicate about. Same thing with grades. Like I don't ask now. I'll ask them and I'll remind them just because they're doing a whole online thing, and when you're doing so much in the day, time can get away from you with these deadlines. But typically during a normal like school day, I don't even ask my son if he has homework, if he did his homework, because he's really responsible about getting that stuff done. Like I don't have to be on top of him for him to do certain shit. He knows what's expected and he just gets it done. So if he comes to me and after having an attitude and he's like, "Oh, well, I had an attitude earlier because, this teacher got an attitude earlier because I asked this question and this, that, and the third." And I'm like, "Oh, well, dang. So what happened?" So and he might give me the background on it. But initially he didn't want to tell me because he might have still been upset about it. In a lot of ways, he's like me and his father. His father is the same way. Like, we're just not gonna, like, if we don't want to talk about something and we ain't processed it or we're still kind of mad about it, we're not gonna talk about it in that moment. Because now, one thing I will say, like I said earlier, I'm big on not bringing media or attitude. So, like, let's say he was to start telling me what happened, and I feel like in the midst of him telling me what happened, he getting real spicy with me. I'm gonna be like, "Hold on, watch your damn tone. Don't get no attitude." So that might be another reason why he avoids it. He like, "Well, I know my tone gonna be funky, so let me calm down and I'll just go talk to her when I can talk to her and not have this attitude, because my mama ain't gonna go for that."
Would you prefer him to come talk to you in opposed to talk to someone else?
Honestly, I've tried to encourage him to talk to other people about certain things. Typically he comes to me though.
Is that your preference?
It has become my preference because my preference is for him to be comfortable with talking, period. So whether it's me or somebody else, not like when he was, now it's not like so much of a problem. When he was first going through puberty and he had all these questions about it and shit, like I just really wanted him to talk to another man, like talk to your uncle or your dad or somebody. But he just felt most comfortable talking to me. So eventually I had to get used to him talking to me because he would not talk to his dad and his uncle. And he's like, man, I don't talk to them like that. I'm not gonna be talking to them about no, like So now he talked to me about the girls he dating, when he was talking about, potentially having sex. Like these are the things that he'll come talk to me about.
And do you think he's learning from you or he gets any value from having these conversations with you?
Absolutely.
What's the value that he's getting from having these conversations with you, in your opinion?
I think for the most part, he just gets someone that listens to him. I try not to tell him what to do. Like, for the most part, I'm big on him kind of figuring stuff out for himself and kind of thinking through it. So sometimes I just ask him a few questions and, or not. But I don't mind him, just talking. He may vent, he may not vent. He may actually have a question that he don't feel like he can answer, and then I'm like, no, I think you got the answer to that. Like you know what to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes he just want to talk just for the sake of, he just like having conversations with his mom. Like we talk about all types of shit, but at the end of the day, yeah, it's nothing wrong with him talking to me. I don't mind him talking to me. I think he gets value from it. If nothing else, I think it strengthens the bond that we have. So that's it. And you're smiling because you think you made a point, but before you, but again, before you go in, realize what I say. But no, but
because I'm smiling, you're about to just go off on your defense instead of just asking me why am I smiling?
No, I'm. But that's the whole thing. I seen the smile come on your face. You like, and do you think that he gets value from that? And I seen the smile creep across your face.
My smile. Okay, go ahead. You can tell me why I'm smiling.
But you go ahead and tell me, and then I'll just be ready to clarify what you missed. Go ahead.
My only thing is because I now am relieved because I see that you may have a different opinion on verbalizing your emotions or speaking to someone, whether you're in a relationship or not. But with regards to your children, you see the benefit in them having the conversation with you, developing a stronger relationship with you. And to me, that's what my concern was, because when you were explaining how you were previously with regards to your personal relationships, that's fine. You are the woman you're going to be. But my concern was like, well, shit, because my mother, I was born in Bronx, New York. We didn't have that type of relationship. I never developed a relationship with her because she was more on your type of tip, or at least the tip that you were to the people you dated. Let me finish. She was more.
But I really want to stop you there because you're misunderstanding, and that's why I was trying to clarify before. Because
you're not allowing me to express my opinion. You feel me?
Clarify.
If you got to write it down, you can write it down. But it's hard for me to listen to everything that you're saying and maintain my point. But I need you to just afford me this. What I'm trying to express is because I listened to what you were saying and it reminded me so much of my mother. My mother had me when she was 17. I was raised by my aunt and uncle in Bronx, New York. Well, and then I got moved to California and then eventually Arizona. So the relationship that I wanted to have with my mom was severely severed, but she was so hardcore, been in and out of prison and all this other type of lifestyle, that she never developed the ability to listen or even to communicate. To her, that shit was soft, and so we never really bonded. So when you're telling me this, and I've seen pictures of your son, and I listen to how you talk about him. And so to me, it's just like, I'm wondering, and again, I coach kids, you know, so I'm wondering like, shit, well, if this is how you are with men, that's whatever. You deserve to have the type of relationship you need to. But I was just wondering, like, well, shit, does she at least talk to her kids? Do they have relationships? And does
But
she
that's the whole thing. How I am with men, like
benefits?
But you're going on for a long time. So can we address it in pieces and then you can go to your next phase? You know,
I'm actually done because you've given me the relief that I needed to hear.
Yeah,
that
but
you have the conversation with your son. He sees the benefit in it, and you recognize the benefit in it. So,
but here's my problem though, because again, I don't like when statements I make are misconstrued. Now, when you asked about my son's scenario, you asked sometimes did he come in with an attitude and this, that, and the third. Now, and I said, yeah, sometimes I said, and you said, and what do you do when I said, I asked him what's wrong, and he'll say nothing. And then I'm like, well, I know something wrong with you. And then he'll say nothing wrong, and I'll leave it alone, right? And I allow him to come to me, because whenever he's ready to talk, he's gonna bring it to me. So what I'm saying is, for me, typically when people want to talk about something, they like, if it's a good day, it's a good day, and they're just gonna. But if it's a problem and they're ready to talk about it, you don't have to pry them to talk about that. Most people, when they're not ready to talk about it, they're gonna come and talk to you about it anyway. So I'm just not a prior. I don't mind if you want to come and talk to me. I'm down to listen. And as a matter of fact, I may have something that I want to share with you, but in that moment when I'm still messed up, I have to gather myself first before I bring anything to anyone else. And that was the only point I was making. I'm not going to someone when I'm frantic, when I'm upset, when I can't get my thoughts clear. I have to be center myself first. Nobody can do that for me. I have to be able to do that for myself. Now, granted, there are some extreme situations, like when people have lost their lives, where I just have not been able to kind of get it together. But at that point, everybody's a fucking mess. So nobody can get anybody together. But at the end of the day, it comes a point where I have to get myself together, and I have to bring myself back and say, come on now, come back, and center myself. And then we can have a discussion. We could talk about it. But I'm not going to be frantic, hysterical. For me, I'm a person that I don't like noise. I don't like mental clutter. Like, that shit drives me insane. So in order for me to have any type of positive build, I have to get to a place where I can even process what you're saying. If I'm worked up, it don't matter the type of talking that you do, you're not going to be able to calm me down. I have to calm myself down first before I can hear anything. And a part of my calming process is to address the situation and kind of break it down and analyze it. And even if I don't, like, I have to make sense of what's going on. Like me, I have to do that before I talk to anybody else about what's going on with me. It's not that I'm unwilling to talk. What I'm saying is, some people, they don't even acknowledge what's going on with them. They never address it. They never try to even analyze it. They just a whole problem walking around, and they expecting somebody else to fix that for them. And then when they can't, they're like fucked up about it. Like, for me, most of the work is done. Even if you may help me through that last little stretch, or you may talk, and I'm not even gonna say help me through it, because people can give you solutions all day. You have to be willing. Like, you have to be willing at the end of the day. So for me, we can talk, we can communicate, we can, build. And me and my homegirls have really deep conversations. So that's like, and not just homegirls, homeboys, because I've had some close male friends as well. Like, communication is not my problem, and anybody that knows me will tell you that communication has never been a problem of mine. I don't have no problem talking about issues, but I'm just not going to come to you and I can't communicate the issue. I don't even know what the issue is. I'm just fucked up. I'm delusional. I'm all over like, that's just not me. I'm always going to come with some type of togetherness. That's just me.
I understand. I hope I didn't miscommunicate or misunderstand you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with men, women, anybody I go to, anybody I talk to. That's just a part of my personality. I'm gonna have some type of something. It
There's
don't
no
have
need
to
to
do.
clean it up. You said your statement, and I tried to make sure not to categorize you or put you in that box because that was not my intention. I just wanted to make sure that if in which you've expressed, if there was a situation where you needed to talk, that you will be able to speak and communicate and you see the value in it. And whether it's with someone you're married to, you're dating, or it's a best friend or a cousin or whatever, you've expressed beyond words that you have those people that you're close to. And you've also expressed that you're not going to be able to make that move to get clarity until you're ready, regardless of who you're speaking to, which again, I understand it. Not to shrink or steel man your point of view, but when I do that, I don't do that disingenuously or try to be condescending. I only do that just so you can understand I know where you're coming from, because a lot of people hate being miscommunicated. And especially on this platform, I've seen certain people quote unquote steel man, but they don't do it for sincere reasons. It's done more, not necessarily condescending, but more of, well, this what type of level I'm on type point of view, if you understand what I'm saying. So again, I'm expressing to you that I understand what you're saying, and I'm glad that you were able to express that with your son because you see the value in it. And I respect the fact that he's willing to come to you and not all quote unquote frantic or all over emotional. He gets his thoughts together and then he has a good enough relationship to you to explain why he didn't want to speak at that moment, which I think is actually necessary because there's a lot of young men that I deal with that are oversensitive and they can't control their emotions or they don't understand enough about themselves to recognize that they're over emotional.
Yeah, but my thing is, and people can take it how they want to, but the reason why people need therapy typically for the most part is because they have not learned how to work out their issues. They have not learned appropriate ways to process trauma and different things. First off, let's be very clear. I was a child in foster care. So I went through therapy at a very young age because I had to. So the different tools of processing shit, I've had these since I was a little girl. And for me, like where some people, they've never understood how to dig, how to evaluate different things, how to analyze different situations, outcomes, why they feel a certain way about certain things, like the different triggers that they have. Like a lot of people do not recognize that, and so they run to other things to try to kind of numb different things that happen to them in their life. Like,
you mean like self-medicating?
Yeah, self-medicate.
Okay.
Through a variety of different ways. And at the end of the day, like, I'm the type of person where even with the whole cigarette thing, like, yeah, I smoke. Yeah, I know it's horrible for me. Actually it's a horrible habit that I picked up when I was living in Texas. I moved with a sister that I never knew my whole fucking life, and it was like a shock for me. We had two different parenting styles, two different value systems, two different everything. But here I am out on this island trying to do me and be an adult, you know what I'm saying? Like with a child, and it was just a different thing. So to cope, I tried to smoke, small cigars, and it transitioned into something completely different. But for the most of my adult life, I did not really drink, and I'm still not a drinker. I did not smoke, and it was my aversion to forming addictive habits that made me not do those things because my mother was an addict. So that was something that I always had in the back of my mind. If I picked up a habit, I would become addicted. Like that was my thought. So I didn't drink, I didn't smoke, smoke weed, stuff like that. I just tried to stay away from. Like, and if I would have never moved to Texas, quite likely I probably never would have smoked. But I was just in this situation. I was like, well, I ain't gonna smoke no weed, which I probably was better off smoking a fucking weed. But I am addicted to cigarettes about 10 years later. But at the end of the day, a lot of people like, they just don't have, they blame everybody else, right? Things that happen in their life. Bridget's no longer on the phone, but a few years ago when I caught the little felony drug cases, like, of course, I'm mad at my brother because he played his role in it, but I was also mad at myself for putting myself in the situation, for putting my children in the situation. Like, at the end of the day, I had to take responsibility. It ain't like nobody dragged me by the fucking hair down to Georgia. I had to take my own ownership of my part in it. And even in being upset with him, like, I've gone to jail a couple of times. I've never been the person, get me out of jail, y'all get me out of here. That has never come out of my mouth. Every single time I've been bonded out is because my family didn't want me in there. Because my thing is, I'm here based off something that I did, I gotta do it. Now, initially when I went into jail, of course I wanted to get out. I didn't even have a bond with the situation with my brother. But even once I found out the amount, I could not in good conscience tell nobody to make that type of sacrifice. But my sister was willing to do it because she knew what time it was. But at the end of the day, I don't have no problem taking responsibility for shit. And even the night I got out of jail, my son came to me and he said, Ma, I know that you and Uncle, I don't want to say his name, but I know you and Uncle not, on the best of terms, but would you be upset if I still call him Uncle and if I still like talk to him sometimes? I said, no, that's your uncle. Like, you're supposed to love and respect him. You have to understand though that it'll never be another situation where y'all will be in his care, left. Like, you got to understand that part is dead. But yeah, you can definitely have a relationship with him. And he said, okay, like, cool. But at the end of the day, like, and I let him know, I understand if I asked him, I said, are you mad at me? And he said, no, I'm not mad. I said, I understand if you're mad because it's a messed up situation that y'all have been put in. And I have to take some of the responsibility for that because I'm your mom. And he said, I'm not mad. He's like, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not mad. But for me, like,
conversation, that's a very deep ass conversation in my opinion. How old was he, if you don't mind me asking, at that time?
He was 14.
14? Wow. Okay. All right. So, I mean, that's some age of an understanding, but you're so much a child still at 14 to be able to grasp that and understand it. So, wow. But it sounds genuine and sincere. I can respect that. My question earlier, I just wanted to let you finish your point, but like, is there a benefit to you from smoking, in your opinion? Or do you recognize?
Actually,
go ahead.
No, actually, I think it's actually worse. Like, and I don't know if it's maybe because initially when I started smoking cigarettes, I was not a major coffee drinker, not like I am now. So actually, I think it's worse because I think it triggers anxiety. So it's kind of like a catch-22 because if I don't smoke, I get anxiety. But now it's almost to the point like if I smoke and I drink coffee like I normally do, then it also kind of triggers a feeling of anxiety. So it's kind of a little weird because now I'm having to cut back on coffee, and I really love fucking coffee, but I'm having to cut back on coffee because the two just not working the same way that they used to. And I'm trying to take in more water, and I'm actually smoking less than I was smoking prior to this whole outbreak. I'm smoking less than I was then. But I don't consider it to be any type of benefit. For the most part, the days that I have broken down and like I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try to go a little longer. When I finally break down, it's because I'm starting to get real bad anxiety and I'm starting to get a headache. So those two things.
Post smoking or before?
You said what?
This is post or pre-smoking?
You mean post or pre-smoking? What, like right now?
No, what I'm saying is like, if you do you develop your anxieties or panic or frustration, irritability, and then you smoke to relieve it, or you smoke and then you develop the anxiety?
Well, that's the thing. For the most part, if I'm just smoking on a normal day, not trying to quit, like prior to COVID-19, when I had stopped even thinking about quitting, I didn't really have anxiety where where it made me want to smoke. People would, irritate me, or if I'm having like a real good conversation on the phone, I'll smoke. But for the most part, it wasn't like, oh, I'm stressed the fuck out, let me light up a cigarette. Like that wasn't really the case. Um, like I said, don't too much get me frazzled any goddamn way. So pretty much I just kind of smoked out of habit. But now it's to the point like me stopping smoking or trying to, it kind of builds up some type of anxiety, because I will go longer than maybe necessary. And it may be because I'm overthinking it. It may be because of what else is going on. So it's kind of like I want to stop smoking because I feel like it's going to make me more, I will have a more negative impact if I was to contract the virus. So it's like I can't smoke, but the fact that I feel like I can't have it kind of makes me want it more. And then I get the anxiety because I want to smoke, but then I don't want to put myself at risk. So then it's a whole like kind of domino effect. So eventually it'll go past kind of like the little feeling of anxiety, because I can kind of deal with that. It's not like really so bad to where I can't deal with it. It's, kind of uncomfortable, heart beating a little faster, chest feeling a little tighter, but it's not like I know I can still breathe fine. It's just I'm having a little anxiety. But then after so long, I'll actually start getting a fucking headache, like a migraine. So then it's like, okay, now I have to have some type of nicotine, because now it's actually starting to have like a real effect where I feel like I either need to go to sleep, and it's even times where I'm like, well, okay, just take your ass to sleep, and then you'll wake up and the headache will be gone. But no, the headache is not gone. So at that point, yeah, it's time to go ahead and get some nicotine in your system, because your body is kind of having a reaction from the lack of it.
Okay. Are you like that with coffee? Because that's my issue with coffee.
Yeah, coffee, I'm like that too. Now, coffee don't really, by itself, if I don't have coffee, I don't get like the anxious feeling, right? But I will get a fucking headache out of this world if I go too long without coffee. Now, the coffee is kind of making me a lot more jittery, and that's why I'm kind of trying to dial back, because normally I would drink like, man, insane amounts of coffee, but I'm really dialing back on it. Huh?
How much coffee a day?
Literally like a pot and a half.
Okay, so you make your own coffee instead of the Starbucks shit.
Yeah, I make my own coffee. Now, if I'm like if I was actually leaving the house and working, it would be more than that. But for me, like,
I'm sorry, when you say a pot and a half, is that like 6 to 8 cups or?
No, like 12, and then like another more, probably closer to 6, probably 7. I would say maybe 7 cups.
7 cups?
Yeah, a little more than half.
Okay. All right, that's not, well, I mean, that's a lot, but it's not a lot. But again, I'm around a lot of mechanics and a lot of pilots and stuff, and so they drink that more than water. And I mean,
and that's the thing, like I really don't drink water, and then cigarettes don't give, like, maybe if I ate more, if I had more water, it wouldn't have as much of an impact, but I rarely have an appetite. I don't drink a whole lot of water. I probably drink more water now than I have, because once I start feeling like, especially with like coffee, like you could be fine, like feel okay, like, or at least me. So I could have like literally knocked down 4 cups and ain't even noticed that I done knocked down 4 cups quick, like quick. And I feel like fine. So I'll go for that 5th cup, and then I start to feel that shit kicking in. So now it's like heart beating fast, jittery, gotta do something, gotta move around. And then I was like, okay, let me cool out on the coffee for now. I'm finna go through a little thing. I done drunk too much too soon. So then I'll go and, drink a little water or something. Probably still won't have no damn appetite, but I'll try to drink more water. But about halfway through that water, I'm more than likely gonna forget that I'm supposed to be drinking coffee and either finish my cup or make another cup.
I don't. Yeah, because that's where I'm at right now. The only thing that saves me is like as soon as I wake up, the first thing I do right after I brush my teeth is just drink a bottle of water, because I know that's the only thing that really saves me or makes me somewhat full, so I'm not likely to drink as much coffee as I normally would. But once I start doing that, just drinking a full cup of water before anything, even before I eat, that actually helped me. And then only time I drink is maybe I'll have like one, at the most 2 drinks before I go to bed. I would have had another one, but we've been in dialogue and I didn't want to run downstairs. I've been lazy, so it probably helped me out. What time
I ran out of wine earlier.
You said what?
I ran out of wine earlier because that's another thing I've been doing. So like, if my nerves has gotten so bad, like the other night, because I've been really making it a point to not get like a fresh pack of cigarettes during the day. You know, if I'm like down to like 3 or something like that, I'm gonna make sure I don't go to the store, because then I have the option to, you know, smoke late night or, you know, smoke through the. So I'll just make it like, okay, if this is all you got, you're not going to the store, you know. And then I'm gonna try to stay in the bed as long as I can tomorrow, so that when I do finally go to the store, you know, it'll last me, you know, technically tomorrow and then the day after that. Like I'm trying to force myself to stretch it out over 2 days, which I've been pretty successful in doing. But for me, like the whole wine thing, I've been drinking that a lot more because I'm diminishing the cigarette, you know, because I'm trying not to smoke so many cigarettes. I kind of try to have something else to kind of bring me down, but I don't want to pick up like no real habit. Like wine can sit around my house for weeks on end, months on end, because I'm just not a big drinker. But like even when I had a cigarette and like coffee and stuff, like the other night I just had to like drink a couple glasses of wine because I drunk so much coffee throughout the day that I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to go to fucking sleep. So then I had to change to wine so that I could actually be able to go to sleep, because I'll be up all fucking night. Like, don't go to sleep at all.
Yeah, that's me. Since this COVID shit, like I've been, in the first week I wasn't drinking enough. I wasn't drinking, period, but it was really fucking with my sleep and shit. So like if I'd have a drink, like for the first 2 or 3 weeks after that, I was like knocked out. Like my body couldn't really handle. I have one drink and I'll fall asleep on you guys. But like this last week and a half, it's like I'll have one drink or even 2, but my body's like up. I'm getting nervous. I'm like, fuck, I might be getting used to this shit. Like I would be up now and I've been fighting the urge going down there getting another drink, but I know once I get off, I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna take my ass to sleep. But
so quick question, because here be the bullshit that I, you know, just can't. So Cujo, if you're still in the chat, you said you don't know what is going on in another person's head any more than someone knows yours. Why are you always comparing yourself to different people? So my question would be, well then, how do you know that I'm not feminine enough, or I'm too masculine, or I'm not, if you're not comparing me to someone fucking else? What are you talking about? If you was judging Amber just based off of Amber, there will be no question about what Amber is doing, because you're only judging me based off of me, right? So anything that you're saying that you would disagree with, that I'm saying, it's in comparison to another motherfucker or to yourself and your ideology, correct? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I try not to do that. I figured I would get what I wanted was an understanding, is just to not compare you to anyone else, just to ask you specifically and learn how you operate. And to me, it sounds like you're, I didn't say you're a masculine. To me, it sounds like you have a unique situation and you're aware of your situation. So with that understanding, I didn't say you were feminine. Okay, bro. Well, that's why I figured it's better for me to ask you instead of project or even start giving my definitions, because then I would be comparing you to my thought, and that would have taken me away from understanding you. I think at least with me, I think I get further in conversations if I just take the time to really understand what the person is saying, or just ask enough to get their thought process, because I can project what I think a woman is, or what I think a man is, or a child is, or what type of relationship you should have, but I may not always be right, because I think earlier in the conversation.
But quick question. So if you're saying being a parent is a sacrifice, if I say me being a parent is not a sacrifice, then who are you? You're comparing me to someone else then, right? Like, it does not matter what scenario you come up with. Anytime you say that I'm wrong about my perspective, you're clearly comparing me to someone else's ideology, clearly. So it does not matter what, if it was the feminine, masculine, my parenting ideology, whatever, clearly anything that you disagree with me on, and you're kind of saying that I'm wrong or in opposition to the common perspective, you're comparing me to the common perspective. Okay? Okay.
That was to the chat, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm like, hey, whoa, I made sure to not do that, because then that would be me trying to psych you or shrink you instead of understand you. Because that's why I said, I think if I would just, I want to get your understanding, because shit, I may have the wrong perception on it. And you gave me more clarity. So now I get it. I have an understanding. And if it would be any type of, I wouldn't say shrieking or psychological analyzing, I would see the value in you maintaining your personality traits and the way you carry yourself, because you're not raising daughters. Not saying that has much to do about nothing, but from my point of view, I would prefer you to raise your sons to not be so damn soft or not be so damn emotional, because that's making it harder for my daughter to find a real one out there. You understand what I mean? I would prefer a woman who is raising boys on her own to not baby them, to not sugarcoat shit for them, to not quote unquote feminize them, because that does the kid no good, especially if they're going to go out in the world without that specific male role model in their household. And now they're going to be out there looking for that sensitivity from men as well. So I wouldn't.
I think people just need to reinforce emotional maturity, stability, and intelligence just all around. And that's my thing. I'm teaching my kids to be emotionally aware of themselves first and foremost. Like, don't rely on somebody. And it takes time to do. It's not something that is done overnight. It takes time. It takes practice. It takes listening to yourself. It takes being honest with yourself. You know, everybody, if you're the type of person that just want to hear something sweet, it's not gonna work for you. You have to be able to be brutally honest with yourself, even when you're fucked up and when you're wrong. Like, you have to be able to do that. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to instill in my children. Like, they still have some growing to do, but that's the whole thing. Like, the fact that people think that you have to lie or front, like, I don't know nobody on here in real life, like outside of my cousin, and I don't have to explain shit to her because she know what it is. Like, so at the end of the day, the fact that people think you have to lie about certain shit, like, it lets me know that y'all do that weird shit, get on here faking and fronting. I don't have to lie for no motherfucking body. Like, you're nobody to me. Like, and at the end of the day, I'm not saying it's anything wrong with people going and telling their problems or being a broken mess. I personally don't think it's right, because you put yourself at risk for somebody to manipulate your emotions, because the person who does not have the best intentions for you, you know, they could take advantage of the fact that you're so emotionally dependent. I see that as a potential threat. Some people see that as, oh, you know, I'm caring and I'm vulnerable and I'm trusting, and I'm saying, yeah, that's all sweet and cute, sis, until somebody take advantage of it. And you can say that, you know, that's a chance you got to take. I don't necessarily think that's the case. So for me, it's not going to work for me. And it's not to say that it's not something that the next person can't do. Like, I'll absolutely do you. But a guy that expects me to come to them like that emotionally vulnerable, that I don't even know what the fuck going on with myself, like, oh baby, we're not gonna, No, you need me to be a little too vulnerable, and we're just not going to be compatible. Like, you're just not going to get me at that point. And that's the thing. I'm not trying to force nobody to think like me, or like, I don't mind people sharing their different perspectives. I don't mind sharing my perspective, because whenever somebody tell me something don't work for them, or nah, see, this ain't what I would do. Yeah, that's great. That just means that we would not be compatible. Like, I'm not trying to change your mind. It's too many fucking fish in the sea. Like, for me to be trying to force you to think like me, or for me to be trying to shapeshift into you, like, no. Like, I have never had a problem getting a guy's attention, affection. That's not an issue for me. It's some niggas I'm still trying to get rid of, and that is a fucking fact. So at the end of the day, that's not a problem for me. My thing is being with somebody that I am actually compatible with, not forcing it, not bending over backwards, that it fits. And of course, you're gonna concede on some things, and you're gonna give a little, but it's just some core things that I'm just not bending and I'm not flexible on. And as long as we meet there, everything else we can negotiate around.
Amber, you know who you remind me of, right?
Oh, here we go.
You know who you remind me of, right?
Oh,
my wife. That's why I'm even having the patience to understand and even talk to you, because we've been together for 20 years. Guess how many times I've seen this woman cry?
How many?
Once.
Oh.
In 20 years.
But
according to this chat, but let me say this real quick. But according to this chat, they will say she's not feminine. She's just not emotional. She's just not built that way. It took me a while to understand that and accept that. I'm thinking that she's putting on the front, or she's faking, or she's XYZ, but not all people are built that way. We get into frustrated. We don't really argue. When she's frustrated, she bottles it in, she compartmentalizes it. I would hardly even know. That's why I have to constantly check on her and ask her if she's all right. And then I can see the point where I done annoyed the fuck out of her. So I have to calm down on that shit. And then sometimes I just gotta damn near pin her to the wall, or damn near like, what the fuck is wrong? Or why are you upset type shit. And then I see it in her eyes like, okay, this ain't gonna work. So it's to me, I got out of a point, instead of trying to be a solution, and then just recognizing if she needs my help, she's gonna ask for it. If she needs to,
and that's the thing, like, people have to, same way people be like, oh, well, why don't you trust me to tell me? Like, you have to trust me that when I need something from you, that I don't have no problem asking. I know I can come to you. So when I'm there, when I'm ready for that step, I don't have no problem with coming and asking you or letting you know. You know, like the same way you want me to trust you, you have to trust me that whatever I got going on, if I say is I'm okay, I'm okay. You don't have to try to be a fit. You don't have to try to fix me. You know, like, that's not your job. Like, if it's something that I feel like I can't handle as my partner, most definitely you're gonna be the first person I come to. You know, like, but quit trying to force or trying to find things to fix. It's not, I don't need you to fix it. And that's the thing, like, people feel like it's an attack when you say that you can do certain things on your own. I'm not attacking you or diminishing you by saying that it's certain things I can do on my own. If you need to be needed every step of the way, we're gonna run into some problems. You know, like that's just the simple fact. We're going to run into some problems because there's gonna be some things that I'm going to want to do on my own. And it's nothing against you. You can come along for the journey and watch and, you know, oversee or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But it's going to be some things that I'm going to want to do on my own. And it's nothing that I'm trying to take away from you. But I still am a person. I still have my own identity. You know, like, everything is not going to be a fucking team effort. You know, like, yeah, we have this marriage, but I'm still an individual. Just like it's going to be like, people think, oh, you tell your mate everything. Okay, maybe you do. But see, me, that's just not something that I would likely do. Like, I don't tell nobody everything. And that's just a fact. You like, some shit I just keep to myself because some things are personal and I like to keep them personal. But they're like for me, you know, it's my gift to myself. It's mine.
Yeah, it took a while for me to get used to, because I always felt that A, she was either secretive, or B, she didn't really trust me, or C, I wasn't the right person for her, but it was none of the above. It was one, my insecurities as a man, thinking that I couldn't fix her problems, and I was supposed to fix her problems because that's the type of society we're raised in. If you understand what I'm saying, coming from a man's point of view. Well, I can't say I was a man at the time, you know what I mean? But at least.
But that's what you thought it. That's what you thought it meant. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how I perceived it, you know. And she wasn't raised with a father, so I mean, she wasn't even from an environment where she felt she had someone to confide and console in, type shit. You know what I mean? Because like you can have expectations for a woman or a female, but if they were never put in that type of situation and never grew up in it, then it's just as foreign to them to even have those type of emotions. Well, I take it back, it was twice because I did cheat on her one time. And so that's when I saw her emotional, but it wasn't even erratic, you know what I mean? And it was just like an eerie calmness and then just tears coming out of her eyes and just like, so do you want to be with that bitch or do you want to be with me type shit, which was not what I was expecting. I was already in my stance thinking she was going to start swinging or something. So it was like emotions never really been her issue. It's just, I don't know. It's probably the reason why we still together all the time, because I wasn't one who was very emotional. I'm very logical. So I seek more for understanding than to feel good. If I can understand where you're coming from, then we have a better chance of making shit work. Even my friends and shit. If I feel like I don't understand you, there's no point in being loyalty or having a great friendship, all that type of shit. Because I don't have an understanding of the way you move or what motivates you. So I can't consider you a quality friend. If I can understand, you can be a dirtbag. You can be out here slinging drugs and cheating on your baby mama, even molesting some females, all that type of shit. If I understand how you operate, then I can keep you at a distance, but you'll be a part of a fourth layer of my circle type shit. But it's the erratic people that are unstable, over emotional, or just unpredictable. That's what bothers me. And I know that sounds weird and shit, but that's just the way I was.
I have a problem with people who lack control, period. Like, I'm the type of person, and maybe because I've witnessed so many people out of control around me in different areas of their life, and I feel like that's just crazy. And so for me, mastering yourself is like the number one thing you got to do, which is why I'm big on getting yourself together first before you try to present yourself out here in this world. Like, one thing I'm really against is just people being out of control. And instead of them settling themselves and trying to get in control, they just keep the shit going. And it gets worse and worse. They kind of like picking up steam, rolling down the hill. So at the end of the day, I'm more of a introspective person, introverted, loner, very selective as to who is in my immediate circle, who I'm vulnerable with, or as far as like on a real level. Like I said, there's so much shit that I've dealt with, and so quickly, you can damn near ask me anything about my past, my my present, and I won't hide or sugarcoat anything, because guess what? I'm past that point in my life. So I'm good with it. I've come to terms with it. So anything is, kind of like open game. Now, if I was just so happen to be struggling with something right now, currently, you probably wouldn't know about it if I haven't overcome it, but you also wouldn't be able to pick up on it 9 times out of 10 either, because I'm just not the type of person to harp on shit. But at the end of the day, and hell, even when my fucking tax return got taken, I was very open about that in the chat. And yeah, I'm making jokes, but I can make jokes because trust and believe, I cried for about 3 hours when I found out they was taking my shit. Pissed. But then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. The shit is gone. Oh well, move on. You know what you got to do. Dig in. Get over the shit. And I was okay with it. Like, oh well. Nah, they didn't coronavirus. They didn't send me my shit. But at the end of the day, I mean, that's just me. My thing. One thing I just really can't do is to stay mad about the same situation for too long. I don't care if it's gonna take me all day of crying and digging deep. We're gonna get past that shit so that these next days I can be free of that bullshit. You know, like that's just how I am.
But see, also, like, well, I don't know about if you're in a relationship, like, if you did need to have like an emotional release, would you like go and make sure you're in a room and lock the door, or in the bathroom and lock the door and cry? Are you that type of person?
You said what?
So like if you were gonna have an emotional, I don't want to say breakdown, but you needed to have a release and cry, would you go in a room and lock the door and cry? Or
No.
just make sure that it's in your own world? It's like, yeah, that's my wife. She'd be on her own shit. Like even if she had to have an emotional breakdown or she's frustrated, she would just go in a room and lock the door. I wouldn't even be a part of it. That's a part of her that she got to deal with.
No, well, truth be told, like first off, I haven't had too many emotional breakdowns around like nobody that I'm intimate with. The one time I actually really did was when I had to face, you know, my ex and tell him that the child he thought was his was potentially not. And of course I didn't try to hide that. Like we was both boohoo crying, and you know, like it was like nothing I could do about it. And that was the first time I ever seen him cry or emotional at all, you know, like period. And of course I was really emotional because of how much he was hurt, like which I knew he was going to be hurt, but it was just a different kind of hurt that, you know, like I was just like, fuck, I really fucked this up. Like, damn, like I wasn't expecting him to be that emotional about it, but he really was. So, but for the most part, I haven't really been too emotional around guys. Like I haven't had a situation where I was just like, you know, little shit like, oh, you fucking on the bitch or something like that. Like stuff like that ain't gonna get me in tears. Like it's not. That's like not something that I'm gonna cry about. Now I'm actually really emotional when I see other people in pain, especially if it's something that I did to cause them pain. That makes me emotional, you know. So I don't like to see people suffer. I don't like to see people upset. I don't like to see people going through, you know, like I cry over little shit like that. And I'm real emotional about kids. Like, so, you know, like little school plays. If I come across a video on YouTube or fucking Facebook where kids are doing like a little cute little school play or something, like shit like that makes me tear up and emotional. I just like to see kids, you know, excelling, performing, you know, being educated, you know, showcasing their talent, stuff like that makes me emotional. But for the most part, other than that, I'm not emotional at all. And I rarely cry. So I've never had to like run and hide my crying. Like, and in that one situation, I wasn't even trying to hide. I didn't give a fuck. Like there was no shame, especially since like I'm the reason why we both fucking crying right
now. Yeah. I don't know if it's just she doesn't want to see me or she don't want me to see her like that, but I think she thinks it's a weakness or something. Like she doesn't.
And sometimes it's that. Like now, don't get me wrong. Like most people automatically kind of cover up when they cry though. Like that's like a reaction. Now, as far as going into a room and locking yourself in a room, now that's a mate. Now, as far as other people, like my kids, they've rarely seen me cry. My sisters, they have, for the most part, I'm the type of person that when I process something, if I feel like I'm gonna have a cry session, I try to process shit like later on when I have that time to sit back, you know, get my cry out, you know, this, that, and the third, because it ain't even necessarily that. First off, when you can control it, you try to, you know, like if you can keep yourself from getting emotional in the moment and saving it to a time when you're alone, a lot of people would try to do that, you know, try to tough it out. But if you're just kind of wrapped up where you cannot control your emotions, especially when you kind of want to be left alone to get it out of your system without somebody necessarily trying to fix it, you may seclude yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, because people feel like they have to comfort you. They feel like they got to say, you know, encouraging words, or like sometimes people feel like it's something that they need to do You know what I'm saying? And sometimes you just want to kind of cry. Like, I'm good. Like, I just need to get this cry out, you know, and I'm straight. You don't really got to do nothing. I'm going to be cool after this. But I just need to go through it however I need to go through it without feeling like I have to try to talk through it. Like, no, nigga, just let me do my ugly cry and leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, I had to learn that because I felt like, why are you excluding me, or why can't I help you, or why can't you fix it? And then when she gets frustrated and blunt, and she's like, it ain't got nothing to do with you, it ain't about you. And I was like, shit. And it stung to hear that, but it also kind of made me proud because I recognize that she's in control of her shit. You know what I mean? It's just like, okay, and help me recognize, like, okay, this is something that women have to do to cleanse, or if they have to get it out, they're going to get it out, and that's what they're going to do. And it's not like she's going to milk it to control me with her emotions, but then at the same time, it's not like something that I can do anything about. So it was more me getting over my own ego, but at the same time recognizing, like, oh shit, this motherfucker is human. You know, because it's kind of
a lot of people think that and it's crazy because a lot of people think that you're cold because you're not like wearing your heart on your sleeve. Like, first off, people saying like, oh, Matt, now for the most part, masculine, I don't hear that unless it's people that really haven't been around me. Now people will be like, oh, you aggressive, or, you know, you an alpha, you know, you're alpha female. But for the most part, masculine, because plenty of people know that I have a very strong personality, but I'm not like no nigga out here in these streets. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, if you see me out, you wouldn't imagine that when I open up my mouth, this is the type of person that's speaking, you know. But at the end of the day, how I look at it is like, I'm a little rougher than most, and I would say I don't really fit in nowhere. You know, I'm definitely not feminine, like the way a lot of women traditionally, because in order to be quote unquote feminine, a lot of times you have to follow this quote unquote feminine ideology that a lot of women kind of rely on, where guys aren't supposed to do certain things and girls can get away with certain things. And I just feel like a lot of that shit be bullshit, you know, or, you know, they want to put you in the masculine category where you could just be doggish as fuck and, you know, this, and I don't necessarily fit in there either. Like, at the end of the day, I just look at being a decent human being, and to me, it does not have a quote unquote type of thing. I'm a mother, I am, you know, a woman, yes, but it's just certain shit that I feel like women try to use because it is a stereotypical role or something that they can get away with the whole jealousy thing, with the whole crazy thing. Like, shit like that is not attractive to me. It's not becoming of a human being. I think it's weak as hell for people to kind of buy into the whole females can be crazy, females can be jealous, and they think that shit is cute and they wear like a badge of honor. No, you're out of control of your own emotions is what it is. You're emotionally immature and you don't know how to deal with rejection. You don't have any resilience, honey. That is what that is called. So for me, that's how I perceive it. Same way guys feel like, oh, well, you know, a woman can do this, a man can do this, but a woman can't do that, or that makes them a hoe. No, that makes you insecure, sir. You can't deal with the competition. You can go out here fucking different women, but if she out here fucking different niggas, all of a sudden she's the whore, but you're doing the same shit. Oh, she just want niggas' attention. So if you're out here fucking different bitches, does that mean that you just want their attention? Does that mean you want to be liked? You want to be loved? You want to be accepted? You want to be acknowledged? You want to feel special? So it's just certain shit that I just don't G for on either side. You know, I just look at stuff that makes logical sense. If it makes to me emotional sense, and I can see some type of maturity in the thought, the act, and the ideology, I'm a G for it. But all of that little childish shit, like Cujo just said, I ain't say you was nothing. I ain't say you was nothing. But yet again, you're defaulting to oh, you just comfortable with yourself, and you just this, you just that. Like, you're saying these things as if you feel like my position is wrong. So in order for me to be wrong, somebody has to be right. What are you comparing that to? What is the litmus test? And that's my only point. Like, so I don't really care, because you're not my husband, you're not my boyfriend, you're not my man, and you never would be. Because guess what? We're obviously incompatible. I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to make an argument against me, at least let it be a cohesion and consistent argument. Don't say that you're not doing things and I'm comparing myself to other people, but yet you're comparing me to other people. And that's how you're coming up with the fact that you disagree with anything that I'm saying. Either if it's my ideology, you're comparing me to your own ideology, if nothing else, how you view the world, which means that, guess what? You have a low tolerance. You have a low tolerance for other people's perspectives and ideology. That's what that tells me. See, I don't give a fuck what you think. You're entitled to think however you think. I'm not dating you. It's of no consequence to me. We can discuss it, but it doesn't mean anything to me. We're just having a conversation. You're not wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. That's how you feel, and that's how you operate in your relationship. I'm saying what I'm not doing. I don't think anybody should have a problem with that if I'm not fucking them or dating them. And if I am, I think we just found out that we're not going to work.
Yeah. That's what I see. Damn, it's about to be 3 o'clock over here. Where is it at? What are you at? 5 o'clock? 6 o'clock? I don't care.
4:55.
I don't care what you think either. Let it go, bro.
Like, we've had a whole conversation based off what I think, and you're still here. Obviously, you care. Obviously. Like, we're not even talking about shit else but what I think, really. Like,
yeah, for real.
Shit, what got you up at 4:55 in the morning? I'm a part of the conversation.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah. Hey, I love Amber. I said I LUV love Amber. My wife loves Amber. This Amber.
Your wife is a real one, and that's you know what time it is. And I know sometimes you come through being devil's advocate, and I dig it. You know, you got to challenge to some degree, or at least dig, reveal the entire perspective. Some people get it, some people don't, and really, to be perfectly honest, it don't make me no difference. Like I said, I'm cool with how I am, so it's just shit.
I just try to do it, and I just don't want to come across disrespectful or insensitive to other people's point of view. I've been really trying to work on that, because sometimes I do it just for the chat, just to get that other perspective, but sometimes I be in my stance, and that's just how I feel on certain shit. But I never do it just to be malicious.
Yeah.
Well, at least if people, a lot of motherfuckers don't know me from nowhere, but if you have listened long enough, then you recognize that I try to be sincere. I don't like disingenuous or arrogance, or I don't know. I try not to lead with ego.
Right.
That not everybody sees that. Some people think I'm very egotistical. I'm very arrogant. But I mean,
and I don't think it's honestly. I don't think it's that. I think it's your tone. Sometimes and some people just have a more commanding tone. Like when you speak something and you're really passionate about it, you speak very matter of factly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not for none. This is how I feel, and this is just what I'm sticking with, and it's really unapologetic. So I don't think it's necessarily that you're being like like a ass or being antagonistic, but you just know how you feel. And that's the same way I am. Like some people look at it like I'm trying to be attacking. It's like, no, when I have a position on something and I'm standing on something, I'm standing on it. Now you can argue till you blue in the face, but you're not finna move me off of how I feel. Like, trust me, I've rolled shit around in my head more than you can imagine. You haven't even began to, I test my own ideology. So it ain't shit you finna come tell me or surprise me with. You're just not gonna be able to do it. So for me, that don't bother me. But some people think like, and it's not just on this platform, like in real life, like I still have sisters that if we having a discussion and my voice started raising and I started getting a little firmer in my speech, they think I'm attacking them or I'm arguing. I'm like, no, I'm not. You know how I am. I've been this way my whole life. Like, it's not an argument. And when you tell me to calm down, now it's like, okay, now what are you doing? Like, what you mean calm down? I'm chilling. Like, you know what I look like when I'm lit. Like, quit playing with me.
Yeah, I learned not to say calm down. And more than likely that's just gonna amp somebody up. What the fuck you mean calm down? I am calm. I'm like, oh shit.
Right, especially especially like now, one thing I will say is a lot of people over here do it because, and when I say over here, I mean conscious community YouTube, because they're trying to pick at people. You know, like they'll say calm down. First off, you just said something disrespectful out the way. Then when I respond, you gonna tell me to calm down. Like I'm the, like, quit fucking playing with. And like I said, quit playing with me. Don't play with me. Tell me to calm down after you just said everything you want to say. Now it's time for people to be calm. No, absolutely not. I'm not ready to calm down yet. Nah, I'm just getting started since you brought it up. Shit.
Oh shit. Well, every time I say quit playing with me, who's that Soldier Boy talking about Drake? Y'all better quit playing with me. He said that shit so serious. I'm like, is this nigga really trolling or he really believe this shit? He said, laugh out loud and walk the dog, took my children to the bathroom, and I was just supporting the channel by leaving it on. Right on. I didn't say I don't care. How do you think either? The tone you repeated it in, champ. Okay.
Bro, you did more than support the channel by leaving it on like you're commenting. What are you talking about? Like, the fuck? You're the only comment since, let's see. You're the only one commenting. Like, god damn, what? Like, nigga, and that's my thing. But I'm the delusional one. So you just left it playing. You just playing it in your head that you ain't even really paying attention. Bro, you're texting and typing in the chat with not even immediate response. Because we're chatting and we're talking and looking at the chat occasionally. And my whole thing is, it's nothing wrong with you chiming in, but this all came from you making a point of why you keep comparing yourself to other people, why you bringing up other people. You called yourself trying to read me for comparing myself to other people, when the whole reason why we're talking about this is because you're comparing my ideology with an ideology that you already have in your mind, and you feel like mine is questionable or different than yours. And even if it wasn't you, that was what took us down this rabbit hole. And I ain't gonna even call it a rabbit hole because it was a nice build or whatever. But that's what got us on this path, because my ideology was different. Mm-hmm. People wanted a little more insight on why I felt that way, because it wasn't their norm. So they were comparing me to some standard that they had already established. It doesn't matter if it's one person, two people, an ideology, a comparison is a comparison. So that was my point. Now, then you try to go back and say, well, I didn't say that. And I said this, but then you turn around and say, see, you're closed, or when you fall in love, it'll be different. First of all, who the fuck told you I never fell in love? Like, who told you that lie? I've been in love. Like, what are you talking about? I am in love. What are you talking about? My love looks different than your love. It's some people that feel like having 5 wives is love.
Oh shit. He said I'm being friendly. Now you better save all that smoke for her. If you'd just stood in your position and just maintain like this motherfucking female is wild and you had a better chance, but you can't be hopping on both sides. You ain't gonna win her over like that, bro. And it wasn't even about me trying to win an argument because we were having a discussion. I was more so trying to. If you were really paying attention, like I'm sure Amber already knows, like not Amber per se, but I'm married to Amber. I've been married to Amber for 20 years. So to me, it was just having a discussion with her, and I'm.
Wait a minute. You're right. You didn't say anything about falling in love. What you said precisely was when you learn to open up from fucking who? Where is the standard for opening up? You point me in that direction. Who the fuck decides who's open and who isn't? Like, and here's my thing. You talking about you were being friendly or whatever the hell I think he was talking to you, Watcher.
Yeah,
but,
that's what
or
I'm
he said
at.
you're being too friendly with me. But the bottom line is I dropped the link in the chat a long ass fucking time ago. Like at the end of the, and I will be here tomorrow more than likely. I don't never have no problem with nobody talking about nothing. What I hate the back and forth in the chat where I'm on a platform, because first off, I think you're at a disadvantage when you're in the chat because you're trying to keep up with someone that's actually talking in real time. But at the end of the day, I don't like that because when people have a question for me or they want to address me, then we can address me. But you notice I haven't asked you one thing about your relationships and how you view the world. Have you noticed that? Because I don't give a fuck. See, that's truly not giving a fuck. I don't care how you perceive your relationships because I'm not your woman. But here you are invested in how I perceive things when what difference does it make? That's like when black women talk about white men that date, black men that date white women. Oh, they don't like black women and that's wrong. That's their fucking preference. How can you be mad at that? If black women aren't their preference, you're going to try to force them to make you their preference? Why the fuck you want a man that don't prefer you? Why? Like this. You're right. I am on the platform. And you're talking in the chat. So what I'm saying is how I like to do it, and I've never kept this a secret. Anybody that has a comment or wants to address me, I would prefer if we're both on the platform. Because it's hard for me to talk and try to respond to the chat. And it's hard for me to try to read what you're saying in the chat and then respond. And like it's a better playing field when we're both on live and we can just have a conversation like me and Watcher did. You understand what I'm saying? Like, that way I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. You're not misunderstanding what I'm saying, because truth be told, there was no reason for it to go left. All I'm saying is, don't ask me why am I comparing, because you brought up why are you comparing yourself to others, like that was a flaw in me that I'm comparing myself to other people, but whole time we're talking about a fucking comparison. And that's the only reason why I brought it up. Like, quit fucking playing with me. That's all. That's all.
Oh shit. You're on no platinum, so you will be scrutinized.
And that's the whole thing. I don't mind being scrutinized because I'm on the panel. I don't mind. I put myself out here for that reason. Like, I don't mind that.
Cujo, make sure you're available tomorrow. I'll make sure he'll let you in the club. Like
we're gonna make sure you get on tomorrow, because you're right. Unbiased is sleep 9 out of 10, so you probably couldn't get in if you was trying to get in. But you talking about you are misunderstanding. It is a flaw. It is a flaw. It is a flaw. What is a flaw?
My God.
What is a flaw, sir?
Communication goes both ways. You gotta learn to be more effective. You can speak one way, but if your goal is to get an understanding and come to a conclusion, then you gotta, you need the dialogue. You can't do it through the chat. You're not that effective. I think the most effective.
Now I ain't ready. You ain't ready, chick. Ready for fucking what? You haven't said anything.
Bro, you're not helping your case, man. You're not helping your case.
You will see. You will see. You are closed. I'm just asking you, where do I go to be open? Where do I find the directions for being open at? It is a flaw to think you know how everyone else feels. No, I said most people. And do you want me to provide some statistics behind women's ideologies on relationships versus men? These are things that are studied in depth. We don't have to guess about this shit.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Chess.com is hiring.
Your whole convo went on and on about how you don't think like other people. I do not. I don't. Again, they have statistics on women's views and on love and relationships versus men, and I'm pretty sure I don't fall into the like. Again, we can do some sources on the matter. This is something that's studied as well. It's a part of psychology.
Yeah, Amber's not silly or stupid.
Like, quit playing with me. Like, what are you talking about, bro? How do I know that? Have you ever heard of interpersonal relationships? Interpersonal communications? Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of sociology?
You better stop playing with her.
Have you ever heard of that? There are actual studies that's done on stuff like this. Like, this is not something I'm making up. What the fuck is you talking about? And that's why I say most. Now, I could say some. I also said some in some instances. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying all people think like this and I'm the only one thinking like this. I'm saying the majority of people have a certain way of thinking, and it's because of social conditioning, our gender roles in society. Even people that think they have somewhat, and I'll admit that to a certain degree, I still have some type of social conditioning. I'm not like completely out of the box thinker. I still believe that, and if I have a man that his duty is to provide, I still believe that. Not to say that it's up to him solely, but I think as the man, yes, that should be something that he prides himself on doing. Ain't no stay-at-home dads gonna be in my household. I'm not with none of that new age shit. Nah. So again, I'm not saying I'm completely like different, but for the most part, yeah, my ideology differs on a lot of different levels from a lot of different people. Most people. So yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, guy, you gotta yeah, if you wanna express yourself, go back tomorrow. We ain't shy over here, man. And
he said, why base yourself on how? That's the whole thing, baby. You have not heard now one thing I said where I base myself off of how other people think. Actually, it's the opposite. If I base myself off of how other people thought, then I would be another type of person. I would give a fuck about cooking meals and running bathwater and catering to a nigga if I care what other people thought. Like, clearly, I don't give a fuck about that. Now, I've brought it up as a comparison to what some people do versus what I do and why I do things the way I do them. But you ain't never heard me justify shit I do based off of what other people do. No, I don't do that.
Oh man, if you
and again, this is a recorded video, so you can go back and rewind and play the part where I did it, since you're so certain about it, and have it on cue for when you talk to me tomorrow.
Man, if I ain't on this panel tomorrow, you're gonna be straight food because ain't none of these niggas gonna save you. They gonna just die. They're gonna die. Damn, bro. He said, "What's wrong catering to a nigga?" Oh shit, bro. Yeah, I think we need to end this shit.
Ain't nothing wrong with it if that's what you want to do. If that's what you choose to do, then ain't nothing wrong with it, baby. Shit, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not doing it. I don't see no need in it. I ain't never had to do that. What are you talking about? Never had to.
Hey, I can ask my wife to run a bath and she'll do it.
And that's the thing, like, it's like a nigga ain't getting shown no love shit. Like I said, I've tried to take a nigga out, pay for their meal, but I just been so graciously blessed to have guys that just was like, fuck that. That shit ghetto as hell. You finna pay for a meal? Absolutely not. Shit.
Oh shit.
Everything that glitters ain't gold. It wasn't all peaches and creams, but when I've dated some pretty excellent men. It's been a jerk, but I wouldn't even consider me dating him, you know. And at the end of the day, he got his fucked up ways, but still, if I need something, ask him for something, I'm gonna get what the fuck I need. That's a fact.
And I'm sure, Amber, you don't feel that you're the most perfect female as well. You don't fuck
Absolutely
in some
not.
relationships
Shit.
as well.
Yeah, I know I'm flawed. Like, but that's the whole thing. I'm honest about my shit. I don't have no
That's
problem
right.
with like I don't feel like there's a need for me to be perfect. I'm gonna
Right.
tell like if you feel like dinner needs to be cooked every night, if you feel like you want a woman to be a certain way, I'm gonna be straight up, baby. I'm just not gonna be there for you. I'm not gonna hold you up and lie to you and tell you that I am or try to pretend. Sis ain't gonna be able to do it.
Yeah. If
I'm not gonna be able to do it.
Yeah, if I was supposed to be the perfect knight in shining armor, then yeah, my shit wouldn't work. And if my female is supposed to be some clandestine 19 or shit 18th century Victoria woman, that shit ain't gonna work. I gotta respect her the same way. Like I told
And the whole
Amber,
thing is but the reality is, see, you're talking to we all night we've been talking about like something bothering me like outside. Now for that, I'm not closed off because it ain't got nothing to do with you. I don't mind sharing, but just let me get my thoughts together first. Now, if we want to talk about how I am in a relationship, yeah, I tell you, I'm very flawed. I'm very close. I'm the type of person once we discuss something and we decide something, I do not like repeating myself. I don't like keep telling you the same shit again. So I'm one of those kind of one and done type of motherfuckers. Like, and if I'm not, that means that we really got deep into the relationship, and I'm just gonna give you another shot because I'm not ready to let it go yet. But for the most part, I have zero tolerance. Most niggas don't make it past the first phase because I know what I want and I know what I don't want. And at the first sign I see some bullshit, I'm over it. And I'm not the type of person that like, oh, I don't think it's gonna work out. You're gonna find out when you try to call me and you can't get through the line. Like I just block and don't say shit else. You won't even know it. I've had people show up to my house because they didn't know that they was blocked because it ain't no conversation. I'm not gonna explain shit. I'm just nope, it ain't gonna work. Keep it moving.
Yeah, see.
Now, if we want to talk about some flaws, yeah, I'm when it comes to certain things, oh yeah, baby. If I tell you I don't like a certain thing, like with the relationship when it ended, when I tell him, listen, because I'm not finna try to put no pressure on nobody to move on and this, that, and the third. We had a conversation about the relationship moving forward and things that we needed to do to make that happen. Yeah, we're gonna get this done. Okay. Mm-hmm. So when we had that conversation, I made up in my mind, because we already 4 years into this thing. I made up in my mind, if we ain't done progressed and moved past that step by this time, I'm done with this shit.
Yeah.
And when that day came, guess who was done with that shit? That's me. We done have 4 years to figure this shit out, talk about it, get it ironed out. We don't have to talk about nothing else. It's done. That's me.
Damn, bruh. Yeah, you don't put gasoline on the fire if you're trying to put it out. This guy.
But you saying you fuck around B48 like somebody give a fuck. like Cujo, I don't know what other way to tell you, but I feel like I've accomplished so much in my life. I've overcome so much that it can only get better from here. Only get better. If I was 48, never been married without a man, I have done some amazing shit in my life, and all I can tell you about it is read about it in my book. At the end of the day, like, nigga, of all the stuff that I could accomplish and have accomplished in my fucking life, the things that I've overcome, bounced back from, and excelled through, I wish I would be giving a fuck that I ain't got no nigga laying around me at 48. And that's not to say that relationships aren't beautiful, because again, most of my family is married in good marriages. I have more examples of Black love than probably most people see in a fucking lifetime. That is a fact. But at the end of the day, I also know that I'm more as an individual, as a person, that my value is not tethered to my ability to attract and keep a man. So for me, it would be great to have, but I would not be devastated if at 48 I was still talking the same shit. And the whole thing about it is I'm on this platform all the time. Rarely do I ever talk about relationships or anything like that.
That's true.
It's not at the forefront of my mind. It's not a thought. I don't, again, if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. The relationships I've been in, it wasn't shit I was looking for. It's just stuff that happened. I believe in letting shit happen organically, period. I'm not out here trying to find no husband. That's how motherfuckers be ending up with the wrong nigga in their goddamn life. They was in so much of a rush to find somebody. The first nigga that looked like they was interested, they took them. I'm just not with that.
Oh man. Yeah.
When you was 34, you would have said the same thing again.
Why, bro? Why you keep doing it?
Child, but my whole thing is now he talking about I gotta realize that I'm not always right, but who is this trying to be right in everything? Like everything I say, yeah, I would have said that when I was 34. First of all, you have to know men do mature shorter than women. Like it's a slower process. So the level you're thinking on now, how old are you, sir? I've probably been there since my early 20s. What are you talking about?
Wow. That's crazy. I don't even have a lot of exes. I had a lot of females that but yeah, to this day, I'm still cool with every female that I've ever dated or whatever. It never ended too much on bad terms because I would always see the writing on the wall, and I was always about communicating. And it never really, maybe even the ones that did some fucked up shit. You only 44? Bro, you barely old enough to date me. Shit. Oh. 44. I wonder where I'd be at 44. I hope I'm wise.
Yeah, my son's father is 44. And my ex, I think he just turned 45.
Damn.
I've been dating niggas your age for a while. I don't even date people my age. I think the last person that was my age was my oldest son's father. And I got pregnant with him at 17.
Damn.
But knock yourself out, sir. I'm not trying to date you either. What I'm saying is, you think you're so mature, but typically the guys I date are your age or older. That's my point. At 34. And it's been that way, but I have always been mature for my age as well. Okay.
I can't claim that. I wish I could. Nah, I can't claim that.
And wait, he said he shouldn't have been fucking with you. Why would you say such a thing? Do tell me why he shouldn't have been. Do tell me.
I think I'm gonna go to bed on that note. This nigga tripping, cuz
I don't think I am so mature, but I think I am more mature than you. Yeah, I highly doubt that, sir. Like, just based off of, like, we can go through your comments in the chat, and yeah, I highly doubt that. But I just want to know really quickly before we end, why shouldn't they have been fucking with me? I just want to see what you're gonna say. This should be really good.
Don't touch that keyboard. Look at Asiatic. He don't know her, bro. Salute Asiatic. Cujo, I don't know if he knows. Well, he got a wrench, so he must know a little bit. You just, damn.
And you talking about let's go. You haven't answered the question yet. What made you say that? And the fact that you said, I don't think I am so mature. I think I am more mature than you. Let's be very clear. See, I know I am more mature than you. It's not a think about it. Based off of this conversation that we've had, I know I am more mature than you. You have not put any real reasoning or logic behind any of the statements. You make these statements and you feel like because you're a guy and you're saying them and you're a man of a certain age, that I should be believing you.
Good job.
See, to me, I feel like you are the type of older guys that women have wasted their time dating. They've dated older men, but they don't have the benefit of having a mature man. The niggas just old.
He apologized. Holster up.
I was out of line, and I apologize for that one. But that's the whole thing. The fact that you spewed that out of, and like literally that was 2 seconds ago. Wait, let's see. You're apologizing at 5:22, and at 5:21, you say he shouldn't have been fucking with you. And at 5:22, you made a minute later, you apologize for that quick statement, that quick slip of the fingers that you made.
Damn,
now, no, I haven't had to apologize for shit that has come out of my mouth. Oh, on that note, good night.
Nigga, Craig trying to kick on some dust. Nigga, you gotta slow your ass down, bro. You got 2 body bags in there. All right, Amber, take your ass to sleep, please.
Yeah, I have been an adult longer than you have been. And see, that's where you get it fucked up. You think because you've been, nigga, being 18 does not qualify you as being an adult. Let's be very clear. Being 21 doesn't qualify you as being an adult. But I digress. You know, I'm gonna let you have it, Cujo. Like I said, I'll be here tomorrow, and my inbox is open late. Okay, so whenever you want some, my name is Amber Evans on Facebook. So just Google me. You can find me, inbox me. You said that makes it I thought about it. Well, I did. But you should have thought about it before. If you were mature, you would have thought about what you said before you said it. Like, again, I'm done. Good night, doctor. Good night, chat.
All right, I'm out. Good night.
All right. Peace.